Somewhat of a Ruse. Written by Jess Heileman. Narrated by Jana Fox. Chapter 1. The magnificence of the ballroom stilled my feet. My gaze darted from the overflowing flower arrangements that filled every nook in the large hall to the countless faces that glowed in the candlelight. It was as spectacular a sight as Mamma had declared. Perhaps even more so. "Laura?" My cousin, Matilda, gave a light tug on my arm, her whisper scarcely audible over the din of voices in the orchestra. "You must not look so doe-eyed at each new encounter. You will draw attention to yourself." I glanced down at the ball gown I wore, the hasty alterations easily discernible if one cared to notice. That would be disastrous. A slight upward curve formed at the corners of her mouth, and she bowed her head close to mine. "You had best not let my mother hear you speak in such a manner. You know how your sarcasm grates upon her nerves." "Everything I do grates upon her nerves," I whispered, not risking a backward glance at my aunt, who trailed a few feet behind us. Matilda shot me a mischievous smile. "Your point is valid." My gaze swept the large room a second time, and I was not the least bit surprised to discover the collective focus had shifted to Matilda. Some attendees sent discreet glances her way, but others did not conceal their stares. She was a rare beauty, with her milky complexion, light eyes, and raven black hair, while I, though related to her, was boorishly plain, with eyes that perfectly matched the unremarkable shade of my chestnut-brown mane. I supposed I was taller than average, but that was hardly an advantage when I did not boast a fuller, more feminine figure like Matilda. I glanced at my cousin. "Do you ever tire of it?" "Tire of what?" "Being the centre of attention wherever you go? I think I would despise it." Her gaze flitted over the crush of faces. "I scarcely notice it any more," she said dismissively. "Matilda!" A high-pitched voice cut through the crowd. Matilda searched the area in front of us, then smiled. "Oh, look, there's Peggy." I had not officially met Miss Claiborne, but I'd seen her from a distance on several occasions. She was the opposite of Matilda in colour, but almost as beautiful. Blonde curls piled around her face, accentuating her dark eyes and lightly freckled skin. She beckoned Matilda to her, and like a child to a new toy, Matilda dropped my arm and glided toward her friend, collecting more stares and leaving a wake of bergamot and lemons behind her. Or was that overpowering scent also emanating from me? I lowered my nose to my gown as discreetly as possible and took a quick sniff. The excessive citrus fragrance nearly choked me, and I gave a small cough to clear the potent concoction from my lungs. Matilda had generously insisted I wear some sort of perfume, and as I possessed none of my own, she had shared her favourite with me. But now that I no longer had my police to dampen it, I was confident the scent had been applied far too liberally. Most of the gazes that had followed Matilda through the crowd returned to their companions, and I felt it safe to follow. Digging my toes into the soles of my slippers so as not to lose one in the pursuit, I made my way to where Matilda and Miss Claiborne huddled close together, their backs to me. "He is here somewhere." Miss Claiborne lifted onto her toes, her gaze flitting across the sea of people. "Is he truly as handsome as you say?" Doubt tainted Matilda's voice. "For I recall you also thought Mr. Rottler a fine specimen." "Why must you hold that over me?" Miss Claiborne dropped back on her heels. "I did not think him handsome. Well, not exceptionally so. Besides, Mr. Huntington is far superior. You will see." Her attention shifted to the crowd again. "As soon as I can locate the elusive man. He seems to have vanished." Perhaps it is you he is hiding from." Matilda quirked a teasing brow. I lifted a hand to cover my surprise at Matilda's remark. The movement caught Miss Claiborne's notice because her gaze flew to me. "Do I know you, or do you simply find it entertaining to listen in on other people's conversations?" Matilda peered over her shoulder, but smiled when she saw it was me her friend was interrogating. She placed a hand on Miss Claiborne's arm. "That is my cousin, Laura." Her friend's lips parted. "The governess?" Matilda glanced around, then leaned in close. "Yes, though that is not to be known by others. She is now a companion, of sorts." I hoped Miss Claiborne might ask what had brought on the arrangement, but her empathetic expression told me she already knew more than I did. It seemed I would not yet become privy to the reason my companionship was suddenly required, when Matilda had been out in society for months without it. Matilda sent me a smile. "Besides, I much prefer Laura to some stuffy matronly figure father might have stuck me with. And she is far more interesting company than my maid." A compliment was surely in there. Somewhere. "Is that your old ball gown she is wearing?" Miss Claiborne dropped her gaze to my feet. "And your slippers?" "Mother thought it wise to repurpose a few of my older gowns, considering Laura will have no need for such finery when she returns to her typical duties." Her friend appraised me again. "Well, you might have at least selected a more advantageous colour for her. That pale yellow makes her look positively ill, poor dear." Annoyance prickled my skin, and without thinking better of it, I gave a small cough. "Perhaps it is not the colour," I said in a scratchy whisper. She blinked, and her gaze shot to Matilda. "Is she unwell?" Matilda sent me an impatient glance. "She is only teasing you." Unwilling to upset Matilda for the sake of a jest, I offered a repentant smile. "To be sure, it is most definitely the pale yellow that makes me look ill." Miss Claiborne's expression did not change. "Laura has an odd sense of humour," Matilda said, drawing her friend's attention again. "Well, to save you both from further embarrassment, I have a few old gowns she could have. Though your cousin is taller than either of us, she and I are more similar in size otherwise, and I always enjoy doing a good turn for the less fortunate." Oh, perfect. Not only would Miss Claiborne not speak to me directly, but I was now a charity case. It was one thing to be a poor relation, working as a governess for an aunt who scarcely tolerated me in order to send money home to my impoverished family. I paused. Actually, I fit the definition of charity case quite perfectly. Matilda reached for her friend's hand. "Peggy, you are too kind." She gave a self-satisfied smile, clearly appreciative of the praise. "I may even have a pair or two of slippers I can part with." Both gazes shifted to me expectantly. I forced a smile to my own lips. "That is most generous of you." Her chest puffed with pride, and she looked at Matilda. "I shall have them sent over to Linwick Manor tomorrow." A gentleman stopped before Matilda, drawing her attention. "Good evening, Miss Pembroke, Miss Claiborne." I took a slow step backward, hoping to go unnoticed. "Good evening, Mr. Linley." Matilda's voice took on a more sultry tone. "And who is this?" Mr. Linley's gaze landed on me, then regrettably lowered to my ill-fitted gown and slippers. I bent my knees, allowing the skirts to cover my feet, which forced his focus upward again. Matilda sent me a hesitant glance. "Allow me to introduce my cousin, Miss Turner, who has come to stay with us for a time. Laura, this is Mr. Linley." I dropped into a small curtsy. "A pleasure." When I raised my gaze again, his focus had already returned to Matilda. "Are you partnered for this next set, or might I have that great privilege?" Her fingers flailed slightly at his request. but she smiled. "Seeing as we have just arrived, I have not secured any partners as of yet." He lifted his arm to her.
"Fortune favours the eager, it seems."
"So it does." She gave a farewell nod to Miss Claiborne and took his arm. Miss Claiborne and I watched Mr. Linley lead Matilda to the row of dancers, and we shared an accidental glance before she realised her error and brushed past me. A sigh slipped out of me at Peggy's slight, and how alone one could feel in a crowd of people. But I supposed loneliness was preferable to seeking the only other person I knew in attendance, Aunt Pembroke. "I see Mr. Linley is the lucky man to have secured Matilda's first dance." Aunt Pembroke stepped to my side, as though my thoughts had beckoned her. Fate was a wicked tease like that. "He is handsome enough, but his estate has too meagre an income for him to be a promising suitor for her. Such a pity." I gave a small nod, knowing she expected me to respond in some form. Aunt Pembroke glanced around, then leaned her head toward me. "Laura, do allow Matilda some freedom this evening. We cannot expect her to make a grand match with you as her constant shadow." I shifted with unease. Uncle Pembroke instructed that I know of my husband's instructions, child." A couple passed by, and she released an airy laugh as though I had said something amusing. But when her attention returned to me, the smile had faded from her lovely features. "But as he is not here, I request that you not be a burden upon her. Besides," her gaze flicked to my dress, "if anyone were to discover you are our governess—" She spoke the word with such disdain, it caused my chest to constrict. I believe that was the wisdom in having me act as companion. No one will question my being here, as I am also Matilda's cousin. Aunt Pembroke's expression tightened, and I instantly regretted speaking out of turn. "There is no need to give yourself airs because you hold my husband's good opinion. Relation or not, we did not bring you to Linwick Manor for you to meander around ballrooms where you are certain to embarrass us, nor to force your company where it is not wanted. Your place is not here. It is with the children. And as soon as I convince my husband of that, you will return to the schoolroom, and no one will be the wiser." I stiffened. "Of course, Aunt. Forgive me." She drew in a long inhale, then released it in an agitated puff. "It is forgiven. After all, it is not your fault your mother raised you as though you were our equal." Her gaze softened. "I hope that your coming to live with us will right you of that error. Each of us must learn our place in this world." I knew my place, and it certainly was neither here nor at Linwick Manor, but home in Surrey with my family. And yet such thoughts would not do. My uncle and aunt's generosity had been instrumental in supporting my family. Even Mamma had been forced to seek work, but with several mouths to feed, it was rare indeed that extra money was in the coffer. My family needed the salary I was given as governess to the Pembroke children, and I would do well to remember it. And I did love the children. I shall watch Matilda from a distance if that suits you. That's a good girl. Aunt Pembroke patted my cheek like I was a young child, and not 1 year older than Matilda, her oldest. Oh, and do not forget, no dancing. At hearing the repeated command, my hands balled into fists behind my back, but I managed to smile. Of course, Aunt. As though I would dare such a thing wearing slippers 2 sizes too big, even if she had allowed it. Now, go on. She dismissed me with a wave of her hand. I must speak with Mrs. Claiborne regarding this Mr. Huntington everyone is speaking of. Perhaps I might secure an introduction for Matilda. The edges of the ballroom now brimmed with people. I was growing dizzy with the constant movement, and my legs ached at having stood watch over Matilda for 3 sets in a row. How a lady danced for that long without a break was astonishing. "Pardon me, miss." A gentleman slid past me, and I pressed myself against the wall to let him and his companions through. But before I could resume my place, an elegant matron in a wine-coloured silk dress stepped into the space I had previously occupied. The collection of large feathers sticking up from her turban made it impossible for me to see anything beyond it, let alone keep my eyes on Matilda. I shifted to the right, but bumped into a thin, sharp-featured gentleman I had not noticed standing there. "Forgive me." The man gave a huff and returned his gaze to the dancers. To my left, a group of chatting ladies blocked my only other retreat. It appeared I was surrounded. With an impatient rhythm, I drummed my fingers against my sides, debating if I could wait for someone to budge, or if I needed to brave a request. When I drew in a deep breath to calm my restlessness, the air, thick from the overcrowded room, stuck in my throat and lungs. It would have to be a request, then. I lightly tapped the shoulder of the woman standing in front of me. But her turning head caused her plume of feathers to assault me. Instinctively, I stepped back, but the wall was too close, and the force of my impact sent me forward again, directly into the woman. She lurched at the collision, halting my own motion, and I quickly caught hold of her, pulling her back again. "I am very sorry," I said, resetting her leaning turban back into place. "I only meant to ask if I could manoeuvre past you, but your feathers, they—" I pointed upward, but my words trailed off when I took note of her affronted expression. With lips pulled in a taut line, momentarily erasing the fine wrinkles around her mouth, she gestured me forward. "By all means, please go, and take your overwhelming scent with you." Heat engulfed my whole body at her slight, and the hushed laughter from the surrounding spectators made me feel as though I might be sick. "I truly am sorry," I whispered, but the woman had already turned her back to me, leaving enough room for me to make my escape. Desperate to be on my way, I stepped without a thought for my oversized slippers. My foot slipped out of the heel. Mid-movement, I paused, hoping to wiggle my foot back in, but in my haste, I was moving too swiftly forward. With one slipper now missing, the counter-motion once again sent me scrambling for my balance. But this time, there was no one there to grab onto or absorb my impact. I hit the hard wooden floor with a thud, and the onlookers gasped in unison, then silenced. I was not brave enough to glance up, but if the surrounding shoes pointing in my direction were any indication as to who had witnessed my fall, it was a devastating number. Before anyone could come to my rescue, I scrambled to my feet, grabbed the problematic slipper from the floor, and returned it to my foot. With a downcast gaze, I hastened toward the nearest exit with clumsy steps. How I prayed that Aunt Pembroke had not observed my folly. I did not stop when I reached the entryway, but continued down the long corridor until there were fewer people and the sounds of the ballroom faded. My breaths came more easily now, though I was desperate to find a moment alone to recompose myself. A whispering couple sauntered past when a door nearby caught my eye. Glancing around to make certain no one would see me, I opened the door and peered inside. It was dark, and I squinted into the blackness. There was a window against the far wall, yet the majority of the light seemed to enter from the candlelit sconce in the corridor, accentuating a settee and some chairs. A small parlour, perhaps? I hardly cared. It was empty. With one last glance over my shoulder, I slipped into the room and shut the world out behind me. The darkness was unrelenting, the near moonless night adding little light through the window. But I welcomed being unseen. What an utter fool I am! My voice echoed loudly in the stillness, and my mind conjured up an image of me prostrated on the floor with dozens of people standing watch. I groaned with renewed mortification. Aunt Pembroke had been right. Despite being the granddaughter of a gentleman, I did not belong at a ball. I belonged in the schoolroom. I do not care what is requested of me. I shall not venture from Linwick Manor again. Speaking the words out loud did not make them any truer. I knew I had no choice. I would do what I was told. With the acknowledgement of my predicament, tears pricked my vision. I blew out a quick breath, refusing to let them free. I had already been brought low enough, literally, and I would not wallow in what was past. With my propensity toward awkward incidences, it most certainly would not be the last. But what was one to do when one felt like sobbing? An image came again to my mind, but this time it was of the feathered lady. The grimace on her face was barely noticeable because of the peculiar angle of her tilting turban, the massive collection of feathers pulling it slowly to one side. A smile came to my lips. Who knew that so ostentatious an accessory could very nearly bring down 2 grown women? If women realised the potential dangers of their fashion choices, they might take more thought in selecting them. Perhaps there should be a warning offered at the time of purchase. A mass of feathers such as this has been known to terrorise innocent bystanders. With that thought, laughter burst from me. I hastily pressed my hands against my mouth to mute the noise in case anyone was passing by the closed door, but the attempt produced a snort-like sound that made me laugh harder. Tears now streamed down my face. It took a full minute for me to regain any sort of composure. "Oh, heavens!" I breathed, wiping my moistened cheeks. That was a far preferable way to be rid of my tears. I often spoke to myself aloud, but there was something especially reassuring about doing so here, in the dark. It helped me feel less alone. My eyes began to adjust ever so slightly to the faint light from the window, and I caught sight of a large mirror hung over the unlit fire. With a hand held out before me, I slid my feet along the ground until I made it safely to the hearth. My reflection was barely discernible, and I gave a small sigh. I supposed it did not matter what I looked like. I had spent most of my time this evening with my back against a wall and people standing in front of me. An odd scraping sound, like a piece of furniture moving, about stopped my heart. I spun around and narrowed my eyes, straining to see into the darkness. "Is someone there?" I called out, suddenly feeling foolish for speaking to an empty room. "Reveal yourself." Footsteps sounded, and a tall figure emerged from the shadows across the room. Chapter 2. I lurched backward at the man's sudden appearance, my shoulder ramming into the corner of the mantel. A wave of pain shot through my arm, and I gave a small yelp. "Please forgive me." At the regret in the stranger's warm voice, I stilled. "I should have made myself known." "Yes," I stammered, clenching my throbbing shoulder. My heart pounded so loudly I could scarcely hear myself speak. "Why did you not?" "There was never an ideal time, I'm afraid. I was seeking refuge when you—" "Refuge?" I asked, desperate to interrupt his remark about the mortifying scene he had witnessed. "And what would have a gentleman seeking refuge at a ball?" I asked, teasingly. "Too many ladies smiling in your direction, or not enough?" The peculiar silence allowed me to distinguish a faint huff of amusement. "Would it seem so surprising for a gentleman to have a cause as worthy as your own for hiding away?" His voice was gentle, and I had an odd desire to ask him his reasons. No, I would not allow my curiosity to get the better of me. I had already made a fool of myself this evening. I would not have this man discover who I was and further risk word getting back to Aunt Pembroke. "I suppose not." I began inching my way toward the door along the wall. And although I wish you all the best with what is keeping you from the ball, I had better get back. My foot hit hard into something. Instinctively, I reached out, but before I had time to take hold of whatever it was, a thunderous clanking echoed through the room. Blast! Blindly, I lowered to my knees, frantically searching the floor for what I might have broken. My hand landed on a metal bar with what felt to be a hook at one end. "Oh, it is only the fire poker," I said, as though the stranger was the one needing reassurance. I stood again and took a step, my foot coming in contact with a second bar. Or two, it seems. A deep chuckle sounded.
"I am glad that is all it was."
His voice was closer now, and I stiffened when I heard something clank nearby.
"I believe I have found the stand for the poker. Or two."
With more care, I stepped over the bar and resumed my retreat. "Yes, well, I am certain the servants will see that everything is put to rights tomorrow. Good evening, sir."
"Good evening, miss."
I scoffed at his attempt, halting momentarily. "If you suppose I will tell you my name after you have witnessed such a humiliating display, you are more daft than the kind of man who hides in a dark room, refusing to make himself known to unsuspecting females. And, it is said, those are the daftest of men."
"Is that what is said?"
the stranger asked, amusement behind his words. "It is a widely accepted fact, Mr. He clicked his tongue.
"If you insist on anonymity, I shall as well."
He stepped closer, and I was certain I could now touch him if I reached out my hand. For the second time, I pushed away the peculiar desire to appease my curiosity. "And why would you care to keep your identity a secret?" I asked, realizing how odd it was to be having a conversation with a complete stranger, unable to see more than the vague shape of his figure.
"If I shall meet you outside of this room, I would not want your immediate impression of me to be decided upon. And although, with further acquaintance, you might come to an identical conclusion of my daftness, perhaps I might find I am in good company."
A smile crept its way onto my lips. "Oh, yes. The 'what a fool I am' comment I made earlier. In my defence, had I known you were in here, I would have berated myself silently." I paused. "Or, more reasonably, I would not have entered the room at all."
"I suppose, then, that I cannot be sorry I held my tongue."
My heart fluttered foolishly at his declaration, and I found I now was wearing a ridiculous grin. What in heaven's name was I doing standing in a dark room with a man I did not know, and could not even see, after having taken part in a reputation-ruining display? I really ought to go.
"I hope we shall meet again soon."
Gracing the throngs of a ball in search of an unknown lady is quite an optimistic view for a lone man hidden away in an unlit parlour.
"But I am not alone."
My cheeks flushed, and I was thankful he could not see the colour in the darkness. "If we do not meet again, it was a pleasure."
"The pleasure was mine,"
he said, and I found myself gratified to discern continued interest in his voice. As I haphazardly started toward the door, I heard voices coming from the corridor. A thump sounded, and laughter rang from just outside. Dread froze me in place, as the reality of my situation consumed me. I was unchaperoned, in an unlit room, with a gentleman. It did not matter what had brought us here, or that we did not know one another. All that mattered was what this appeared to be, a tryst in a dark, secluded parlour. The door squeaked open. We were undeniably ruined. The dim candlelight from the corridor intruded upon the darkness, A tight grip on my hand jerked me backward, and I slammed into the stranger. He stepped in front of me, wrapping his arms around my back and engulfing my senses in a pleasant blend of sandalwood, spices, and my own citrus scent. "What are you doing?" I hissed, pushing against him. Did he mean to ensure my ruin? He held me forcibly, refusing to lessen his hold.
"Pretend to cry."
His whisper was sharp in my ear. "Trust me." Despite the peculiar situation in which we found ourselves, I had no other choice but to trust him. Without another thought, I collapsed into the stranger's embrace and gave a small whimper.
"Gentlemen,"
I felt his voice rumble through his chest.
"If you would be so kind, my sister here needs a moment of privacy to compose herself."
The footsteps stopped, and I wondered how much candlelight was on our figures from the open door. I let out a few more sobs to convince them of the truthfulness of the situation.
"There is a dastardly man amongst us tonight, who find a lady's heart to be expendable. I have a mind to—"
"No, brother," I exclaimed. "Do not speak of such things. It is but a trifle, and I will recover soon enough. If only I could be given a little more time to dry my eyes."
"Certainly,"
came a gentleman's voice.
"We can go elsewhere, and we apologize for the inconvenience." "And for the scoundrel,"
another man chimed in. The stranger held me protectively against him.
"Thank you for your understanding."
As the footsteps retreated, I still clutched the man's coat in my grasp, unwilling to step away from him. I did not want any remnants of candlelight from the closing door, however dim they were, to fall upon me and risk revealing who I was. The door clicked shut, and the room darkened into blackness again. Neither of us moved.
"I believe we have avoided any scandal,"
the stranger said, finally relinquishing his grip on me. A shiver ran through me, and I was not certain if it was from the absence of his warmth or the reality of what had occurred. What might the consequence have been without this man's quick thinking? My knees felt weak beneath me. "I'm impressed at your acting skills," I whispered, attempting to appear unaffected.
"And I yours."
He paused.
"Though, to be clear, I do not typically take pride in my deceptive abilities."
"Well, thank you for making a rare exception tonight." I squeezed my shaking hands together. "I must go. I do not wish to compromise your integrity twice in one evening."
"Allow me to go first,"
he said.
"I will knock when you can slip from the room unseen."
I stepped back, craning my neck up to where his voice was coming from, though I could not see his face. "And let you discover who I am."
"That was not my purpose,"
he said, apparently realizing his advantage. "But an added benefit for your chivalry?" I once again heard an amused huff.
"If I give you my word, will you trust me?"
His steady hand found mine in the darkness, the warmth of it penetrating through my glove. "Yes," I said, without questioning my reasoning. "I believe I would."
"You have my word, then. After I knock, I will disappoint every pull of curiosity within me and allow you to leave unseen."
"Then I shall await your signal." He slowly lifted my hand to his lips and placed a soft kiss atop my gloved knuckles.
"It has been an honor spending a moment in your company. Perhaps fate will bring us together again."
"Perhaps it will." I hoped he could not decipher the doubt or the disappointment in my voice. Fate was not a friend of mine. He turned, but paused, and drew in close again. The heat from his body radiated against me a second time, and sent a strange longing through my entire being.
"I am sorry for having placed you in a compromising situation. In truth, I am not the sort of man that remains in a dark room with a lady alone. Until tonight, that is."
Before I could formulate a response, his warmth dissipated. Offering him the same anonymity he offered me, I turned my gaze away as the door opened and shut. Would I ever discover the identity of the stranger? Likely not. And though I had enjoyed the ease of conversation between us, and felt an undeniable connection to him, it was not difficult to convince myself he was a sullen-faced man without a shilling to his name. For what other kind of man would seek refuge at a ball? A knock sounded on the door, interrupting my thoughts. Cautiously, I moved through the darkness, using the sound of retreating footsteps as my guide. Aunt Pembroke and her friend stood at the edge of the ballroom floor, and I could not avoid listening to their excited chatter about the noteworthy Mr. Huntington from my place behind them. "He holds no title, but I have it on good authority that he is flush in the pockets." Mrs. Claiborne arched her brows upward. "They say he is now far wealthier than his elder brother, and it has caused quite the discord between them." Poor Mr. Huntington! I did not know the man, but I did not envy him. If I had purchased a nearby estate, I would hate to discover that rumours were already circulating about my strained family relationships. Though perhaps soon I would change my opinion, for at least they spoke about him with admiration. If word spread about my embarrassing stumble, it would be with mockery and disdain. And that was to say nothing of the near scandal of being found alone in a darkened parlour with a man. Thank heavens neither the men who encountered us or the stranger had discovered my identity. The Pembrokes would certainly regret having brought their poor, naive relation to Linwick Manor, and as much as I wished to return home, I had no desire to do so in disgrace. My gaze swept the ballroom again, pausing briefly on Matilda dancing before settling on a gentleman tucked against the wall opposite me. He appeared as lonesome as I did, and I wondered if he was the man from the dark room. His hairline was considerably receded, but he had a good, kind face, though I had imagined the stranger to be taller. The darkness had likely played tricks on me. "At whom are you staring at?" I started at Matilda's sudden appearance. "Where did you come from? You were just dancing." "The set is over, but it seems you were too preoccupied to notice." She aimed a teasing grin at me and glanced in the direction I had been looking. "What gentleman has caught your fancy?" "Not a one," I said, hating how my cheeks reddened in contradiction. Her brow raised. "I shall not press you now if you promise to tell me later." "In truth, there is no—" She lifted a finger and pointed it at me. "Promise." I could not help but smile. "Very well. Now, tell me how—" "Matilda, dear!" Aunt Pembroke beckoned Matilda to her with an urgent gesture. "Do make haste. Mrs. Claiborne will soon return and wishes to make an introduction." With but one small sigh, Matilda joined her mother. As they did not require me for anything, I again observed the people moving about the crowded hall. The feather lady's turban was visible near the refreshment table on the far side of the room, and the realization put me at ease. Since I had returned to the ballroom, I ensured our paths did not cross. If I kept myself from notice, perhaps my gaffe would also be forgotten, or at least not mentioned. A passing gentleman with dark curls caught my eye, but when a whiff of his minty scent reached me, I frowned. That was not the stranger. For what seemed like the 100th time this evening, I chastised myself. Why was I searching for this man? I likely would not find him, and if I did, I would never admit my part in it all. For my pride's sake, for the Pembrokes' sake, and for his. Whatever it had been that compelled him to flirt with me in the darkness would vanish the moment light shone on my situation. I was a governess with no dowry, and an unfortunate past. "Mr. Huntington!" The name Mrs. Claiborne spoke drew my attention. "Might I introduce you to Mrs. Pembroke and her daughter, Miss Pembroke?" Too curious to miss a sighting of the much-anticipated Mr. Huntington, I took a step to the side so that I might catch a glimpse. He raised from his bow, and my heart stuttered. His jawline was strong, and his features sharp, but not so much that he looked hard or unapproachable. Brown brows and hair framed a fine pair of hazel-coloured eyes. It seemed Miss Claiborne's declaration had been correct, if not somewhat understated. Mr. Huntington was incredibly handsome. He gave a polite smile.
"It is a pleasure to meet you both."
My whole body went rigid at his familiar, warm voice. But it could not be him. My mind was surely playing tricks on me again. How inconsiderate of my vivid imagination to make this attractive, rich gentleman the same man from the darkened parlour. "The pleasure is ours." Aunt Pembroke dipped into a curtsy in unison with Matilda. As Matilda rose, Mr. Huntington's nostrils flared almost imperceptibly. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Yes," Matilda said, her sultry tone on full display. "It appears you have finally ventured from your hiding spot." The way he smiled without reserve left me wondering if I was not imagining things. If he truly was the stranger. But if he was, how had Matilda known he had been hiding? Had she also happened upon him? It made no sense. She had danced every set.
"I assure you, it was no easy task to leave."
His words were thick with meaning.
"But how would I have made your acquaintance otherwise? It is not in me to deny fate."
It was him! I was nearly certain. But why was he speaking to Matilda, as though it had been her in the room with him? My breaths were coming more swiftly, making me dizzy, and my legs weak. I took a step back, placing a hand on a column to steady myself so as not to risk a second fall. There was something that I was not understanding. "I hear you have purchased Summerley." Aunt Pembroke beamed, her eyes oscillating between Matilda and Mr. Huntington. Reluctantly, he pulled his gaze from my cousin.
"I have."
"Well, that is not 2 miles from our own estate. Considering we are now neighbours, I insist you join us for dinner soon."
"At Linwick Manor."
He spoke the name hesitantly. "Why, yes, you know of it." His smile brightened again, and his gaze flitted to Matilda.
"I have heard it mentioned."
Had I spoken the name of Linwick aloud? I tried to replay the heedless conversation I had held with myself. Though I had little trouble recalling the way I had felt in the stranger's arms, I could not remember what I had actually spoken and what had only been a thought. Perhaps Matilda had found an opportunity to interact with him after all. My heart sank a little, but I pushed the thought away. It would be for the best. A man like Mr. Huntington was Matilda's equal, not mine. He reached a hand toward my cousin.
"If you are not otherwise engaged, Miss Pembroke, I would be honoured if you would partner with me for the next set."
Matilda glanced at Aunt Pembroke, who gave an enthusiastic nod. She placed her hand in his. "The honour is mine." As I watched Mr. Huntington lead her onto the dance floor, an unfamiliar pang of jealousy shot through me. Chapter 3. 2 atlases sat open on the table in the schoolroom, and I gestured for the Pembroke children to join me. Both maps were of Europe. I pointed to the top of one where the date read 1812. This one was made at the height of France's empire, and this one shows boundaries that were created 3 years ago at the Congress of Vienna, the final act being signed 9 days before Waterloo by all the participating countries besides Spain, which ratified the outcome last year. The hope was to achieve a more stable continent by not allowing a single power to become too large. The Pembroke children's gazes shifted from one map to the other. So, can you tell me some differences you notice? I cannot see at all. Lucy dropped from her tiptoes with an adorable pout. Unlike her sister Selina, who took after the Pembroke line with her colouring and a build similar to myself at 15, Lucy was a near replica of what I imagined Matilda had been as a young girl. With her piercing blue eyes and pink cheeks, she was nigh impossible to correct. And Reginald was no different. He was smaller than most boys of 12, which endeared me to him all the more. I didn't want to think about him going away to Eton next year. It was difficult enough having to share Reginald's time with a grumpy old tutor. Here. I lifted Lucy into my arms so that she might better see the maps. Lucy wrapped her arm around my neck, considering both maps as though she meant to offer us her expert 5-year-old opinion. So, what do you see? Selina bit her lip, her gaze intent. The Empire of Austria gained a large amount of land, as did the Kingdom of Prussia. Very good. I stifled a yawn. My eyes were heavy due to what little sleep I had captured upon our return from the ball early this morning. Anything else? Reginald pointed to the Kingdom of Poland. The Duchy of Warsaw went to the Russian Empire. His finger slid to the bottom corner, but the Ottoman Empire appears unchanged. Almost. The Ottoman Empire actually lost land at the northwest border to... A knock sounded on the door, halting my explanation. I set Lucy down and moved to open it. A young maid stood in the corridor with a lowered gaze. Miss Turner, you've been requested in the study. Now? I asked, feeling slightly unsettled by the interruption. During the carriage ride home this morning, Aunt Pembroke had not mentioned a word about my tripping blunder, so I hoped she had not heard of it. But why else would I be summoned? Yes, miss. She dipped her chin in confirmation, then left. Pasting a smile onto my lips, I glanced back at the children. Selina, retrieve Children's and Household Tales Volume 2 from the shelf and read a few of the less gruesome fairy tales to your siblings. When I return, we shall choose a favourite and discuss putting together a performance of it. The girls squealed in delight, while Reginald let out a groan. I shall refuse altogether if I must play a prince again, he said to his sisters, and I closed the door behind me. When I arrived at the study, I took a steadying breath, then gave a sound knock. Enter. Uncle Pembroke's muffled voice came from inside. I pushed open the door and stood on the threshold, feeling slightly relieved to find Uncle Pembroke alone. He had the same kind eyes as Mother, which always put me at ease. You wished to see me? Yes. From his desk, he gestured me inside. Please, have a seat. Obediently, I slipped into the chair across from him. Did you enjoy yourself last night at the ball? His mouth curled up at the corners as though hopeful to be informed I'd had a grand time. In an instant, the events of the evening flashed through my mind. Endlessly watching Matilda dance, my fall, the darkened parlour, then the way Mr. Huntington had smiled at my cousin. My heart dropped a little. It was enjoyable, I said, unable to disappoint him. I am glad to hear it. He rapped his knuckles on the desk. I have a proposition for you. What is that? My wife informed me of this charming Mr. Huntington that has moved into the neighbourhood. Apparently he is unfathomably wealthy and quite besotted with Matilda at the moment. My mouth grew dry. They danced 2 sets last night. So I have heard. And the timing could not be better. What with Matilda's recent... His words drifted off, and he cleared his throat. I believe we must act swiftly to secure the match. Without reason, my heart squeezed. Would it not be wise to learn more about Mr. Huntington before we insist on the two of them marrying? For all we know, he could be a smuggler or a thief. Uncle Pembroke chuckled at my half-hearted attempt.
A gentleman smuggler? Come now.
He rubbed a hand over his jaw, and the smile melted from his lips.
And even if he were, I would prefer a wealthy smuggler for a son-in-law to a low-class nobody.
I held my chin high, attempting not to take the jab about Papa personally. And what is this proposition you mentioned? His absent gaze snapped to me.
Oh, yes. I want you to assist Matilda in securing him.
I nearly choked on my response. Me?
You know as well as I that Matilda—
He tapped a finger over his pursed lips thoughtfully.
Well, she is not easily convinced of anything that is not her own idea.
A heavy breath escaped him.
I do not blame her, of course. Her mother and I overindulged her far too often. But that is why you need to assist her, by whatever means necessary.
He gave a resolved nod.
She must marry Mr. Huntington.
Not wanting Uncle Pembroke to glimpse how unsettled I felt, I set my gaze on my lap. But how am I to assist her? I know nothing of gentlemen.
You are much too capable to claim such a thing. But regardless, I am asking this because Matilda views your opinion highly. You can help her to see reason.
I drew a slow breath and met his gaze. Though I appreciate your faith in me, Uncle, I believe it is misplaced.
I will provide you with a dowry of £1,000.
My eyes widened, and my jaw slackened. He fidgeted with some papers on his desk.
And the same for each of your 4 sisters.
His gaze lifted to mine.
If you will agree to assist Matilda.
I stared at him, coming to terms with what he was offering. A future. Hope. Not just for me, but for my sisters. But what if, despite my efforts, the match does not happen?
You may doubt your abilities, Laura, but I do not. Whatever you set your mind on, you will accomplish it. You are much like your mother.
I hesitated, weighing the odds of accomplishing the task whilst also convincing my heart that it had no claim on Mr. Huntington. Uncle Pembroke gave a light clearing of his throat.
I set off tomorrow for London, and I'll be gone a week, possibly 2. It is dreadful timing, I know, but I have business that cannot be delayed, and I would prefer to leave knowing that you are seeing to things here while I am away. Please, Laura.
I swallowed my trepidation and ignored the way my stomach twisted. I knew how I must answer. Despite it sounding like a request, I was in Uncle Pembroke's employ and could not deny him my assistance. I might as well benefit my sisters as I fulfilled my duty. I accept your offer. On my return to the schoolroom from Uncle Pembroke's study, I stopped at Matilda's room. If I was going to help persuade her toward Mr. Huntington's suit, I needed to discover what her impression of him had been. I gave a light tap at the door, hoping it was late enough that I was not waking her. "Who is it?" Matilda's muted voice filtered through the door. "It's Laura." She did not respond immediately, and I heard her shuffling about her room. Finally, the door opened, and she stood smiling, still in her dressing gown. "Good morning. My other guard has just stepped out, so your timing is impeccable." She paused, her sincere expression contradicting her words. "Do come in." I followed her into the room. The ethereal blue of the walls that matched Matilda's eyes contrasted most pleasantly against the white rectangular moulding of the large room. "I have not been in here since you had the walls painted." She smiled. "It turned out nicely, did it not?" It certainly did. Matilda's gaze remained on me. "You look utterly exhausted. Were you able to get any sleep this morning?" At her mention of my lack of sleep, I yawned, concealing it behind the back of my hand. Not quite 2 hours. Oh, heavens! You poor thing! At the least, my mother should have allowed you to postpone today's lessons. It is all well. I plan to retire early this evening. Matilda took a seat on the bench at the foot of the bed and patted the spot next to her invitingly. Have you come to tell me about the gentleman at the ball who caught your fancy? I am in need of diversion, and you did promise. There truly was not one. I positioned myself at her side. At least, not one that, upon closer inspection, proved to be worth consideration. Particularly for someone of my station. I envy you. It must be liberating to have no expectations placed upon you when it comes to a marriage partner. I was too stunned at her naive assumption to form an answer. Besides, all the men at these events are the same, overly eager and dull. What of Mr. Huntington? I squeezed my hand out of Matilda's sight into a ball, feeling conflicted on so many levels. He seems a superior man. Matilda shrugged. He is handsome, but I cannot think he has anything different to offer. His fine features and heart-stopping smile flitted through my mind, as well as the rumours about his large fortune, and I had to repress my disbelief at her nonchalance. I could think of no way in which Mr. Huntington had been left wanting, outside of his infatuation with Matilda, that was. And yet I am certain he was utterly taken with you. I paused, knowing I should not ask the question that was pressing upon me. Had the two of you encountered one another before your introduction? Her brow wrinkled. Why do you ask? I set my gaze on the floor in front of us. Only that there seemed to be some sort of additional meaning behind his words when you were introduced. And then there was your comment about him venturing from his hiding spot. I hesitated, risking a glance at her. Had you possibly come across him in such a place? Matilda laughed. Of course not. I was only referring to Peggy not being able to locate him earlier that evening. Her lips pursed. Though now that you mention it, he did seem pleased with the notion. How strange. My stomach lifted, and I was oddly delighted by the revelation. Mr. Huntington had thought Matilda was the lady from the darkened parlour, but she was not. I was. As quickly as my excitement waxed, it waned. It did not matter. I was a governess, and one who had promised Uncle Pembroke to help Matilda and Mr. Huntington make a match. Besides, just because I had felt undeniably drawn to the man did not mean he was as wonderful as my imagination portrayed. For all I knew, he could be a devious rake, if not the smuggler and thief I had first accused him of being to Uncle Pembroke. What are you thinking about, Laura? Matilda's voice pulled me back to the conversation at hand. Me? Oh, nothing. Only, what a fine pair the two of you would make. And the thought is disagreeable to you? To cover the fallacy of my answer, I gave a tight laugh. Of course not. Why would you assume that? You were frowning most intensely. Was I? I cleared my throat. Perhaps I was also thinking of something sad. Something sad? Could I honestly not come up with a reason better than that? Her eyes narrowed. What sad thing were you thinking of? I shook my head, reaching for anything to offer. Thankfully, it has escaped me. Her brows raised suspiciously. It has escaped you? Already? I faced her squarely on the bench, desperate for a subject change. If it were up to you, what sort of man would you hope to marry? She considered me for a moment, and I was certain she was deciding whether to press me further on my sad thought, when she instead glanced toward the window. Her gaze was distant, and a hint of a smile touched her lips. A man who makes me feel alive, whose touch causes me to grow weak beneath it. He must know what he wants, and will take hold of it, refusing to let go, no matter the obstacles. Oh, heavens! What was I to make of that? That is a romantic notion. A quick rap sounded on the door, and Matilda's lady's maid stepped into the room carrying an enormous bouquet. Forgive my delay. After I returned your breakfast tray, I found this waiting in the entry hall. I believe you have another admirer, miss. The maid's upper half was entirely hidden behind the mass of flowers, making it appear as though the bouquet had sprung legs and was now walking across the room. She placed the arrangement on the table beside the bed, adjusted a few stems, then turned toward us. The wrinkles on her brow deepened. Oh, pardon me. I didn't realise you were here, Miss Turner. I rose to my feet. Not to worry. I had best get back to the children. Matilda also rose, then took hold of my hand. I am glad you came to visit. As am I. My conscience pinged, and I attempted to quiet it. It was not that I did not enjoy Matilda's company, but my sole purpose in coming today was because of my agreement with Uncle Pembroke. Before she could discern my unease, I headed to the door. Matilda moseyed toward the bouquet. Who is this admirer? Hidden from view by the open door, I paused on the threshold, waiting for my suspicion to be confirmed. A Mr. Huntington, miss. Matilda released an audible sigh, and I shut the door behind me. I did not feel the least bit jealous, and if I repeated the declaration to myself over and over again, perhaps in time I might begin to believe it. In the privacy of my small chamber, the quiet was a welcome change after a seemingly endless day. The battle of wills that had ensued with the Pembroke children picking a favourite fairy tale had taken every remaining bit of energy I possessed. Only when I had reluctantly offered to play the role of the prince did Reginald finally concede to his sister's preference. Maid Meline it would be. Without another thought, I fell onto my bed, lying flat on my back, unmoving. My limbs felt as heavy as lead, as did my eyelids. I closed my eyes willingly, too exhausted to climb beneath the coverlet. I needed a short rest before ringing for dinner. "Laura!" A voice penetrated through my lulling state, and I tried to make sense of it. Metal turned and something creaked, but I could not convince my eyes to open. "Laura, wake up!" A prodding touch on my arm returned me to consciousness, and I realised it was Aunt Pembroke who spoke to me. "You must hurry and get dressed." I pushed myself to a sitting position, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Dressed for what, might I ask? Aunt Pembroke was gesturing for me to make haste. "For dinner. We need you to join us this evening. Come, Laura." She gestured more urgently, and I hurried from my bed. "Keaton, select a dress for her." Aunt Pembroke's lady's maid appeared out of nowhere and walked to the wardrobe against the far wall. When she opened the doors, my eyes widened. "Where did those come from?" I asked, stepping to the side to better see the array of colours that filled the small space. "Miss Claiborne, Matilda's friend, had them sent over earlier. I had a servant unpack them while you were in the schoolroom." Keaton came toward us holding a lovely lavender dress with diagonal buttons on the bodice and perfectly fashionable puffed sleeves. "Will this one suffice?" Aunt Pembroke's gaze swept over it with little interest. "Yes." Her attention settled on the low-placed knot at the base of my neck. "Keaton, once you help her dress, do something about her hair. We need her to be presentable." She looked back at me. "Be in the drawing-room at 6:30. She turned to leave. "Aunt?" A small breath escaped her, and she glanced over her shoulder. "What is it?" "Is there a particular reason I am to join you this evening?" I clasped my hands before me, attempting to keep them still. Not that I mind, of course. She looked at me as though the answer should be apparent, for why else would I be required? Mr. Huntington and his mother will be here for dinner. My pulse quickened. I see. Her chin lifted so she could look down her nose at me.
You well know that if it were up to me, Laura, you would not leave the schoolroom. But I have no intention of going against my husband's wishes, particularly when he so rarely puts dictates on any of us. So, all Mr. Huntington need know, all anyone need know until Matilda is safely married, is that you are a cousin come to stay with us for a time.
She lifted a brow.
Not one word about being our governess, about your parentage, nor about your being placed as Matilda's companion by my husband. Am I understood?
Of course. Aunt Pembroke pulled her lips inward, considering me for a moment.
Mr. Pembroke and I are grateful for your help, and cannot emphasize enough how imperative it is that we all do what is required to ensure this match succeeds. Whatever that requires of us.
Her gaze bore into me as if to make certain the weight of her statement sunk in. Her warning felt personal, like it would come with severe consequences if I did not do my part. I could not risk my position here at Linwick. I understand. She gave a wave of her hand.
Do make haste, then. There is no time to mill about.
Yes, Aunt. Keaton came to my side and started undressing me with hasty movements. It looked as though I would not secure the rest I so desperately desired after all. However, now that I knew Mr. Huntington was to be at Linwick, I would not be able to rest regardless. Chapter 4. As I descended the stairs into the entry hall of Linwick Manor, my heart raced so intensely I felt my chest might explode. Uncle Pembroke's voice drifted out from the drawing-room, followed by the distinctive warmth of Mr. Huntington's. I would know that voice anywhere. My feet froze at the realization. What if he also recognized my voice now that I would have to speak to him? After a slight moment of panic, I recalled his preoccupation with Matilda at the ball despite the use of her sultry tone. The reminder brought instant relief, if not a touch of jealousy with it. It seemed I was quite safe from discovery. With new resolve, I pulled back my shoulders and stepped through to the drawing-room. My arrival went entirely unnoticed, and I could not help but think how fitting it was for the governess to go unseen. Though, in their defence, both guests stood with their backs to the entrance while Mr. Huntington's fine figure blocked Uncle Pembroke's view of the door. Tolerable figure, I corrected. With light steps, I started toward the small group.
Laura!
Uncle Pembroke finally took notice of my approach and signalled me forward.
Come, and I shall introduce you to our guests.
I clasped a hand over my stomach, trying to calm my nerves by keeping my focus on Uncle. I never enjoyed being the centre of attention, but knowing Mr. Huntington's eyes would be upon me brought with it a more forceful bout of self-consciousness than I was accustomed to. Though at least my slippers fit, and the lavender dress I wore did not appear to have been made for someone else entirely.
This is my niece, Miss Turner. Laura, this is Mr. Huntington, our new neighbour, and his mother, Mrs. Huntington.
Before making eye contact with either of them, I dipped into a curtsy, and when I rose, I looked at Mrs. Huntington, unable to face her son. But the regrettably familiar woman staring back at me sent my stomach plummeting. Mr. Huntington's mother was the feather lady? How did I manage such atrocious luck?
Miss Turner, it is a pleasure.
Mrs. Huntington's gaze swept over my features with hesitation.
Have we already been introduced, perchance?
I shook my head a touch too rapidly, and a strand of hair dislodged from my hastily secured coiffure. No, I am certain we have not had the opportunity of an introduction, though it is a pleasure to be so now. I dipped into another curtsy. And to you, sir, I said, unable to stop myself from a third curtsy to avoid looking at Mr. Huntington. A wave of heat moved through my entire being. "It is good to meet you as well. Also, for the first time." I nearly moaned aloud at my ridiculous declaration.
"Certainly,"
Mr. Huntington said, and though I yearned to see if there was a glint of recognition in his expression, my eyes refused to meet his. Instead, I returned my attention to Uncle Pembroke, who appeared equal parts concerned and amused at my gauche behaviour. Unlike my aunt, he had not had many opportunities to witness my social interactions, and I wondered if he was regretting ever allowing me out of the schoolroom.
"Well,"
he clasped his hand in front of him,
"my wife and daughter should be along any moment. And here we are."
Aunt Pembroke's voice carried through the room like a soprano melody, and I welcomed the well-timed distraction. She stepped through, then stopped, turning ceremoniously back toward the door, as Matilda glided into the drawing-room with all eyes set upon her. She was a vision in her white gown with delicate pearls dotting her raven-black hair. Had my cousin lived 2 millennia ago, I was certain she could have been a worthy contestant against Helen of Troy for the most beautiful woman in the world. Apparently Mr. Huntington felt similarly, for a small gasp escaped him, and I finally allowed myself a peek in his direction. He appeared transfixed by Matilda's every movement, and a stupid smile danced on his irksomely handsome face. A surge of jealousy sent my attention to the floor, but I forced it up again. It was best to witness Mr. Huntington's weakness, to know that he was no better than the other men who acted an utter fool in Matilda's company. When they neared, he stepped forward and bowed low.
"Mrs. Pembroke, Miss Pembroke."
"It is good of you to join us on such short notice." Aunt Pembroke's overdone smile shifted from him to Mrs. Huntington. "And your mother as well." He momentarily extracted his gaze from Matilda.
"Mother, this is Mrs. Pembroke and her daughter, the lovely Miss Pembroke."
He gestured toward his mother.
"My mother, Mrs. Huntington."
Mrs. Huntington gave a tight-lipped smile. "It is kind of you to host us for dinner."
"What are neighbours for, if not to be neighbourly?"
The trill of Aunt Pembroke's laugh at her supposed play on words sent an obligatory smile to each onlooker's lips, including my own. Mr. Huntington shot Matilda a knowing glance.
"I feel fortunate, indeed, to have taken up residence near such delightful neighbours."
My eyes flicked to the ceiling. It was going to be a dreadfully long night if Mr. Huntington continued carrying on in that besotted manner. At least with every comment he made, I was gaining some control over my misguided heart. Uncle Pembroke cleared his throat.
"Seeing that we are all gathered, shall we go in to dinner?"
Without a pause, Mr. Huntington stepped to Matilda's side and held out his arm like a smitten schoolboy. She, of course, took hold of it, which in turn widened his smile. It was a shame his eager attempts were wasted on her. She wanted a man who could offer her something different. And I supposed, if I wished to fulfil my bargain with Uncle Pembroke and procure dowries for my sisters, it was up to me to inform Mr. Huntington of that. I stifled another yawn, attempting to keep my eyes open, as Matilda embarked on another involved piano piece. Not that she was not proficient, for she had put far greater effort into the pianoforte than she ever had into her academic studies. It was only that in my current state of exhaustion, I found it harder to appreciate her talent, unlike the easily pleased Mr. Huntington, who sat on the chair at my left. If he asked Matilda for yet another encore, I feared I might give him a stealthy heel to the shin. Mr. Huntington leaned in, and I felt the warmth of his arm on mine.
"Miss Pembroke tells me you and she are close."
His voice was low and inviting, precisely as it had been in the darkened parlour. Despite my better judgment and all the progress I had thought I'd made this evening to convince myself he was not worth my notice, my skin prickled at his nearness. I set my focus firmly on Matilda. We are cousins.
She alluded that you are a trusted confidant.
I glanced at him, but when his hazel eyes locked on mine, I looked away again. Did she? She must have felt inclined to say as much considering our ruse, for I was not even aware of what she had done that forced me into this mess as her companion.
She did.
He righted himself in his seat, returning his attention to Matilda. After a few more measures, I leaned toward him. My rebellious heart hammered against my breastbone. "You'll have no chance at winning her if you continue to act the part of a simpleton," I whispered. His gaze shot to mine, his brow low, but a hint of a smile on his lips.
"Simpleton?"
I lifted my chin. Excessive fawning is wasted on Matilda. He pulled back a touch, studying me.
"Are you saying you know what impresses her?"
The man had completely missed the insult in my speech. Am I not her trusted confidant? It was misleading to use this against him, but I needed some sort of advantage. Besides, it was not as though I was stating that I was. I was simply asking.
"Will you help me, then?"
There was a pleading in his hushed voice that made my heart ache for him. Or perhaps, unjustifiably, it ached on my account. I glanced at him, the conflict buzzing inside of me in complete opposition to the peaceful melody Matilda played. My gaze drifted to where my uncle and aunt sat together with Mrs. Huntington, the long settee angled toward the piano. I had promised both of them I would do what was required, and honestly, what other choice did I have? Very well. A captivating smile lit his face.
"Capital."
With effort, I looked away, already regretting having agreed. This is the first piece of advice I will offer, Mr. Huntington. Tread carefully. My cousin is not one to give gentlemen a second chance to gain her good opinion.
"How would one tread carefully?"
You must not appear over-eager for her approval. So in this case, do not insist on her playing another song, but claim it is getting late and it is time you see your mother home. My response might have been a touch self-serving, but Matilda did look less than thrilled to still be playing. Besides, I needed time and a bit more sleep to best determine how to help Mr. Huntington. He nodded.
"Should you and I plan a meeting to continue this discussion?"
I glanced over at him, shocked by his request. It would be highly improper for us to meet alone. A second time. He hesitated, his gaze flitting to where the others sat unaware of our whispered conversation.
"I am not requesting a tryst."
His hazel eyes returned to mine.
"We will select a place out of doors, where anyone can happen upon us. It would not differ from us both taking a walk individually, then crossing one another's paths."
Can we not find an opportunity to speak when the occasion permits, as we are doing now?
"Seeking moments to talk alone when others are present will arguably draw more attention than a simple meeting in the open air."
He had a point. Yet the thought pacified only part of my concern. My hands tingled, and my throat tightened when I thought back on our time together in that darkened room. I was not certain I had the strength to be alone with him. At least, not if I wished to keep my heart safely bound and out of his reach. But I supposed it hardly mattered the state of my heart when he was so fixed upon Matilda.
"Please, Miss Turner."
I glanced at my uncle, resolving to do what must be done. "Tomorrow at noon, I shall take a walk along the stream at the south boundary nearest your property. There is a large willow there where I sometimes go to read."
"I know it."
I set my gaze forward again and gave a nod.
"Tomorrow, then,"
he said, as Matilda concluded her final measures. He clapped, but not as enthusiastically as he had after the first 2 performances. Aunt Pembroke directed a satisfied smile at Mr. Huntington that fell when he stood.
"That was incredible. Thank you for sharing your talent with us, Miss Pembroke. Now, if you will excuse us, it is getting late, and I must see my mother home."
He bowed toward my uncle and aunt, then Matilda.
"It was a pleasure to share this evening with you."
He moved to the settee and held out an arm to Mrs. Huntington.
"Mother?"
She rose, took hold of her son's escort, and offered each of us a slight nod. "It has been a wonderful evening. Thank you again for the invitation." "Allow me to see you out." Aunt Pembroke stepped next to them. With one beckoning backward glance toward Uncle Pembroke, she led the group from the room.
"Duty calls,"
Uncle muttered, sending me a wink as he passed. My gaze lingered on the empty doorway, trying not to feel affronted that Mr. Huntington had not bid me farewell, or even sent a brief knowing look in my direction. I crossed my arms over my chest, glad to add another disappointment to my growing list of reasons I should not like the man. Matilda came to my side. "That was odd." I glanced over at her. "What do you mean?" "One moment I thought I would be stuck playing all night, and the next Mr. Huntington bids us farewell, and a meagre one at that." She paused. It was both unexpected and much appreciated. Good. I had not led Mr. Huntington astray in my recommendation. Perhaps I knew Matilda better than I realised. It was quite thoughtful of him. And his care for you, not wishing for you to tire. A light hum filled the space between us. Would you think as highly of Mr. Huntington if he were, say, a farmer? I went rigid. Of course I would. She lifted a hand to her mouth, her eyes widening. "Forgive me. What a callous thing for me to ask. I assure you I was not thinking of your situation." Matilda's expression softened. "Honestly, I find your parents' love story entirely romantic. Your mother could see the worth of your father, despite his status." I gave a weak smile. Papa is an exceptional man. I do not doubt it. Perhaps one day you will meet my family. I know they would like that very much, and my mother would be overjoyed to see your father again. She quirked her head. They were close, were they not? I nodded. Inseparable at one time. Matilda glanced down at her hands. "Do you believe your mother ever regrets her decision?" I considered the question, wanting to give an honest assessment. I think there are times she yearns for the ease and luxury she once had. It has not been easy raising 7 children on so little. Mamma's kind eyes and lovely face filled my mind. But I do not think she has regretted her choice. Sacrifice has a tendency to clarify what is most important. To her, that is our family. Your mother is a wise woman. A rare, full smile made Matilda look even more stunning than usual. But the determination in her eyes gave me pause. Now you must forgive me. I had best be off to bed. After she left, I stood there, replaying her declaration about Mamma in my head. It had been sincere, and I appreciated the sentiment. So why did it feel like I had said something I should not have? Chapter 5. The cool spring morning had dissipated, and along with it, the fog that clung to the fields. Sunlight now bathed the scenery, making the greens and browns of the earth and the blues of the cloudless sky more vivid, and it all seemed far too bright to my aching head and tired eyes. I had endured another sleepless night spent tossing and turning and fretting about what I was going to say to Mr. Huntington, about seeing him again. So when the large willow near the property line came into view, and Mr. Huntington with it, my chest squeezed so tightly I found it difficult to draw a breath. "He is but a man like any other," I whispered, attempting to calm myself with falsehoods. When I was still several paces away, he caught sight of me and lifted a hand in greeting.
"Miss Turner."
The smile he so casually threw my way nearly made me misstep. I gave a small wave in return, glad I had changed out of my drab brown dress and donned one of Miss Claiborne's more simple day dresses. "Just a man," I whispered again, then ducked under a few lower-hanging branches to join him near the stream's bank. "How do you do, sir?" Slivers of sunlight cut through the branches and danced on his face, illuminating golden flecks in his hazel eyes.
"I am well. And you?"
My chest was abuzz from nerves. "I am also well, thank you." An awkward silence prevailed, so loudly that I could scarcely hear the wisp of the wind through the leaves, nor the bubbling stream at our feet.
Mr. Huntington clasped his hands behind his back. "So?"
"Oh, yes, we should begin." And yet I was still unsure what information I meant to share. "First, I have a few questions I wish to ask." He gestured for me to proceed. "How have you secured your fortune?" I narrowed my eyes. "You are not a smuggler or a thief, I presume?" The vibrations of his laugh brushed across my skin.
"Do you think I would admit it if I were?"
"You would not need to." I gave a haughty lift of my brows. I am exceptionally skilled at reading people. The corner of his lips ticked upward.
"Is that so?"
I set my shoulders back and held his gaze. "At the ball, when you and Matilda were introduced, there was an extra meaning behind your exchanges with her, as though only she were privy to a previous interaction the two of you had. A secret encounter, possibly?" It was not wholly fair that I was using the knowledge of our chance meeting against him, but I needed him to think me intuitive if I were going to help him. His eyes narrowed.
"Did she speak to you of it?"
"Ah, so there was such a meeting. You, sir, are as easy to read as an open book." He chuckled.
"Am I now?"
I circled him, a teasing smile on my lips. "Easier, perhaps. So, to save ourselves time, you might as well share the story of how you first met her, and we shall see if I might gain any insights." He clasped his hands in front of him, his upper thumb beating a steady, thoughtful rhythm. I narrowed him with a look. "What help can I be if I do not know the particulars of your encounter?" He drew in a slow breath and released it.
"That evening, at the ball, Miss Pembroke sought refuge in the same room as I had. It was dark, and when the door opened, I could not see who had slipped inside. I intended to announce myself, but she spoke before I could, and—"
His brow wrinkled, and he shook his head. "What is it?" He rubbed a hand over his chin, his gaze now distant.
I was absolutely captivated by her, and with each moment I grew more so. She was authentic and funny, and unlike anyone—
"She is quite wonderful," I interrupted, needing him to stop. I was here to help him win Matilda, not to risk becoming invested in his emotions or discover the feelings he'd had that night, the ones he now attributed to my cousin. I already was second-guessing my role in all of this. And yet, even as I determined to move on, I had to ask one last question of him. "You said the room was dark, and you could not see her. So how did you know it was Matilda and not another? Did she reveal who she was?"
"She would not. I came to the knowledge on my own."
He said it with a hint of pride, and I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing at the irony. Our very own sleuth. Impressive. Do you mind telling me how you determined it was her? Or would that be breaking some sort of secret sleuth code you are sworn to uphold? His eyes lit with amusement.
Typically, I would have to refuse you, because of said code, but considering we are now allies—
Soon to be allies. I tilted my head from side to side as though in indecision. Most likely.
Most likely.
He scoffed, but his eyes brightened.
You are unbelievable. Waiting until after my confession to declare yourself still undecided.
Laughing, I took a step back, leaning against the trunk of the willow. He stepped next to me, his brow lowering and his expression shifting.
Your laugh. It reminds me so much of Miss Pembroke's.
I sobered immediately. Perhaps he was more perceptive than I had given him credit. Yes, it is a family trait. The deception felt sticky in my mouth. People are always going on about our similar laughs. At times they can scarcely tell us apart. I gripped my skirts in my hands, trying to stop myself from talking. Well, by looking at us they can tell us apart, but if they are only listening, which is rarely what people do. He placed a hand on the trunk next to me, his body far too close, and his attention far too focused. I glanced away but did not move. Do you intend to share your evidence as to how you made your discovery, or must I swear my allegiance first?
Of course, the evidence.
His expression lightened, and he pushed himself off the tree and took a step back.
The first piece was your cousin's perfume.
The mere reminder of the near-toxic dose emanating from my own gown that night caused me to clear my throat. The bergamot and lemon one? His face lit with validation.
Precisely.
That is her favourite, I said truthfully.
The citrus was both intoxicating and easy to distinguish. When she curtsied during our introduction, a whiff of her scent engulfed me. I knew instantly it was her.
He paused.
Especially considering the other piece of evidence had already been verified.
And what was that?
In the darkened room, before she knew I was there, she mentioned Linwick Manor by name.
Blast! I feared I had. He appeared a touch embarrassed.
I will admit, I left our encounter with the sole intention of discovering who resided there.
I muted the shock from my expression. That was a mark against him, surely. For all his talk of fate, he had known he would discover who the lady was. Or so he thought.
It proved a far easier task than I could have hoped. I encountered the ball's hostess not too long after exiting the room, and she was most willing to share the name of Pembroke with me. Apparently, she assumed I was interested in learning who my neighbours were.
He gave an amused shake of his head.
Without my needing to ask, she offered to make the introductions when the next set finished, considering Miss Pembroke had just been escorted out onto the floor.
And I suppose Matilda's beauty only strengthened your resolve. His broad smile made an answer unnecessary. A tinge of disappointment settled inside me. Well, you are hardly the first gentleman to be entranced by her, but unlike many of the others, her parents have deemed you a worthy suitor. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Truly. I nodded.
Apparently my fortune is good for something after all.
I quirked my head, not understanding his comment, but confident I should not wish to. Speaking of, you never actually told me how you secured such a fortune.
Investments. Ventures in trade, mostly.
He shifted and gave a tug on his cravat.
I was given a sizable inheritance when my father died, which, to the disapproval of many, I invested in a speculation most considered risky. I would not counsel someone to follow my example, but all's well that ends well.
Unless you are referring to Shakespeare's play itself, it was not his finest work. He grinned.
Not partial to poor Bertram.
Poor Bertram? I pressed against the tree to right myself and took a step toward him. I have seldom encountered a more pathetic, fickle character in literature. What Helena saw in him is beyond comprehension.
Such passion! It appears you take your reading of fiction seriously.
My cheeks flooded with warmth. Tease me all you like. It is wisdom, not folly, if one prefers to learn from stories what life is all too keen to teach through grief and heartache. He bowed his head in acquiescence.
You are a wealth of knowledge, it seems.
Speaking of which, what I know of Matilda is that she wants a man who will offer her something different. His brow wrinkled along with the bridge of his nose.
How so?
I approached a hanging branch and pulled a leaf from it. As I said last night, she is tired of gentlemen fawning over her. I believe she desires to be appreciated for all her qualities, not only her beauty. Or at least I hoped she did, for I had no inclination to share Matilda's musings about what she actually sought in a man. Someone who made her feel alive, and whose touch caused her to go weak beneath it.
But that's just it. I did not know she was beautiful when we first met. Perhaps if I tell her I was the man in the room.
No! I shook my head, dropping the leaf and turning to face him. You must not mention it. His head flinched back slightly, obviously surprised by my behest. I forced a smile. At least, not yet.
And why is that?
My thoughts raced, trying to think of any sort of reasonable answer that would not reveal too much. Because, knowing Matilda, there was likely a reason she did not give her name. You, of course, could risk telling her it was you in that room. But the revelation might not be as well received as you would hope. And if that is the case... He nodded slowly.
Then I might lose my chance to court her.
Precisely. My conscience was thoroughly perforated. But what was to be done? After his declaration of feelings, it would ruin everything for him to discover Matilda was not the woman in the darkened parlour. Not only because it could undermine a match between my cousin and him, a match I was required to assist with, but also because I was not someone he could feel that way about. I was a lowly governess, and even that position had been granted to me out of my aunt and uncle's generosity. My course was set, whether or not I liked it. I understand your concerns, but you could ruin everything if you tell her now. He released a heavy breath.
So, how do you recommend I proceed?
My shoulders relaxed some. First, we must find opportunities for the two of you to be together. Then, you must show her you are interested in her for reasons other than her appearance.
Besides playing the pianoforte, what things does she enjoy?
My mind was blank. Few things held her interest. She disliked academic pursuits, including reading. Aunt Pembroke constantly bemoaned her distaste for the feminine arts like needlework and painting, and I was all too aware she despised most parlour and lawn games as they made one act ridiculous. Picnics. The idea burst forth, and with the way he grinned, I regretted my enthusiasm immediately.
If she enjoys them that much, I shall host one. Later next week, perhaps?
I nodded.
Is there anything else you can think of?
I strummed my fingers together, searching my mind again. She loves to ride.
Wonderful. I will invite her to join me on one.
He paused.
Will you accompany us?
Me? I shook my head. I do not have a horse. Drat. Did most well-bred ladies ride? Here, that is, at Linwick. Lies, lies, and more lies. No wonder Mamma had always made such a point for us children to not tell falsehoods. It was near impossible to stop once the first lie had been spoken. My horse is... back at home. But when I am there, I very much enjoy riding her. Aside, like is proper for a lady. I clenched my hands at my sides, confounded by my inability to stop speaking. Mr. Huntington's attention remained focused on me, a slight gleam in his eye.
What is her name?
Her name? I gave an airy laugh, glancing around me for some sort of revelation. Her name is... I looked up. Skye. He nodded, but his eyes narrowed ever so slightly.
I have a horse you could ride if you care to join us.
That is kind of you, but you need not trouble yourself. A groom will go along for propriety's sake. I forced a smile, desperate to continue on before he pressed the issue, and I agreed to go on a ride with them. Besides, I needed to get back to the children. They would be done with luncheon by now. Around 2 in the afternoon is typically a good time to call.
Tomorrow afternoon it is.
Best of luck to you, sir. I turned to leave, when he caught hold of my hand. His gaze followed mine to our hands, before he quickly released me, as if surprised by his forwardness.
Forgive me. I only meant to offer my thanks before you departed.
I set my hand behind me, opening and closing it to rid it of the pleasurable sensation that lingered. I am glad to help.
That is good to hear, for this might not be the last time I require it.
I was not certain I had the strength to continue assisting him, especially not if it required more private meetings and failed attempts to dislike him. But I nodded. We are allies now.
Yes, we are.
The warmth of his smile radiated through me long after I ducked under the branches of the willow and started back toward Linwick Manor. For the benefit of my sisters and the security of my position at Linwick, I needed to pull myself together. Chapter 6. Reginald stepped into the schoolroom, his expression grave. What is it? I hastened toward him and took hold of his shoulders. What has happened? He turned his hands over, revealing welted strikes across his palms. Mr. Christiansen caned me. Tears filled his eyes, and he gave a quivered breath. I was sketching during my Latin lesson. I pulled him in for a hug. Oh, Reginald. Anger surged through me at the thought of that grumpy old man caning Reginald, but I knew it would do no good. You know you must not sketch during lessons. Mr. Christiansen is convinced that such behaviours are rooted in you still being allowed in the schoolroom. I would hate for your parents to adhere to his counsel and forbid you from joining us. He sniffed, and a tear rolled down his cheek. He is wrong. I draw because declensions are excessively dull. I gave a small smile and wiped the tear. We were just discussing our play. Should we continue outside? It is a beautiful day. His face brightened a touch. You truly will not make me be the prince. I lifted my palm to him in solemnity. I promise. Very well. I turned to face his sisters. Let us resume our discussion out on the lawn. Both girls nodded in excitement and began scurrying around the room, gathering what we might need. The sun shone down without reserve, but it was not warm enough yet for us to feel burdened by it. It was perfect. I had retrieved a large blanket from my room, and the children now sat on it, Selina and Reginald holding the scripts I had written for our performance. How am I to memorize all of these lines? Selina's eyes skimmed the paper. Can you not be Maid Malene, Laura? That would be quite a ridiculous performance with me playing the part of the prince and Maid Malene. Lucy gave a little snicker. I should like to see it. Selina's eyes settled on her brother. Reginald could play the prince. There are not many lines. I will not. Reginald returned his sister's glare. Particularly if I must pretend to be in love with you. Come now, you two. I lifted my hands. I have already promised Reginald he need not be the prince, and unless you want to take my place, you must play the part of Maid Meline. Selina gave a little pout. Very well, but I shall have to read from the script during our performance. I released a sigh. Do not doubt your abilities before you even attempt it, Selina. The sound of my aunt's voice in the distance sent me glancing over my shoulder, and I found not only her, but Mr. Huntington walking toward us. I reeled forward again and glanced down at my drab brown dress. Blast! Aunt Pembroke's voice drew nearer. Laura, dear! I hurried to my feet and held my arms behind my back to hide my ungloved hands. Aunt, Mr. Huntington, to what do we owe this pleasure? Aunt Pembroke wore a strained smile that told me she was not the least bit happy about something. Mr. Huntington has come to invite Matilda to go riding, but the servants cannot seem to find her at the moment. Her directed stare bore into me. Do I remember correctly that she so kindly offered to run an errand for you this afternoon? I knew precisely what Aunt Pembroke required of me, what my position at Linwick required. Another lie. Yes. My gaze flitted to Mr. Huntington. She was so kind to offer to purchase some ribbons for me. Aunt Pembroke's eyes closed, and her nostrils flared as though tempering her patience. I know it sounds trivial, but costumes are an integral part of a play, and we do not have enough ribbons for the lady's hair.
You are putting on a play?
Mr. Huntington accepted my excuse without question, and seemed to overlook my sending Matilda on an errand at the exact time I had told him to come. As with our Matilda, Laura is so good with the children. She was always willing to spend time with them when, as our guest here at Linwick, it is wholly unnecessary. I do enjoy the children's company. I glanced behind me to see if any of them were listening. Selina wore a curious expression, but Reginald was picking blades of grass and covering a giggling Lucy's hand with them.
Might I join you until Matilda returns?
Mr. Huntington asked, forcing my attention back to him.
I mean, if that is acceptable to each of you.
Aunt Pembroke looked equally shocked by the request. Oh, do let him. Selina climbed to her feet and came to my side, apparently eager to plead her case. Then he can be the prince, and I need not play the part of Maid Meline today. I blinked, turning my uncertain gaze on Aunt Pembroke. Well, she drew in a breath and exhaled a tight-lipped smile. I suppose that would be acceptable. And when Matilda returns with the ribbons, I shall send her out to retrieve you, Mr. Huntington.
Splendid.
Mr. Huntington looked far too excited by the prospect of seeing Matilda. He gave Selina an endearing look.
Would you mind showing me my part, Miss Pembroke?
This way, she said, beaming at him. When he was situated on the blanket, I turned back to Aunt Pembroke. She had moved closer to me and leaned in. Do not let him discover who you are. The way she said it, I was not certain if she referred to my being a governess or to my scandalous parentage. Regardless, I gave a nod of understanding. Her gaze dropped to my dress. And until things are settled, please only wear the dresses Miss Claiborne sent over. My foresight at telling the children to keep your position a secret will all be for nothing if he glimpses you in such attire a second time. Yes, Aunt. She took a step away and glanced at the others. Enjoy yourselves, and I shall instruct the servants to bring refreshments out soon. I turned toward the buzz of excited voices. I am the servant and the ugly princess. Lucy held her small chin erect, as though her roles were the best in the whole play. I should be the ugly princess now that Laura will be Maid Meline, Selina stated matter-of-factly.
Ugly princess?
Mr. Huntington laughed.
I do not believe I am familiar with this story.
Selina sighed in contentment. It is utterly romantic. Reginald shook his head in disagreement. It is weird. If it had been up to me, we would have done bearskin. He was a soldier, and he did not have to bathe for 7 years. Reginald sent Mr. Huntington a meaningful look, as though he would understand the appeal of such a thing. He did not get to bathe, Selina chimed in. It was not that he did not want to. Reginald shrugged, the difference apparently of little concern to him. Now, children, let us not bicker in front of Mr. Huntington.
Oliver,
Mr. Huntington said, smiling.
I am not one for formality, especially within a close-knit theatrical company such as this.
Selina blushed, like he had offered her some great compliment, and I did not blame her. The thought of calling him by his Christian name was too much for me. Too intimate. I am Selina, and this is Reginald and Lucy. She pointed to her brother and sister in turn.
It is an honour.
His gaze shifted to me.
So, about this story. Maid Meline, was it?
Yes. Maid Meline is a fairy tale of a woman in love. I took a seat on the far side of the blanket, opposite of Mr. Huntington. Her father refuses to condone the marriage, and locks her and her maid, I gestured to Lucy, who smiled in delight, in a tower for 7 years as punishment. But at the end of those years, no one comes for them. Realizing they have little food left, they escape the tower.
Why did they not do that sooner?
Mr. Huntington sat with his legs crossed, leaning forward, as though a student himself. Because then we would not have a story, would we? He laughed.
Go on.
When they are free, they realize the kingdom has been destroyed, and the royal family is gone. With nowhere to go, Maid Meline and her maid venture through the land until they come to another kingdom. The kingdom of her prince, Selina said, her cheeks turning pink. She and her maid find work in the castle's kitchen, where she learns that the prince is betrothed to another. Not any princess, but
the ugly princess?
Mr. Huntington said, laughter behind his voice. Yes. I bit back a smile and glanced around at the watchful stares of the children with a serious expression. Though we do not judge people for how they look. What makes this princess ugly is how selfish and unkind she is. The children nodded in agreement, and Mr. Huntington smiled most endearingly. Not wanting to be seen, the princess locks herself in her room and refuses to go to the marriage ceremony, convincing Maid Meline to go in her stead. During the marriage, the prince, who was pleasantly surprised by his beautiful bride and her resemblance to his former love, places a golden necklace on her neck and promises to always love her. But that night, when he goes to the wedding chamber, it is the ugly princess who awaits him. In the dark, he cannot see her well, but he realizes she is not his true bride, for she is not wearing the necklace. In desperation, he leaves and, following the gleam of the golden necklace, arrives in time to save Maid Meline from certain death. The ugly princess sent assassins to kill her, Reginald said, unable to prevent sharing the only part of the story he liked. And when they discover what she did, they execute her for her wickedness. Lucy gasped. They kill her? I pulled her into my lap, sending Reginald a frown. In our version, they merely chastise her. Lucy appeared relieved. I am glad that is not my part any more. Speaking of parts, I looked at Selina. I still think you should be Maid Meline. Then I could play the role of the ugly princess. Selina glanced at Mr. Huntington and back at me. I would prefer you do it. Mr. Huntington feigned offence.
Are you so revolted by me as that?
Her face glowed red. Not in the least. Her gaze slid to me, and she grinned conspiratorially. I simply think you and Laura would make a splendid couple. He lifted a teasing brow in my direction.
Is that so?
Now it was my cheeks that filled with warmth. Perhaps we will request Matilda play Maid Malene when she comes. That would be fitting. Matilda is going to join us? Lucy looked utterly thrilled by the idea. No, Matilda never joins us, Selina huffed. Well, should we begin? I said, desperate to stop the conversation there. I grabbed one of the 3 copies of the script and stared at it as though I had not spent the morning writing it out. Let us skip the first scene for now. I had no intention of acting out the confession of love between the 2 main characters. We can start with the prince and Maid Malene going before the king. I cleared my throat, reading my first line and wishing I had voted with Reginald for Bearskin. I love him, father. My tone was flatter than it would typically be, and I looked to Reginald, who was to play the part of both kings besides the assassin.
And I, her.
Mr. Huntington's low timbre sent my heart pattering about, as though the words actually meant something.
Please grant us your blessing, Your Highness.
Never! Reginald stood and pointed to Mr. Huntington dramatically. I should rather lock her in a tower than permit her to marry such a wren. He squinted, scrunching up his nose. Gade? He sounded out. I nodded, and he puffed out his chest triumphantly.
You can send me back to my kingdom, but I shall never stop loving her. I swear it.
Mr. Huntington's gaze met mine, and I dropped my attention back to the script. I cleared my throat. Nor shall I stop loving him. Guards! Reginald called. Remove him and lock her up. My gaze lifted. Now you, Mr. Huntington. He sent a correctional look my way.
Oliver?
Yes, well, you will now be escorted from the scene, and I will be placed in the tower with my maid.
That's it?
Mr. Huntington lowered the paper he and Selina were sharing.
Should I not fight for you? I mean, after such declarations of love, and the threat of you being locked in a tower.
He shrugged.
I feel as though willingly going with the guards undermines my dedication to you.
Agreed, Reginald exclaimed. We should have a sword fight, to the death. Selina heaved an irritated huff. That would ruin the whole story. She glanced between Mr. Huntington and me with a most troublesome smile. Though I do think Maid Malene and her love should have a parting moment. Perhaps share a kiss to seal their promises to one another. Selina! I was completely aghast that she would say such a thing with Mr. Huntington present.
It would make sense.
His eyes were alight with mischief.
7 years is a long time to be away from one another. A kiss might be the perfect.
I lifted a finger to silence him, knowing he said it because he hoped Matilda would eventually play Maid Malene. Absolutely not. Then I turned my finger on Selina, still trying not to laugh. And you need to stop reading all those novels. They fill your head with nonsense. You are the one who lends them to me. The accusatory smirk Mr. Huntington shot my way sent me stumbling over my reply. Only the proper ones. And perhaps 1 or 2 I should not have let you borrow, except that you insisted. I looked to him. Not that they were inappropriate by any means, possibly just a touch too riveting for a girl of 15. Humour lined the corners of his eyes.
How else is she to learn the lessons of life if not through exposure to such literature?
I aimed my most effective scowl at him, but he only laughed. Look! Lucy clambered from my lap and stood to wave, claiming our attention. It's Matilda. She has come to join us. Mr. Huntington's gaze flew to where Lucy had directed her wave, and I followed it. Matilda approached us with a stilted expression. Her deep blue double-breasted riding habit held fast to her curves, and the silk on her cork hat was a near-perfect match to the fine wool of her garment. "Mr. Huntington, forgive my tardiness. My mother relayed that you were hoping to go for a ride." He nodded, apparently unable to form any words at her sudden appearance. "I am ready when you are." Her gaze swept over the rest of us before returning to him. "Unless you would now prefer to go another time." Mr. Huntington's eyes flicked to me, ever so briefly.
"No. You have on your riding habit. We can go now."
He rose, clearing his throat.
"That is why I came, after all."
I lifted my chin, hoping he would not glimpse my disappointment. He handed Selina the script.
"Thank you for allowing me to join in on the fun."
Selina glanced from her sister to Mr. Huntington with obvious irritation, but he had already turned his attention back to Matilda.
"Shall we?"
"Matilda?" Selina sent her sister an overdone smile. "Before you go, did you bring the ribbons by chance?" Matilda tilted her head to one side. "Ribbons? What ribbons?" "Oh, bother." I shielded my eyes from the sun with my hand, hoping the shade would prevent Mr. Huntington from fully glimpsing the imploring way I looked at Matilda. "The ones you went to buy for me? For the costumes?" She stared at me a long moment before realization touched her features. "Of course, the ribbons. Forgive me, but I forgot them in my room." "It is no matter." I gave a dismissive wave of my hand. "I shall collect them from you later. Enjoy your ride together." The two of them started toward the stables at a leisurely pace, and Selina did not remove her glower from them. "What was that about?" I asked, moving beside her. "Matilda does not deserve his attention. She cares for no one but herself." Reginald and Lucy went quiet behind us, and I glanced over to find them both watching us with interest. "Would the two of you like to go see about those refreshments your mother mentioned?" I sent them a smile. I could use one of Cook's biscuits about now. Lucy hopped up, tugging at her brother's arm. "Come, Reginald." He eyed us, but after a slight pause, he climbed to his feet. "Why does no one wish to tell us anything?" he grumbled, then started toward the house. I ran my hand through the thick brown hair that hung down Selina's back. "Are you going to tell me what is wrong? I am tired of it." Tears glistened in her eyes. "She gets everything she wants. All she has to do is butt her long, dark lashes, and the entire world grovels at her feet." Matilda and Selina did not have a very amiable relationship, but even I was surprised at Selina's ire. "Is there someone in particular whose grovelling has upset you recently?" She shrugged. "Come now. I will not tell anyone." She gave a small huff. "It is Felton." "The Hughes boy?" Selina sighed. "He is not a boy any longer. He has returned home from Eton and will be leaving for Cambridge this fall." "And you admire him?" Her bottom lip quivered. "I have loved him my entire life." Oh, young love. I wrapped an arm around her and pulled her in, hoping she would not glimpse my smile. Matilda and Mr. Hughes are of an age, but if I recall correctly, she has scarcely paid him a moment's notice. "But she has. At church this past Sunday. She told him how handsome he has grown simply to vex me. And now he is acting as foolhardy as all the others. I cannot compete with her." She balled her hands into fists at her side. "If only he knew she was sneaking about with a tenant farmer's boy." I reared back, taking hold of her shoulders and searching her eyes. "How do you know that?" Selina bitted her lip. A few weeks ago, I overheard Mother and Father in the study discussing it. Apparently, a servant reported seeing her and the boy together, locked in an embrace.
Do you know who he is?
Leonard was the name they said.
Leonard. I knew of old Farmer Leonard, but I was not aware he and his wife had any children at home. But if Selina was correct, it would make sense why Uncle Pembroke set me and her maid as guards, and why he would be so eager to see her married. He would not wish for her to make the same mistake as my mother. Selina's eyes filled with tears a second time.
You will not tell her I betrayed her, will you?
I tipped my head to the side. Of course not. But I am glad to know about it. I would need to sort out the truth of this situation, post-haste. Chapter 7. The light scratching of Selina's slate pencil against the board was strangely lulling. The pages of the book in my hands blurred, and I closed my heavy lids momentarily. I could not remember the last time I had been so tired. If I could only get a moment's rest, I was certain I would feel much improved. A loud thud caused my eyes to fling open, and I looked around frantically. Lucy and Selina giggled from the table where they worked.
You nodded off.
Selina pointed with her slate pencil to the ground.
Your book fell.
Heavens! I rubbed at my eyes and stood, retrieving the book and setting it on a nearby shelf. Please forgive the interruption. Being Matilda's companion would be an exhausting task all on its own. Selina's voice was touched by resentment.
But while she is abed, you are here teaching us.
I am more than happy to assist your family where I am able. And yet, with only a handful of decent nights' sleep the last few weeks, the late nights and full days were admittedly wearing on me. Last night we had attended a dinner party, followed by an evening of cards that lasted into the early hours of morning. For all the talk of town hours and country hours, the gentry around here seemed to have mistakenly adopted the prior. Besides, if you are not allowed to fall asleep in the schoolroom, neither am I. I moved to where Lucy sat, the tray of sand before her. What a fine letter Z that is! She gave a self-satisfied smile, and I peeked at Selina's slate board. How is your French copywork? Have you completed the poem?
Nearly.
A knock on the door drew our attention. My, we certainly are popular these days. The same young maid that had come 2 days past stood at the door. A note for you, miss.
Thank you.
I took hold of it, studying the folded paper. It had no directions, only my name scribbled in an unfamiliar hand. The maid curtsied and hurried away. When I closed the door, I unfolded the note and read the brief message. Miss Turner, if you are willing, I require your assistance. I will be under the willow at noon. Sincerely, Oliver. I stared at Mr. Huntington's note, shocked that he would write to me directly. Yet my eyes were drawn to where he'd written his Christian name, and the traitorous part of me was pleased with his intentional lapse of formality. I pushed that part back where it belonged and glanced at the clock. It was 11:30. If I meant to retrieve my police first, I needed to be on my way.
Who was the note from?
Selina asked. I refolded it and sent her a correctional smile. That does not concern you. Selina's bottom lip lifted in a perfect pout, but I would not yield. I have a few things to accomplish before Reginald is through with his tutor and we can practice our play. Would you mind helping Lucy with her letters? Selina looked less than thrilled by the idea. It need only be for the next 20 minutes or so. Then the two of you can have some leisure time. Both girls brightened at the prospect of leisure time.
Very well,
Selina said. Meet me by the copse of trees at 2 and bring Reginald. I hurried from the room, already regretting my eagerness to run to Mr. Huntington's rescue.
I took the longer route along the road to avoid being spotted by any of the Pembroke family. The tree-lined drive made noticing me far less likely than if I were to cross the open green field. Not that my meeting with Mr. Huntington was improper, by any means. I simply did not want to explain if it could be avoided. I turned a corner and was nearing the crossroad when a feminine figure in the distance caught my attention. I stilled, squinting. Was that Matilda crossing the field, or were my eyes playing tricks on me? It was difficult to tell for certain, but something inside compelled me to follow. She hesitated on the edge of the woods, glanced around her, thankfully not noticing me in the shadows where I stood, then disappeared into the trees. "Where is it you are going?" I whispered to myself, quickening my pace. I paused at the crossroad, then hastened forward to the same spot the woman had entered the woods. I pressed against the trunk of a tree and peeked around it to find the woman making her way through the overgrown area. The scarlet pelisse and decorated bonnet, now distinguishable among the foliage, confirmed it was Matilda. She froze mid-step, and I ducked behind the trunk again. With my face to the bark for several long breaths, I waited. I could hear nothing but the pounding of my heart echoing through me. At last, I risked a look. She was gone. "Where are you?" I leaned to the side, sweeping the scene, when a flash of scarlet drew my notice. "Ah, there you are." "There is who?" I spun toward the masculine voice to find Mr. Huntington watching me from atop his horse, and wearing a far too amused expression. My hand flew to my chest. "What in heaven's name are you doing?" "What am I doing?" His brow lifted. "I was on my way to the willow when I caught sight of you hiding amongst the tree line. All things considered, I believe the more appropriate inquiry would be, what are you doing?" He leaned forward in his saddle, scanning the area now behind me. "Are you following someone?" "Following someone? What a ridiculous notion!" I hurried toward where he was stationed near the crossroad, desperate to draw his attention away from the woods where he might discover Matilda. What would he think if he spotted her sneaking about? I was also on my way to meet you when I saw a bird. "A bird?" "I do love birds." He quirked his head, his expression full of doubt. "You do?" "They are so fascinating with their wings." To my utter horror, I lifted my arms in a flapping motion. "And their beaks." I pointed to my nose, unable to stop myself from drawing an imaginary triangle outward and back to my mouth. The corners of his mouth ticked upward. "And what sort of bird did you spot?" I swallowed. One type. That was all that was required. Surely my mind would not desert me so entirely. It was a... What was it about being untruthful that caused all rational thought to flee from me? Any other day I could have named dozens of birds, and yet now I could not recall one blasted flying creature. A redbird. Heat flooded through me, starting at my feet and working its way upward until it congregated in my cheeks. A red bird. It took every bit of effort to not cover my face in mortification. "Of course. The notorious red bird." At that moment, the name of a bird popped into my mind. "A robin!" I pointed at him, as though belatedly naming one of the most common birds in Britain, and one that was only partially red would somehow help my plight. His mouth formed into an infuriating smile. "It seems I stand corrected. I shall not doubt your love of birds a second time." I lifted my chin, attempting to preserve any form of self-respect I could grasp. "I am glad to hear it. That is one thing I cannot forgive, someone doubting my love of birds." His face now shone with hilarity, though I shan't promise to not request another glimpse of your flapping. It was far too endearing a sight. And yet I can assure you that you will not see it again. A man is only entitled to so much good fortune in a lifetime."
The boom of his laughter caused his horse to paw the ground. "Sorry, Odin."
He gave the thoroughbred a pat on the neck that calmed him, then dismounted.
"Might I walk with you?"
"Of course, considering it was your plea for assistance that sent me traipsing about the countryside." His gaze flicked to the woods. "Well, the bird brought me here." I pointed to the place where we stood. "But I was coming at your request when I became distracted." I started forward, and Mr. Huntington stepped next to me, leading his horse behind us. "What is it I can assist you with?" I asked, desperate to move the conversation along. Mr. Huntington pulled in a breath and exhaled it slowly. His attention remained fixed on the road ahead of us.
"Miss Pembroke has closed herself off to me."
I swallowed. "Why do you say that?"
"Our conversations are stilted and superficial. Hardly a word passed between us on our ride the other day, and last night when we were partnered for cards, she would engage in only the most basic conversation."
He shook his head.
"I know there is more to her than she is showing me, but I do not know how to get her to trust me enough to reveal it."
"Are you asking questions about her? Her likes and interests?"
"Yes, but her answers are rarely longer than a word or two, and she asks nothing in return."
I nodded thoughtfully, desperately searching for what advice I might offer. Matilda was not inclined toward lengthy conversations, but she was capable of more than she was apparently giving Mr. Huntington. He sent me a sideways smile.
"If only it were as easy to talk to her as it is to you."
The way my insides fluttered about was most vexing. "Like you said, there is more to Matilda than she is revealing. Let me speak with her and see what I can discover."
"You would do that for me?"
"As long as you make me a promise." His brow arched upward.
"What is that?"
"That you never request I flap my arms again." His shoulders dropped in exaggeration.
"Can you not suggest something less devastating for me to give up?"
I shook my head, fighting my smile. It must be that.
"How about half my fortune? Would you take that instead?"
I studied the teasing grin that did little to conceal the truth in his eyes, and I sobered. "Why is your fortune a burden to you?"
"It is not,"
he said, with little conviction.
"I only—"
His words faded until only the clopping of Odin's hoofs filled the silence. "You can tell me if you want. I am good at keeping secrets." He hesitated a moment. Then his gaze met mine.
"Being a second son, I grew up with no expectation of great wealth, nor did I want it. As I have already shared, I invested a substantial part of what inheritance I did get in a risky speculation. I had 2 close friends from Oxford that were far more intelligent than I was, and extremely driven, but neither had the means to make their ambitions a reality."
"So you provided it?"
"Yes. And when the venture proved hugely successful, I was thrilled. At first. In my naivety, I did not realize how much my wealth would come to define me. Every conversation I now have is guided by the same undercurrent, always circling around again to my fortune. Men wish to be advised on asset management and investments, the most trustworthy banks, and the method I use for accounting. Wives are endlessly telling me of their husbands' financial follies as though I might somehow remedy the situation. Or they throw their daughters into my path."
He drew in a quick breath, obviously not finished with his rant.
"And I cannot count how many people have asked for me to loan them some amount. Or in some cases, if I would outright give them a sum."
He shook his head.
"It has grown tiresome."
I can only imagine. How strange it was to hear his plight, when my family's was the very opposite. His was not unmerited, simply different. He gave a weak smile.
I thought buying an estate in another county would offer me a fresh start, but apparently my reputation preceded me. From the moment I arrived, the financial inquiries began, and I could not find a moment's peace with the constant introductions of young ladies.
A cause as worthy as your own. Those were the words he had spoken that night in the darkened room. He had been hiding away to avoid conversation, to avoid feeling like he was only valued for his money. He stilled.
What did you say?
My head whipped toward him. What? Oh, nothing. Surely I had not whispered the words aloud. At least, not at a volume he could have distinguished. He lifted an accusatory brow.
You are an abysmal liar, you know.
I gestured to myself as though he might be speaking to someone else. Me?
Yes, you.
He shook his head with a chuckle.
Now, if you would be so kind as to tell me what you whispered under your breath just a moment ago.
I gave a strained laugh and looked away from his imploring gaze. I do not know what you are.
Laura?
Laura? I scoffed, hoping to divert his attention. I have not given you my permission to call me by my Christian name, or to write to me directly. We are not on such familiar terms as that, Mr. Huntington.
You agreed we are allies. Besides, I asked you to call me Oliver at our play reading.
I folded my arms. And your request now allows you to call me Laura. His lips curved upward at the corners.
I am glad to hear you agree.
It took every effort not to smile at his teasing, particularly when he seemed to be allowing my change in subject. That was a question, not permission. He drew a step closer until I was required to crane my neck so as not to stare at his broad chest. His gaze swept my features, then flitted ever so briefly to my lips.
Either way, you will not distract me that easily. Now tell me what it was you said.
My heart thumped about recklessly, his proximity ruining any chance I had to think clearly. A gentleman might have a cause as worthy as your own for hiding away. I repeated his words in their entirety this time. His eyes narrowed.
I thought that's what I had heard.
He paused, his head tilting slightly to one side.
I spoke those words that night, in the parlour.
I nodded, my lungs unable to draw breath.
I do not understand.
His gaze searched mine.
Was it you?
Matilda told me. The lie burst out of me just in time, and I took a step back to ensure that the rational side of me would prevail. Or, more accurately, the deceitful side. A side I did not even know I had until recently. But my near lapse in judgment of confessing the truth would have cost me dearly. I needed to be more careful. She finally confessed the whole of it. Your meeting in the dark room and all that was said between you. Well, all that was said by the stranger, seeing as she does not know it was you. He pulled the beaver hat from his head to run a hand through his thick hair. Then he released what I was certain was a sigh of relief.
Did she seem pleased by the interaction we'd had?
My head bobbed up and down a little too enthusiastically. Oh, very much.
And yet you still do not think it wise for me to tell her the truth.
This lying business was growing rather wearisome. She must fall in love with you of her own accord. That way, the truth will validate her feelings, not leave her questioning what she felt for the stranger that night. And, when they did fall in love, I was certain the particulars of how they met would become a trivial thing. Perhaps they would even find humour in the deception I had undertaken to bring them together. At least, I hoped that would prove true. One side of Mr. Huntington's mouth hitched upward.
So she felt something for me?
Undeniably. I spoke the truth. Not for Matilda, but for myself. His smile broadened.
Then, for the time being, I suppose there is wisdom in your suggestion.
I lifted my brow in feigned offence. You suppose? Do you recall how you behaved before my intervention, or shall I remind you? I clasped my hands at my chest, lowering my voice most dramatically.
Miss Pembroke, you have the face of an angel and the voice of an enchantress. Is that supposed to be me?
Despite how hard he tried to appear insulted, I was aware Mr. Huntington was on the verge of laughter. Oh, Miss Pembroke! I channeled him and every other man I had seen attempt to woo Matilda.
Your eyes are like sapphires, and your raven hair is as dark as my heart before I met you.
His booming laugh now filled the space between us, and he lifted a hand toward me, as if pleading with me to stop. Encouraged, I stepped closer, taking hold of his outstretched hand to bow over it most ridiculously.
You are everything I have ever wanted, and I long for you to feel as deeply for me as I do for you.
My false baritone wavered, as though I had come too close to revealing a secret truth. I glanced up and met his gaze, attempting to summon my jaunty tone from earlier. But no words came when I saw the ruminative expression that had replaced Mr. Huntington's gaiety. Neither of us moved. We simply stood there, our hands still clasped, staring at one another.
Laura?
His voice was a choked whisper.
You are a most incredible lady.
But I was not a lady. At least, not in the way he assumed I was. Taking a step back, I tugged my hand from his. I should get back to the children.
The children?
Cursed lies! Yes, though only because I promised we would continue working on our play this afternoon.
Ah, Maid Malene. And how are the practices going?
Very well. We have set a date for our performance, the Friday next. It will not be anything grand, but my uncle will be back by then, and Aunt Pembroke has agreed to let the servants attend. I believe she will even have refreshments.
That is wonderful. The day after the picnic I'm hosting at Summerley, then?
Yes, my aunt mentioned the picnic. His free hand now tapped against his thigh impatiently, and his lips formed into a straight line. What is it? He gave a huff.
I regret having not finished our reading the other day.
Your purpose for coming to Linwick was not to be in our play, but to take a ride with Matilda, and so you did.
And so I did.
He nodded.
But I hate to think I disappointed the Pembroke children.
Honestly, they enjoyed you taking part for even the short amount of time you were there. His tapping grew more pronounced and quicker.
Perhaps if the children are in agreement, I could join you again sometime.
I stared at him for a touch too long while I tried to decipher the reason he sought an invitation. And then it struck me. Matilda would possibly take part if he were there. And there was nothing more endearing than a man who was adored by children, particularly one's younger siblings. It was a wise move on his part. You are welcome to join us today, I finally said, knowing it was the correct course no matter my personal opinion of not wanting to watch as he and Matilda played the love interests.
No, never mind.
He batted his hand at the air.
I would hate to intrude, and you likely have already reassigned the parts.
It would not be an intrusion in the least, especially if you agree to do the performance with us. Reginald would be thrilled to not be the only male. And I know Selina and Lucy would very much enjoy your resuming the role of prince. He hesitated before his gaze met mine.
And what of you?
Taken aback by his direct question, my tongue seemed to trip over my words. I gave a small shrug, hoping it would counter my stumbling attempt. I'm not opposed. The breadth of his smile told me I had done a poor job of appearing indifferent. He gestured me forward.
In that case, count me in.
Mr. Huntington and I had settled into easy conversation on the return walk to Linwick Manor. He explained in greater detail some of his business ventures. Then, without revealing too much, I spoke of my family. Things such as Mamma's great love of stories and how I could always locate Papa by his constant whistling. I informed him I had 6 siblings whom I adored, though I did not say how long it had been since I had seen them. Mr. Huntington handed the Pembrokes groom his reins and patted Odin before the servant led him away.
You are exceptionally blessed. I have only my mother, elder brother, and his wife and children. 2 darling girls, ages 7 and 4.
His expression grew solemn, and he glanced at me.
They hardly know me. I do not speak to my brother often.
I am sorry for that.
As am I. And if I could change things, I would. I am honestly not certain how it could be done.
If you do not mind my asking, what was it that caused the rift? He shrugged.
Pride? On both our parts. You are already aware of the risky business venture I invested in. What I didn't mention was my brother's intense scorn of my decision, nor how much I loathed his belittlement regarding it. After he had discovered what I had done, he constantly and thoroughly lectured me about my foolish choice, about how I had brought ruin upon myself, and now it would be on his shoulders to provide some sort of life for his younger, incapable brother. So, when news came of the success of my business venture,
Mr. Huntington drew in a steadying breath.
I could not help but flaunt my new wealth to show him how wrong he had been. After the year we had no summer, the crops all failed, and our family estate was under great financial strain. I offered to lend him the sum required to ensure the estate remained solvent. Instead of accepting my offer, my brother took out a large loan. We have not spoken since.
Mr. Huntington's downtrodden countenance pulled at me, and I placed my hand in his to draw his attention. The moment our hands touched, I regretted the friendly gesture. It felt more intimate than I had meant it to be. I can see how that would hurt, to not have him accept your help. He glanced down at our hands and back at me. His expression softened, and he tightened his hold on my hand.
Thank you, Laura.
Reluctantly, I dropped my hand from his. Have you ever thought of writing to tell him how you feel?
100 times.
I gave a cautious smile, hoping to bring the light back to his eyes. On second thought, thinking is terribly overrated. You ought to forgo that bit and simply do it.
You make it sound so easy. Perhaps I should have you compose it for me.
To my utter shock, he winked at me. Perhaps you should. I cleared my throat and lifted my chin as though I was about to recite a great oration. Dear... I paused, looking to him for his brother's name.
Charles.
I gave a swift nod and resumed my previous position. Dear Charles, we have both been acting like cod's heads. I know you detest my fortune, but apparently so do I. Is that not common enough ground to put our woes behind us? Please respond, for I desperately miss my nieces and your lovely wife. And you, your dearest and only brother, Oliver. His expression bubbled with amusement, and he began a slow clap.
Masterfully done. Though I believe I most enjoyed the part about my being a cod's head.
I dropped into a curtsy, and his chuckle deepened. Laura, Mr. Huntington. I spun toward Matilda's voice to find her approaching from the drive, wearing a look of misgiving. Instinctively, I drew a step back from Mr. Huntington and lifted a hand in greeting.
Miss Pembroke.
Mr. Huntington's eyes lit, and he gave a small bow.
Where did you come from?
Matilda pointed behind her. A walk about the grounds. Her gaze slid from Mr. Huntington to me. And the two of you? He glanced at me, apparently uncertain of what to tell her. He has only just arrived at Linwick, I offered, hoping he would not think less of me for offering a partial truth. Mr. Huntington smiled.
I have come to take part in Miss Turner's play.
At his formal use of my name, Disappointment washed over me. It was ridiculous, I knew, but it hurt all the same. "We would love for you to join us, Matilda," I blurted, in some odd attempt to overcome my weakness. Matilda's lips pursed ever so slightly as she considered my request. "I believe that would be most diverting. And what role am I to have?" I knew precisely which I should offer her, particularly after having met with Mr. Huntington under the pretence of helping him further his relationship with Matilda. No, it could not be a pretence. I had my sisters to think about, and my position, and though every fibre of me longed to relinquish my agreement, I could not. My time spent with Mr. Huntington was but a ruse. I was pretending to be someone I was not, and it was only a matter of time until he discovered the truth. "Maid Meline." She eyed me. "Is that not your role?" I only agreed because Selina was hesitant with memorising so many lines, but you are absolutely perfect for it. And Mr. Huntington is to be the prince, so— Her gaze flicked to Mr. Huntington, and she smiled at him in a way that made my toes curl with envy. "I shall gladly play Maid Meline." "Wonderful." I set my sights straight ahead, refusing to glimpse Mr. Huntington's joyous reaction to Matilda's willingness to act the part of his love interest. "The children are to meet us by the copse of trees. Shall we head in that direction?" I started forward without waiting for an answer from either of them. Why had I ever thought a theatrical performance would be a good idea? Chapter 8. Selina had pouted through most of our reading, and I did not blame her one bit. In truth, now that Mr. Huntington had departed, I was eager to escape to my room and have a private moment of pity for myself. Matilda and Mr. Huntington had made a striking lead couple, and despite their lacklustre delivery, which could probably be attributed to nerves, it was pathetic how much it bothered me to see them together. "Where have you been?" Aunt Pembroke's shrill voice filled the entry hall as our small group started up the stairs. I spun around, only to realise she had her glower set on Matilda. Swallowing down my relief, I turned to show the children upstairs, when Matilda's hand took hold of mine, squeezing it with a silent plea. "Take your brother and sister to the schoolroom," I whispered to Selina, who, with one glimpse back at her mother, gave a quick nod and took Lucy by the hand. Reginald heaved a muted grunt of annoyance before stomping up the stairs after his sisters. "Where have you been, Matilda?" Aunt Pembroke's teeth clenched as she spoke. "Because if you met with that boy again—" She stared up at us from the bottom of the stairs, her hands set firmly on her hips, and her stare as cold as ice. "I was with Laura." It suddenly all made sense. Matilda's willingness to join us. She had required an excuse for her secret outing. "All afternoon?" Doubt infiltrated my aunt's voice, and her gaze flicked to me. "Is this true, Laura?" Truth had never seemed so complicated a concept. "We were doing the play reading with Mr. Huntington," I offered, "out by the copse of trees." Aunt Pembroke looked between us for several breathless moments. "Mr. Huntington was here?" Matilda and I nodded in unison. "That is different, is it not?" Her gaze went distant for a moment, and when it refocused on us, it had softened. "I wish you had informed me, my dear. When your maid reported you missing, I admit I suspected the worst. Thank heavens your father was not here. He would have had the whole household out searching for you." Matilda stiffened next to me, but she gave a trained smile. "Do forgive me, Mother. From my window I had seen the group gathering out of doors and could not resist joining them. I should have told you where I was going." If we did have a family trait, it was apparently deception. though Matilda was more proficient at it than I was. Aunt Pembroke tipped her head to the side. "It is forgiven." Her gaze returned to me. "But perhaps next time, Laura, you will choose a more appropriate location, one that we can more easily see from the house." This would somehow be my fault. "Certainly, Aunt. I only suggested it for the shade, but we will return to our usual place on the lawn." She breathed a little sigh and reached a hand toward her daughter. "Come, take tea with me. I want to hear all about your time with Mr. Huntington. Did you enjoy yourself?" It seemed I would have to ask Matilda about her secretive adventure later. Matilda descended the steps. "Indeed, Mr. Huntington is far more interesting a man than I first thought him." My stomach twisted at her admission. Did she truly believe him so? Or was she saying it to appease her mother? The women headed in the direction of the drawing-room, and I started up the stairs again. "Oh, Laura!" Aunt Pembroke paused in the entry hall. "You will attend the Hawkinses' ball with us at the Assembly Rooms tonight. Make certain you are dressed and ready to depart by 7. Why could it not have been a soirée? The mere idea of standing watch over Matilda in a crowded ballroom until the early hours of morning made my shoulders sag with exhaustion. Especially when I thought of Mr. Huntington and the 2 dances he would surely claim from her. "Of course, Aunt." She turned from me without a word, her attention returning to Matilda. "Now, come, my dear." At least her careless dismissal in favour of Matilda no longer offended me, as it once had. For now, I had something to compare it to. And Mr. Huntington's preoccupation with my cousin was far worse to bear. Two ball gowns lay on my bed. One was a pale pink muslin, with a lovely lace trim over the bodice, and the other a silk gown of ivory. "I think you should wear the pink one." Selina's voice startled me, and I turned to find her stepping through the door, a cautious smile on her face. "I hope you do not mind, but I thought to offer my assistance." "In helping me to dress?" She nodded. "Your mother's lady's maid will be here soon. Keaton does not know what is fashionable for a young lady out in society." Technically, I am not out in society. At least, not in the typical sense. Selina lifted her chin. "Well, you are being forced to pretend that you are, so you might as well look the part." A smile found its way onto my lips. "And you are confident in your skills?" She gestured to the chair next to the small desk where my comb and pins sat. "Would it hurt to trust me? If you dislike it, we can quickly unpin it when Keaton arrives and she can restyle it in one of those matronly fashions she so adores." I laughed and took a seat. "When you say it like that." Her fingers moved through my straight hair with comfortable ease. "We need you to look your best for Oliver. Mr. Huntington," I said his formal name with emphasis, "is hoping to court Matilda, not me." "But I have seen the way he looks at you. Matilda might try to distract him, but his gaze always returns to you, as though he cannot help it." A small laugh covered my astonishment at her absurd comment. "I really must stop lending you my novels." "It would not matter if you did. It is clear as day that he admires you." My cheeks grew warm, and I was glad she was now busily pinning my hair into place so as not to notice. "As a friend." "Felton and I have been friends for ages, and he has never looked at me like that." Selina released a pitiable sigh. "You are both still young. In time, Felton will see you differently. I am certain of it." "Do you honestly believe that?" "How could he not? You are exceptional." She finished plaiting some of my hair and twisted it away from my face. "If only I were as beautiful as Matilda." When she secured the strand into place, I turned to face her. "You are beautiful, Selina. But there is so much more to recommend you than just beauty. You are kind and thoughtful. You are as smart as any young lady I have met, and you are a joy to be around. Do not allow comparison to undermine your value. If Felton is to prove himself a man worth having, he will recognise what you offer. In time. She was still far too young to consider any sort of suitor. Selina wrapped her arms about my neck and pressed her cheek against mine. I do hope you are right. But either way, I am so pleased you came to Linwick. I gave her arm a squeeze in return, forgetting for a moment how much I missed home. As am I. Selina righted her posture and selected another pin. But in earnest, Oliver does admire you. My gaze flicked to the ceiling. It seemed I would not escape the topic after all. It won't be long until he discovers what a vain creature Matilda is, and then he will set his cap at you instead. I will pretend you did not say such an uncharitable thing about your sister. But even if I were to presume that Mr. Huntington had an interest in me, which he does not, it would not matter. I have no dowry. He has enough wealth for the both of you. A woman cannot marry without a dowry. It is practically unheard of. You must speak with my father when he returns from town. I am certain he would help. I could not tell her he had already offered me a solution, one that would give me and my sisters each a dowry, but that in exchange I would need to relinquish any claim my heart had on Mr. Huntington. Besides, when Mr. Huntington discovered my parentage, had I possessed a substantial dowry, it could not persuade him to have me. It was hopeless. I needed to stick to the plan and obtain this opportunity for my sisters. I took hold of Selina's hand. You needn't worry yourself. It will all work out. Perhaps not how I wished, but how it was supposed to be. Selina continued styling my hair in silence before eventually handing me the small mirror Mamma had given me. One of the few things she had retained from her former life. Would you like to see? I grasped the intricately detailed silver handle and glanced at my reflection with awe. Selina! I turned my head to one side, then the other, admiring her intricate work. How did I not know you possessed such a talent? She smiled proudly. Mark my words, Oliver will not be able to pull his gaze from you. I laughed, standing to face her. Even with your fashionable styling, I would never pretend to rival Matilda. Selina scrunched up her nose. What about your speech a minute ago? You told me not to compare myself to my sister. Surely that piece of wisdom applies to you as well. Of course it does, I said as an appeasement. For I knew I was not Matilda's equal in any way that truly mattered to secure a gentleman's interest. Particularly not a gentleman like Mr. Huntington. Chapter 9. Despite the cooler temperature of the late spring evening, the air inside the assembly rooms was hot and sticky. Weaving through the crowds with a drink in hand was proving a challenge, and my mind kept conjuring up my mortifying tumble at the last ball. My slippers fit far better this time, I muttered to myself. Not that my self-assurances helped much. After several near spills, my aunt came into view, and I released an inaudible sigh of relief. Here you are, Aunt. Her gaze fell on the drink, then returned to me with disapproval. I was not certain if her censuring regard was because of my interruption or how full I had filled the cup, a fact I regretted with how many times I had nearly spilt it on my walk from the refreshment table. But she took hold of my offering and turned back to her friend. Perhaps she would think twice before sending me on another errand. With a quick sweep of the ballroom, I easily located Matilda in her blue silk gown. She awaited the next set in the row of ladies, not appearing the least bit pleased when the lively tune began. I, on the other hand, could not help but sway to the beat as the first couple commenced into the formations. Miss Turner. I started. Mr. Huntington. Mrs. Huntington. I offered a brief bob of a curtsy. "How do you do?" Mrs. Huntington gave a regal nod as her reply, and I was glad to see the turban she donned this evening was featherless. When my gaze moved to Mr. Huntington, he was watching me, his lips twitching at the corners.
"We had a little trouble with our carriage, but we are here now."
Aunt Pembroke was suddenly at my side, excessive worry etched in every crease of her face. "Oh, I do hope all is well. Was it the roads? They are dreadful this time of year." Mr. Huntington gave a small bow of greeting.
"I thank you for your concern, Mrs. Pembroke. It was a wheel. Thankfully, our driver noticed it had come loose before we even set out. Besides a short delay, we are perfectly well."
"Indeed! And as you said, you are here now." Aunt Pembroke placed a hand on Mr. Huntington's arm and smiled at him in a manner that made me want to laugh aloud. Even grown, married women could not control themselves around him. "It is a shame Matilda is already dancing this set, for I am certain she would love to partner with you." He glanced behind him to where the couples of the minor set were weaving through one another.
"While I wait, perhaps Miss Turner would wish to dance this one with me."
My mouth slackened. Me? I glanced at Aunt Pembroke, whose gaze landed on my parted lips. I snapped them shut. "Laura is not one for dancing," she said, with a stiff smile.
"That never stops me from taking part."
Mr. Huntington lifted a hand to me, disregarding Aunt Pembroke's excuse entirely.
"Shall we, Miss Turner?"
Aunt Pembroke's unwavering regard burned into my profile, but it was as if I had no control of myself, and I placed my hand in his. I would regret opposing my aunt's wishes, of that I was certain. But for once, I wanted to dance. And heaven help me, I wanted to dance with Mr. Huntington. We started toward the far end of the floor where the inactive couples awaited the first couple to make their way down the line. Matilda and her partner had been situated just outside the minor set and had only begun. At this point, it would be several minutes more until Mr. Huntington and I would be added in. I tried to curtail my excitement with little success. He manoeuvred us around a few people who stood talking around the edges of the ballroom floor.
"You appeared to be enjoying yourself when I first happened upon you a moment ago."
"Is that why you looked so amused?" His guilty smile held no remorse.
"That and your surprise at our greeting."
As it has already been established, I was quite taken with the dancing. Besides, I am not accustomed to being sought out at social events. I paused, realizing how that must sound. Seeing that I'm a visitor, that is. I do not yet know many people.
"You know me. I would have thought it obvious that I would seek you out when I arrived."
The sincerity in his hazel eyes left me breathless.
"We are, after all, on intimate enough terms to call one another by our Christian names."
He leaned down, his warm breath grazing the side of my face.
"At least, in private."
My cheeks pinked at both my reaction to his nearness and the way he had spoken the last few words. But I kept my attention trained on the dancers. "I still have not given you permission to do so, Mr. Huntington." The volume of his laugh sent the nearest couples glancing in our direction.
"It is only a matter of time."
His eyes remained on me, and his expression grew soft.
"You are beautiful."
I laughed, uncertain how else to react to his compliment. "I suppose I have Selina to thank for that. It is amazing what a fashionable hairstyle can do for one's appearance."
"As though you are not always beautiful."
My steps felt oddly light when he brought me to my position, then took the place across from me. Only 5 couples were now actively dancing, with about a half-dozen still waiting before they would reach us.
"Do you truly not care for dancing?"
Mr. Huntington's question drew my focus back to him. "I enjoy it very much." His eyes narrowed.
"But your aunt said—"
"I was not one for dancing," I finished, "and she is not wrong. Enjoyment and proficiency are not the same thing." He smirked.
Should I watch my toes?
I would certainly advise it. Oh, and be prepared to catch me if I stumble. His smile grew.
Gladly.
I glanced at the young lady to my right, relieved to find her attention fixated on the gentleman across from her, and not on us. I would ask if something was added to the lemonade, but seeing as you only just arrived—
You think I would only flirt with you if I was inebriated?
This time, the woman next to me scowled, forcing me to focus my giddy, incoherent thoughts. Aiming pleading eyes at Mr. Huntington, I gave a subtle shake of my head. Apparently, he did not understand my meaning, or perhaps he did, and he offered a slight bow in our onlooker's direction regardless.
Good evening, miss.
Clearly startled by his directness, she swiftly returned her gaze to her partner. What was that? I mouthed. He shrugged.
Only that I am known to be the daftest of men.
I stilled at his familiar comment. The blood that had congregated in my cheeks rapidly drained from them to support my pounding heart, but it was then that I noticed how closely he was watching me. Is that so? I tried for an air of ignorance. You could have fooled me. He continued to consider me.
Or perhaps it is the other way around.
Was he implying that I was attempting to fool him? That he questioned whether it had been Matilda in the room with him? My head spun, and I knew I needed to act quickly or everything could be ruined. Training my expression, I tipped my head to the side. I do not understand, unless— I feigned a look of sudden comprehension. Oh, are you referring to the conversation you had in the darkened parlour? The bit about you being daft and— I pursed my lips, scrunching my face and allowing my gaze to go distant. What was it? I cannot exactly recall what Matilda said. His brow puckered, but he did not respond. By now I would have thought the lying would have grown easier, less meaningful with the frequency, but the opposite was proving true. Each additional lie weighed on me with more intensity, and I wondered how long I could continue until I broke under the pressure or misstepped in a way that could not be righted. A lady brushed past me, and I realised the lead dancers were now circling the couple just before us. It was nearing our turn. I sent Mr. Huntington an excited smile, and his returned in full force.
I shall be ready to catch you should you require it.
Making a fool of myself had never been such a temptation. I am counting on it. Mr. Huntington and I started toward one another, our quick steps matching the lively pace of the music. Fidget was a perfect name for the tune. It was the second of the two dances, and my chest was heaving from the exertion, or possibly from how much I had laughed during the last half of an hour.
I admit, I am sorely disappointed you are not a terrible dancer in the least,
he said as I sashayed past him. I released the lady's hand to my right and returned to the middle, meeting him there. The dance is not over yet. I took hold of his hands, and we began our promenade around the set.
Do not raise my hopes, though perhaps if I tripped you—
You would not dare. He lifted a teasing brow.
Before this moment I would not have dreamed of it, but now—
I squeezed his hands in warning, but it only caused his smile to grow. I do not require assistance in embarrassing myself. I managed that quite well on my own. Once we arrived where we had started, the dance forced us to move away from one another to our starting spots. Through the entire Poussette's formation, I could sense his eyes on me. When the first couple began their double triangles, circling Mr. Huntington and me respectively, I finally met his gaze. He watched me with such intensity. I found I could not hold it, and I looked away again. With fate ever proving itself my foe, the music drew to an end. While the surrounding couples clapped for the orchestra, Mr. Huntington strode toward me with purpose.
Laura.
Shh! Someone will overhear you.
Forgive me, Miss Turner.
He glanced from side to side as though making certain he appeased our non-existent audience, then looked back at me.
Better?
I took a few steps toward the edge of the ballroom, and he followed. You look near to bursting. What is it you wish to say before I must return to my aunt?
My mother is certain she has met you previously.
My pulse quickened. Why would he mention that now? I do remember her saying as much, but I am positive we were never introduced until the two of you visited Linwick. That was not a lie. He stepped closer, causing me to crane my neck upward.
And yet, when I recall that introduction, your shock at first seeing her was unmistakable. It was as though you also recognized her, and not favourably.
His eyes narrowed slightly.
Did the two of you cross paths at the Claiborne's ball? Or did you perhaps have an exchange with someone else that she might have witnessed?
I swallowed down the lump forming in my throat. Though he did not ask me outright, I now understood the actual question behind his inquiry. Did something occur the night of the Claiborne's ball that would lead me to seek refuge in a darkened room? Something that would cause me such embarrassment that I would audibly rebuke myself and my foolish ways when I assumed I was alone. The idea of Matilda being that person was laughable, while I was a perfect fit. My gaze lowered, and a warring inside of me ensued. As much as I wished to stop this ruse, to stop lying to Mr. Huntington at every encounter, I was in too deep. I could see no way out of it. How could I possibly remember all the people I crossed paths with in a crowded ballroom? Surely you cannot claim to be capable of such a feat. My chest constricted with each rapid breath, but I met his gaze again, well aware of how I could end his inquisition. You likely do not recall seeing me that night, and I was standing only a few feet away when you were introduced to Matilda. The intensity melted from his expression, and his shoulders rounded forward.
You were?
It is no matter. A flash of blue in my periphery drew my attention, and I looked in time to see Matilda slip through the door to the back garden, unattended. Perhaps fate did not hate me as thoroughly as I had thought. I find I am in need of some fresh air. Mr. Huntington stepped as if he meant to accompany me, but I dipped a quick curtsy, ensuring he would not. Thank you for the dance. Without a backward glance, I too made my way out into the garden, hopeful to discover where Matilda had gone, as well as to calm my racing heart. Chapter 10. The assembly room gardens were not well lit, but they were not so big that there were places a person could go unseen. All the plants were low, and the brick walls that formed the short walking paths barely passed my knees. So where was Matilda? Besides me, only an older couple was in sight, and they had walked out after I had. With unhurried steps, so as not to draw attention to myself, I made my way around the entire perimeter, discreetly glancing over the chest-high iron fence to see if I could discern any movement beyond it. A cobblestone road ran along one side of the assembly rooms, and a large grass area with trees surrounded the rest. Sporadically placed hedges were situated on the outside of the fence, which did not make my task any easier.
"Do not stay out too much longer, miss,"
the elderly gentleman called to me from near the entrance.
"There is a chill in the air tonight."
The matron at his side nodded. "We are going back in, dear. Perhaps you should return as well." Her gaze moved past me into the park beyond. "It is quite dark out." It seemed I would not discover Matilda's whereabouts yet again. "Thank you for your concern. I will come directly." But as I started toward their retreating figures, Matilda's voice drifted on the breeze from somewhere nearby. I paused. When the couple disappeared through the door, I turned in the direction where the sound had come from. I nearly called Matilda's name, but thought better of it. If someone heard me, it would only draw attention to her situation, and I doubted she would answer regardless. I needed to get over that fence as she had. But how had she? I glanced around again, looking for a place I might climb over, but spear-shaped finials placed every few inches made scaling it an impossible feat. "Please, Marcus." Matilda's hushed, pleading words came from nearby. I pressed against the iron fence, using the cover of the outside hedge to conceal myself from their view.
"I have said what I have come to say. Now you must return before someone realizes you're gone."
The deep male timbre startled me. Was this the farm boy Selina had mentioned? With the low, husky quality of his voice, he did not sound like a boy at all. "At least promise me you will consider my request," Matilda begged. Silence. "Marcus, please."
"There is no one in sight. You must go now. Here."
There was a rustling of leaves a few paces away, and suddenly Matilda was there, being dropped over the fence into the garden by a set of large, masculine arms. So that was how she had managed it. When her feet touched the ground, she turned back toward the man who was still hidden from my view. "I love you." Matilda pressed herself against the fence, taking hold of his hand before it disappeared. "Please, do not do this." I heard the weight of his sigh from where I stood.
"It is not plausible."
"It is. My aunt and uncle—"
"No. You would despise being the wife of a farmer."
He pulled his hand from hers.
"And I will not risk my father losing his tenant contract over this. The contract that will one day be mine."
Matilda sniffed. "Marcus." His name came out in a strangled whisper, making my heart ache for her.
"Goodbye, Matilda."
Heavy steps sounded, walking away at a brisk pace. A sob escaped her, and she placed her hands over her face. I took a cautious step toward her. "Matilda." Her gaze flew to me, tears streaming down her face. "Laura, what are you doing here?" "I saw you slip into the garden and followed you." Anger flashed across her features. "Not only my guard, but a spy, I see." Indignation welled in my chest. After everything I had done to keep her from trouble, she accused me of ill intentions. I am no spy. I only want to help. Matilda tossed up a hand in the direction where Mr. Leonard had disappeared. "There is nothing to help. He does not want me now that he has discovered who I am." "What do you mean?" She crossed her arms, rubbing her bare skin with her gloved hands. "When we first met, I told him I was you. Well, not you per se, but that I was the governess at Linwick Manor, that my name was Matilda Turner." I drew closer to her. "Why would you tell him that?" She gave a small sniff. "I know it was foolish, and I honestly had not planned on deceiving him. We had met in the woods by chance, and at the end of our first conversation, when he asked me my name, the lie slipped out of me. I suppose I was worried he would treat me differently if he knew who I really was, that he would not speak to me in the same open manner again." I pressed my lips together. Now was not the time to correct Matilda for admiring a man's forward manner toward her, nor for meeting with him in private, nor even for the lie she had told him. The truth was, I had no moral ground to stand upon. All I had was compassion for what she had gone through. "When did you tell him who you really were?" "I wanted to, so many times." She heaved a sigh. "It was not until 3 weeks ago, when we were seen together by a servant, that Marcus discovered who I was. And despite my pleadings that it was not his fault, Father paid him a visit. Apparently, Father informed Marcus that he was ever caught even glancing in my direction, His father's tenant contract, a contract that has been in their family for generations, would be severed. And yet you went to see him earlier today. How did you? Her shoulders fell in defeat. I did. And I also attempted to see him the day Mr. Huntington came to take me riding. But both times he was in the fields. Today I left a note where I knew he would find it, and asked him to meet me here tonight. Being that someone is always standing watch over me, this was the only place I could slip away unnoticed. And you asked him to consider eloping, as my parents had done? She turned her head to the side, accentuating the quiver of her chin. I was so naive. I thought when we saw one another tonight, he would forgive me, and all would be right again. I thought that despite everything he would be eager to marry me. Her gaze returned to mine, and even in the dim light, I could see the tears gathering in her eyes. He came here to end things between us. I am so sorry. And I was. Not necessarily for how it had all worked out, but I ached for her. She had been rejected because of who she was. It was a plight not so different from the one I would face when Mr. Huntington learned the truth about me. That was why he could not. I reached a hand toward Matilda. Truly, I am. Without another word, she fell into my arms. Her shuddered breaths deepened as her tears continued. I rubbed her back. All will be well, you will see. Matilda! Laura! Aunt Pembroke's voice travelled swiftly across the garden to where we stood. What are you two doing out here? Matilda pulled out of my embrace, her back to her mother, and dried her face with the palms of her hands. We were getting some fresh air, I called. Aunt Pembroke glanced behind her into the ballroom, then waved us forward. Do come along. The waltz is about to start, and Mr. Huntington wishes to partner with you, Matilda. Coming, Mother. Matilda still faced me, her brow low with worry. Do I look as though I have been crying? In the darkness it was hard to tell. You look as beautiful as ever, I said, hoping to put her at ease. I took hold of her gloved hand, the coldness of her fingers seeping through to mine. Now, let us get you inside. She gave a timid smile. Matilda, make haste. Mr. Huntington is awaiting you. I rallied myself, refusing to dwell on Mr. Huntington's desire to dance with Matilda, and allowed her step through the doorway first. Aunt Pembroke took hold of my arm before I could follow, her warm fingers a stark contrast to my cold skin. Do not dance again. I glanced down at her hand, then met her gaze without a word. Despite what you might think, Laura, I am acting in your best interest. If you are to stay on as our governess after this, we cannot allow people to come to know you. You must remain out of sight as much as possible, so as to remain out of mind later. And what of Mr. Huntington and his mother? What are they to be told if he and Matilda marry? We will decide what to reveal when the time comes to do so. For now, make certain they do not discover the truth, or you will be made to regret it. She released my arm and lowered her hand. We do not need your family's situation marring Matilda's chances with Mr. Huntington. And the more you interact with him, the more likely that becomes. Is that clear? Despite how it nettled me to admit it, she was right. I should be grateful for her reminder. I shall do my best to keep my distance. And perhaps now that Matilda's heart was free, Mr. Huntington could begin to mend it, even if it meant my own heart would break in the process. Chapter 11. I knocked on Matilda's door, and her maid opened it. Is Matilda up for a visit? I asked, peeking into the dimly lit room. Sorry, Miss Turner, she is. "Let her in," Matilda interrupted. With only a slight hesitation, the maid propped open the door, and I took one step inside, then paused. "If you wish, I can see to Matilda for the time being." "Oh, yes." Matilda's voice was muffled, and it was only then I noticed she was still abed. "The changing of the guards." The maid sent me a long-suffering look. "I won't be but half an hour." "Take your time," I whispered, then closed the door behind her. I moved to the curtains, throwing them open to let the daylight in. "What are you about?" Matilda groaned and covered her face with her pillow. "You have not come out of your room for days, and seeing that it is nearly noon, there is no reason to be wallowing in the darkness." "I have not felt well. Besides, it is not a room. It is a prison, so it might as well feel like one." I went to the bed and sat next to her, placing a hand on hers in hopes of coaxing her from her melancholy. "You know precisely why you are being treated like a prisoner, but considering you and Mr. Leonard are no longer—" I paused, thinking how to convey my thought more delicately. "Well, considering how things have gone, perhaps you need not be under constant surveillance." Matilda's doubtful expression did not shift. "Oh, yes. I'm certain my parents will be overjoyed to discover Marcus and I met again in secret to discuss his disinterest in continuing our relationship." "Your father sent word that he will not return until Friday morning. So it is only your mother we must convince currently. But you are right. It would probably not be advantageous to mention the two of you spoke. But you can make it clear that you no longer desire Mr. Leonard's company." I held her gaze. "That is the truth, is it not?" Her gaze drifted to her lap, but she nodded. "It might help your cause if you leave your room." I patted her hand. "You do remember how to do that." She sent me a sardonic smile, which quickly melted from her lips. "Do you have feelings for Mr. Huntington?" "Me?" A loud, awkward laugh escaped me. "A governess does not marry a man like Mr. Huntington." Matilda gave a shrug. "It has been done." "Only in the rarest of circumstances, and always with ample social consequence." It was my turn to glance down at my hands resting in my lap. So, even if I did have feelings for him, it would not matter. She released a sigh. "I admit I am relieved to hear that, for I have been contemplating the wisdom of making a match with Mr. Huntington." The air grew thin. "Oh." I leaned away from her, attempting to draw a breath to stop my head from spinning. "That is wonderful." So many lies I had now told. What was one more? I knew he would capture your heart in time. Her fingers fidgeted with a loose thread on her coverlet. "My parents will be thrilled." I stiffened. Since when did Matilda care about pleasing her parents? "What about you? Are you not thrilled?" She shifted, giving a tight smile. A false smile. "I do not see why I shouldn't be." I stared at her, clasping my hands tightly together to ground myself. It made no sense. Why would she suddenly change her mind about him? Particularly when he had not captured her heart. Mr. Huntington deserved a woman who would be beside herself with joy to accept him, not one who questioned if she was. And yet, was this not precisely what I had been working toward? "You will make a grand match," I said, hoping she could not discern the anguish behind my words. "I believe we shall." She stood, heading to her wardrobe. "Once I'm dressed, will you come with me to speak to my mother?" I gave an absent nod, complying with whatever was required of me. I always did. The midday sun streamed through the drawing-room windows, bathing the room in light and making it appear bright and cheery. A complete contrast to my current state. When we approached her, Aunt Pembroke glanced up from her needlework and tipped her head in appraisal of her daughter. "Matilda, you look the picture of health. I had begun to worry something was amiss, but I can now see a few days of rest was all that was required." Matilda smiled. "I feel much improved. In truth, I have come to realize how difficult I have been of late. Can you forgive me, Mother?" Aunt Pembroke's widened eyes met mine, as though to make certain I was also witnessing this unusual display. "We all make mistakes, Matilda, and thankfully with this one, no harm has been done." Matilda's cheeks grew pink, and I could only guess it was from her embarrassment at having allowed a secret relationship with Mr. Leonard. "I know, but I want to do better." Aunt Pembroke lifted a hand to her heart. "Oh, my dear girl." I shifted, the weight of where this conversation was sure to go pressing down upon me. I should return to the children. Aunt Pembroke's attention landed on me. "Laura, I have been exceptionally pleased with how you have seen to your extra duties these past few weeks." I gawked at her, completely unprepared for her kindness. "Thank you, Aunt." Her gaze flicked to my gaping mouth ever so briefly, but she did not address it. "I believe you deserve a respite from your labours." I blinked. "Truly?" "Yes. You need not return to the schoolroom directly. Take the rest of the morning to yourself, and I shall have nurse tend to the children." "Oh." I tried to cover my disappointment that I would not be given more than a morning's leisure. It had been far too long since I had seen my family, and for a brief instant I had thought I finally would have an opportunity. "That is generous of you, Aunt." Aunt Pembroke dipped her head in acceptance of my feeble acknowledgement. "Just be sure to return by 2 for your play practice. I have invited Mrs. Huntington to attend the performance, so we want to make certain we do not embarrass ourselves." I gave a vacant nod, dreading the idea of this blasted play more and more. "Well, go on. Matilda will remain with me." "Yes, Aunt." Never so eager to obey, I hurried toward the door. I might not get to visit my family, but it had been weeks since I had found an opportunity to read, and I meant to take advantage of every minute. "I expect Mr. Huntington will call upon us today." Aunt Pembroke's comment to Matilda nearly halted me mid-step. Instead, I merely slowed my pace. "He came by 2 days ago to see how our household was faring, and I informed him you were indisposed. He sent his well-wishes and promised to call again soon." "How thoughtful," Matilda said. "I admit I am most eager to see him." I stepped through the drawing-room door, but paused just out of view, unable to force myself away until I had heard the remainder of the conversation. "The more I come to know of him, the more impressed I am." My aunt released a contented sigh. "You saw he danced a set with Laura at the assembly rooms." I held the breath I had been about to release. I did. "After their dance." Aunt Pembroke's voice was now scarcely above a whisper. "When I thanked him for his kindness toward your cousin, he said it was no trouble, as the only woman he wished to dance with was already occupied." My head spun, and I told myself it was not true. That he had danced with me because he had wanted to, not because Matilda was occupied. But the justifications were pointless now. Matilda had changed her mind about Mr. Huntington, so the match between them would soon be official. I needed to gain control of my jealous heart, and the first step towards that was not lingering outside a door, pining over a man I could not have. With purpose in my steps, I started toward my room to retrieve a book. I would take advantage of my respite, for I deserved a break from all I had been made to endure, for all I was about to endure. The sunlight seeped into my skin, and my eyes grew tired from focusing on the bright pages of my novel. With the amiable weather, reading out of doors had been the obvious choice, but the warmth of the sun was a perfect complement to the soft grass and slight breeze. The sum of it all pleaded with me to forgo my position sitting against the willow, and instead stretch out comfortably on the ground nearby. I forced my eyes open again and shook my head to enliven my dimming senses. There was no chance I would give up this rare opportunity for the sake of sleep. Besides, I should not be this tired. With Matilda's refusal to leave her room the past few days, I had managed 3 consecutive nights of rest. My eyes closed again. Perhaps a brief nap would be enough. The sound of a page turning stirred me from my slumber. My hand moved across my lap, searching for the book, but it was not there. Reluctantly, I opened my heavy lids and looked to see where it had fallen. A spark of pain shot through my back, and I released a small moan. Why had I allowed myself to fall asleep sitting against the trunk of a tree, instead of lying in the soft grass? In my stubbornness, what had seemed like a victory now only seemed foolish.
"How was your rest, Laura?"
Mr. Huntington's voice sent me twisting toward him, and my stiff back protested the movement. What in heaven's name? I placed a hand over my chest, trying to encourage my dislodged heart back into place. Why must you always do that? He stood a few feet to my left, perusing my book.
"Do what, exactly?"
Surprise me like that. He closed the book and gestured to himself with it.
"It is to be my fault you are so easily startled."
I scoffed. Considering the situation, you should have made yourself known. His gaze focused, and a playful grin emerged.
"I would argue that there was not an ideal time to do so."
The familiar exchange thrust me back to the darkened parlour, to the conversation when I had asked him why he had not revealed himself. In my current state, I did not trust I could adequately train my expression, so I opted to ignore his comment and glanced away. "Where did you even come from?" He hesitated, and I was all too aware he did not wish to let me off so easily. It was only then that I took notice of Odin, grazing on the long grass along the outside of the pasture drywall. "Ah, you rode here." I set my gaze back on him, the very picture of innocence. With an exaggerated exhale, he nodded.
"I was actually en route to Linwick Manor when I caught sight of you. Had I known you were sleeping, I might have let you alone."
A wicked smile lit his face.
"Though perhaps not, for I found much enjoyment watching you."
My lips parted. Of all the things to admit, my gaze fell on the book in his hands. And to steal the book from my lap. Absolutely scandalous.
"I would have you know that the book slipped from your lap, landing page down on the ground. In actuality, I am the hero in this situation with how I rescued the ill-treated binding."
His smile did not lessen.
"Did you know you make the most endearing sounds while you sleep?"
My eyes widened, and I tucked my legs beneath me in preparation to stand. He offered me his hand.
"Allow me."
I lifted an eyebrow. "A gentlemanly gesture to ease your nagging conscience, I assume?"
"It is probable."
Reluctantly, I put my hand in his, and he assisted me to my feet. When I stood in front of him, he maintained the grip on my hand and drew a step closer.
"Or I simply required an excuse to be near you."
The feel of his skin on mine sent waves of heat up my arm, and I stared at him, unable to think of how to respond, of any coherent words. What was it about this man that drove me to such idiocy? It would not do. "Matilda," I said, grasping onto my one defence. The only woman he had wished to dance with at the ball. The only woman he should flirt with. He tilted his head. That was not the reply I was expecting. I took a step back, finding the strength I needed with the reminder of how vexed I was at him. No, I mean, yes. It probably was not. But I assume you are longing to know how Matilda is faring after her days in bed. I bobbed my head, as if giving him encouragement to do so. He gave an amused smile.
Very well. How is she faring?
Much better, thank you for asking. I paused. She looks exceptionally well, too. He dipped his chin.
I am certain she does.
Even with his slight apathetic tone, I tensed at his affirmation. I was fully aware of my constant state of hypocrisy, both encouraging him toward my cousin and being upset when he willingly complied with my attempts. Yes, well, if you were on your way to see her, I shall not keep you.
I said I was on my way to Linwick. Why do you assume it was to see her?
A wry laugh escaped me, and I turned to leave, only to remember he still held my book. I spun around, snatched the book from his grasp, and resumed my retreat, unable to abide his coquetry for a moment longer. How could he so blatantly pursue my cousin and simultaneously flirt with me? Perhaps he was not the gentleman I had come to believe he was. He was now at my side.
Have I said something to upset you?
I faced him. Mr. Huntington, you have made your intentions undeniably clear from the start. I cannot think why you would treat me with so little feeling when it is my cousin you are pursuing. My words were getting ahead of my thoughts, and I instantly regretted them. I am pleased you wish to court Matilda. I think it wise for you to focus your efforts there and stop. I gestured between us. Whatever this is that you are doing. He tucked his lips inward and considered me.
Forgive me.
He looked away and pulled off his hat, then ran a hand through his hair.
You are right. I asked for your help in securing your cousin's affections.
His gaze returned to mine.
Yet, when I am with you...
You likely enjoy my company because there is no burden of trying to impress me, I said before he could say more. I could not waver from my path. But the two of you are well suited, and it would be good to remember how entranced you were that night at the ball when you first saw her.
It was not her beauty that entranced me, but who she was in that darkened parlour. A woman I have yet to see again. Unless...
His gaze was heavy upon me.
Unless she was not the woman in the room with me that night.
I could feel the blood draining from my face.
Laura, I must know.
He placed his hands gently on my upper arms. His eyes implored me to confess.
Was it you in the room with me that night at the ball?
This could not be happening. Not now. Not when Matilda had declared she was hopeful to make a match with Mr. Huntington. Besides, I was not the woman he thought I was, and when he discovered that, and how I had lied to him, he would want nothing to do with me. It was best to put aside my feeble hopes for everyone's sakes. It was Matilda. He searched my eyes, and I did not shy away from it. I hoped he would find my reality hidden there, that I was not worthy of a match to a man like him. Not only because of who I was, but because of how I had deceived him, because of how I still deceived him. He released a long exhale and dropped his hands to his sides.
Forgive me for assuming.
I am flattered that anyone would confuse me for Matilda. I gave a small smile, hoping to lighten the mood. I am not certain it has ever been done before.
Except for your laughs.
My head quirked to the side. Come again?
You said people often confuse your laughs, that it was a family trait.
Oh, yes, I did. I nodded my head exuberantly. They do, all the time. And that was precisely the problem with lying. How was a person to recall them all, let alone do so in a manner that was somewhat convincing?
And yet, I have not found that to be the case. The few times I have heard Matilda laugh, it sounded nothing like yours.
Perhaps it was not her genuine laugh.
Perhaps.
We stood a moment, neither of us breaking the silence. Well, I had better return to Linwick, I finally managed. I would hate to keep you when I know Matilda is most eager for your visit. But considering we are practising for the play this afternoon, I shall see you then. I sent him a parting nod and turned to start my walk home.
It would be an easy thing to set you up in the saddle with me, if you wish.
There is no need to trouble yourself. I needn't be back until 2, and it is only a 20-minute walk from here. He pulled a pocket watch from his pocket and flipped it so it faced me.
It is 5 to 2 now.
I stared at the watch. If only I had remained closer to Linwick instead of venturing to the willow tree. Aunt Pembroke would undoubtedly use my tardiness as a reason to not allow another reading excursion any time soon. Hang it all, I whispered to myself. Mr. Huntington chuckled, obviously hearing my unladylike expression.
If you are that concerned, you could always ride with me.
I glanced behind us where Odin waited. Will you let me off before we enter the drive so we do not appear as though we have arrived together? He considered me, curiosity and amusement vying for dominance in his features.
If you think it is necessary.
We do not wish to give Matilda, or anyone else, for that matter, the wrong impression if they happen to glance out a window. Heaven forbid if Aunt Pembroke should see us.
Very well.
He gestured to his horse.
After you.
Considering the time, I hastened to where Odin stood grazing, hoping I remembered how to mount a horse, and wondering whether I could manage in a side position. I had not ridden since coming to Linwick Manor. Before that, I had rarely done so on any horse other than Papa's old pony, and that had been astride. But I could not reveal the truth, for I had led Mr. Huntington to believe I was a well-bred lady that knew how to ride. Mr. Huntington took my book and tucked it in the saddle-bag, then clasped his hands and bent his knees in preparation.
Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. I glanced at the saddle, deciding how best to accomplish the task. Taking hold of the back of it, I placed my left foot in his clasped hands. When he bent lower, I did as well. Then I used the force of his countering motion and the strength of my arms to launch myself upward. And, to my delight, up I went. With a twist of my body, my backside landed hard in the saddle, and I smiled in triumph. But before I could find my grip on the pommel, the momentum I had achieved continued. As I started sliding backward off the other side, a loud squeal escaped me.
Laura!
Mr. Huntington's voice echoed in my mind, and I squeezed my eyes shut, lifting my arms overhead and preparing for the impact. Instead, strong hands came down forcefully on my thighs, reversing my motion, and sending me forward again. I slid from the saddle into Mr. Huntington's reaching arms. The force of our bodies ramming into one another pushed the air from my lungs and sent us staggering. When we came to a halt, he looked down at me, his eyes frantically searching my expression.
Are you hurt?
Pulling in a ragged breath, I shook my head.
In that case...
His brow lowered.
What the deuce was that? You could have hit head-first into the dry stone wall.
He closed his eyes and released a sharp breath, as though trying to expel the image from his mind through his lungs. His stern demeanour rankled me. It has been a while since I mounted a horse.
And you did not think to tell me?
Attempting to ignore the firmness of his grasp on my waist, and the way our bodies were still pressed together, I craned my neck to meet his gaze. His lips were now inches away, and in a moment of weakness, I wondered how they would feel against mine. I now see that mentioning it would have been wise, I muttered, still breathless. In truth, I do not know how to ride. Not really. It was a small offering, but the burden of lies I had borne somehow felt lighter with this one simple admission. His eyes moved back and forth between mine.
You never need worry that you cannot tell me something for fear of judgment.
I swallowed, but did not answer. If he only knew all the things I could not say to him, who I truly was, what I had promised my uncle and aunt, all the lies I had told him. And yet, in his arms, my whole body was abuzz with longing, the sensation drowning out all rational thought. His gaze flicked to my lips, and his hand came to rest on my neck, warm, and weighted on my skin.
Laura, I'm going to kiss you.
His words were certain, but his expression held a question, and I knew he waited for me to grant him permission. My heart was pounding so loudly that I barely heard my whispered acceptance. His thumb caressed my cheek, and he guided me to him. The softness of his lips pressed against mine, and I welcomed it timidly, uncertain what to do. I had never kissed a man. But before I could think of all the ways I could do it wrong, his other arm tightened on my waist, drawing me closer and awakening something inside of me. Something that made me feel alive and beautiful and desired. Instinctively, I wrapped my arms around his neck and lifted on my toes to deepen our kiss. We were in perfect synchronization. Our movements, our breaths, and our beings. His hands held me tightly, as though I was life itself to him. I never wanted to leave this moment, for a part of me knew I would never have another like it. Once Mr. Huntington discovered my ruse, he would be lost to me forever. No, I would not think on it. I would relish each sensation, the smell of him, his taste, and the feel of his hair between my fingers.
Good afternoon.
An unfamiliar voice called from somewhere nearby, compelling me and Mr. Huntington apart. I turned away from where the man's voice had come from, completely mortified by what he had likely seen, the consequence of the situation only now dawning on me. Mr. Huntington took hold of my hand, drawing me back to where he stood.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Mr. Leonard, one of Mr. Pembroke's tenant farmers.
Mr. Leonard? I glanced over my shoulder to find an older gentleman staring at us from the road. A large smile visible even from this distance. It was not Matilda's Mr. Leonard, but his father.
A carriage is headed this way.
He pointed down the road, and sure enough, there was a carriage approaching, though it was still a ways off.
I thought the two of you might like to know before it is upon you.
My face burned from embarrassment, but Mr. Huntington only smiled.
That is most appreciated, Mr. Leonard, he said. Thank you for your kindness.
The man gave a tip of his hat and continued on his way. Mr. Huntington tenderly cupped my face with his hands.
Do not look so worried. He does not seem like a man who will gossip about what he saw. He did not even inquire after our names.
Mr. Huntington brushed a stray hair that had escaped my coiffeur and tucked it behind my ear.
I want to speak to your uncle when he returns, and soon your father, of my intentions toward you.
One momentary lapse in judgment, and now the whole world had somehow shifted beneath me, leaving me on unsteady, dangerous ground. How had I let myself fall so completely for a man I could not have? He did not even know who I was, or how many lies I had told him. And what would my aunt and uncle say? What of Matilda? How reckless I had been! How weak! I shook my head, taking a few steps back until I bumped into the dry stone wall behind me. I must go. Forgive me.
Laura.
He reached for me, but I took another step away from him. The confusion in his expression nearly sent me back into his arms. I rallied every ounce of strength I possessed. This cannot work.
Why ever not?
My throat constricted. I cannot say exactly, but I will say this. That kiss, it was wonderful. But it was also a terrible mistake on my part. It is Matilda you should marry. She is everything a man like you could want.
And yet I—
Good day, Mr. Huntington. I glanced again at the approaching carriage that was almost upon us, then lifted my skirts and started toward Linwick at a jog. What in heaven's name had I been thinking, allowing Mr. Huntington to kiss me? One moment of weakness could prove to have dire consequences, not only for me, but my family. It likely already did. And the worst part was that I had known it the entire time. Known it and done nothing. Time and time again, I had allowed myself into compromising situations under the guise of helping Matilda. It turned out I was the most wretched sort of liar. One that not only lied to all of those around her, but also lied to herself. The sound of the approaching carriage drew nearer, and I scrambled up and over the drywall into the pasture, where I would go unseen and unfollowed. Chapter 12. I opened the door to Linwick Manor, expecting to find Aunt Pembroke waiting for me, her foot tapping impatiently at my late arrival. But she was not there. The drawing-room was empty, and when I made haste for the schoolroom, I found it also vacant. Perplexed, I started down the stairs when I glimpsed a maid carrying a large stack of linens. "Pardon me, have you by chance seen the children?" "I believe they are gathered on the back lawn, Miss Turner." "Thank you." She dipped a quick curtsy and continued on her way. As I made my way outside, my mind was reeling with so many competing thoughts. Of Mr. Huntington mentioning that he intended to speak to my uncle and my father when he knew so little about me or the lies I had told him. Of how I would ever fulfil my agreement to Uncle Pembroke now. Of the disappointment I would cause Matilda if she discovered the truth. Of that kiss. That perfectly wonderful kiss. My whole body filled with warmth at the reminder, and I chastised myself. That kiss had likely come with a high price. My position at Linwick Manor, and both my and my sister's dowries. What an utter fool I was! Children's excited voices drew my attention, and I squinted into the bright daylight to find Mr. Huntington already amongst them.
"Laura, there you are!"
Aunt Pembroke gestured me to where they were.
"I wondered when you would return."
My gaze flitted to Mr. Huntington, trying to decipher what he had revealed, if anything. But his expression was unreadable. Forgive my tardiness. I started toward them. I lost track of time.
"It is no matter."
Aunt Pembroke gave a dismissive wave of her hand, easing my trepidation some.
"Mr. Huntington arrived a quarter of an hour ago for the play reading, and the children would not be put off." "I also returned your book."
My gaze flew to his.
"The one I had borrowed from you."
He gave a slow, assuring nod. "Oh, yes, thank you." I looked back to my aunt. "Has Matilda been sent for? She is to be our maid Meline." Aunt Pembroke brightened.
"I asked a servant to retrieve her when Mr. Huntington first arrived, but as she is not yet out, I will see what is keeping her."
She glanced at Mr. Huntington with a knowing look. "I know she much enjoyed reading her parts with you during your last visit, and is eager to do so again." He gave a tight-lipped smile and a nod. Aunt Pembroke fluttered her lashes. "And we do so look forward to your picnic tomorrow. Matilda does love a well-planned picnic." Mr. Huntington shifted his weight, placing his hands behind his back.
I hope it meets with her expectations, then.
It will. She is not a difficult lady to please. A lull in the conversation followed when Mr. Huntington did not respond. Aunt Pembroke's gaze slid to me, then back to Mr. Huntington, and she appeared suddenly wary to leave the two of us together. Well, I shall send Matilda out directly. With that, Aunt Pembroke turned from us and hastened toward the house.
Laura.
Mr. Huntington stepped next to me, his arm brushing against mine.
I questioned whether I should come to the play reading today, after what had occurred, but I was desperate to speak with you.
My chest tightened, and I glanced over to see the children sifting through the props. Did you say anything to my aunt of our meeting? He shook his head.
Of course not.
I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you.
Laura, I never would have kissed you if I had thought.
What are the two of you whispering about? Reginald said, drawing all the children's attention to us. We can speak later, I whispered to Mr. Huntington, before I turned to face Reginald. Only dull grown-up talk. Selina and Lucy hurried toward me, and Lucy wrapped her arms around my waist when she arrived at my side. I have missed you, she said, as though I had been absent for ages, and not one morning. I do not like when Nurse is in charge. Selina gave her sister a little push on the shoulder, her eyes widening with a warning. Lucy frowned. I did not say she was our gov. Selina slapped a hand over Lucy's mouth. Reginald, I said, loud enough to draw Mr. Huntington's attention away from the girls, and Lucy's accidental admission. Did you finish the swords I asked you to make? He hurried to the wooden box that held all our costumes and spun toward me, holding up 2 branches with twig handles secured by ropes. Those are wonderful, I said. A proud smile lit his face. Mr. Lancaster, the gardener, helped me tie the ropes, but I did the rest myself. Did you find something for the golden necklace Maid Malene is to wear? Selina asked. Not yet, but I will. But the play is in 2 days, and it is the most important of all the props. It is a symbol of the prince's love and the way he discerns his true bride. I shrugged. Perhaps Matilda will have a necklace that will suit. And if not, we can always use a yellow ribbon. Selina dipped her chin. A ribbon would look silly. No more so than the paper crowns I made. She pursed her lips. Speaking of, I think we should make flower crowns for the girls. I reached out and put an arm around her. You are welcome to do that if you find the time, but for now, we need to make certain everyone remembers their lines and knows when they enter the scene. Selina looked from Mr. Huntington to me. Since Matilda is not here, will you read the part of Maid Malene? I could feel Mr. Huntington's gaze on me, but I could not bring myself to meet it. Certainly, unless you want to. She smiled, her eyes dancing with mischief. I am quite content being the ugly princess. Of course she was. Well then, let us begin. The children moved to their appointed places. Where should I be? Mr. Huntington's voice was close and low, making my breath catch. This way. I walked to the middle of the stage. You will stand with me. Well, with Maid Malene, here. Oliver. Reginald ran up to Mr. Huntington, handing him a script. I have my parts memorised, but you might need this. Mr. Huntington gave an overdone bow. Thank you, Your Highness. Reginald laughed and walked back to his designated spot. I nodded at Selina, who stepped to the centre of the stage and looked out at the area before us as though an audience were present. We thank you for coming today. Please enjoy our rendition of Maid Malene. She lifted both hands toward us, moving backward until she returned to her assigned position. Mr. Huntington held the script up. His eyes moved across the page with a creased brow, but he did not begin. "Your line is first." I pointed to the paper. He cleared his throat.
"My dearest maid Meline, we must be together. Let me go to your father and ask him for your hand."
I stared at the words he had read. The words I had written a fortnight ago, that now felt far too poignant. "Laura!" Selina hissed. "It is your line now." I gave an absent nod, glancing down at the script. "My father will never agree to our marriage. I fear if you ask him, I may never see you again."
"We have no other choice. I cannot live my life without you."
My voice dropped to a whisper. "Nor I you."
"Then let us go together, and pray fate is on our side."
I glanced up at Mr. Huntington to find him watching me. "You are supposed to take her hand in yours." A smile danced on Selina's lips, "and lead her before the king." I busied my hands by straightening my skirts. "I do not think we must do all the actions today." Selina looked at Mr. Huntington expectantly, and I was nervous he would defy me, but instead he smiled at her.
"I will defer to your cousin's wisdom."
Selina gave a pout in my direction. "But you said we must practice it precisely as we are to perform it." I did, but... A movement behind Selina drew my attention, and I saw Matilda walking toward us, a paradigm of beauty. "On second thought, you are perfectly correct, Selina." She smiled, and I gestured behind her. "As soon as Matilda arrives, we will start from the beginning, acting out the play precisely as we would on stage." Selina followed my line of sight and huffed when she saw her sister drawing closer. "Why must she ruin everything?" she whispered to herself. Mr. Huntington leaned in close.
"Is that also a family trait?"
I glanced up at him, not the least bit surprised he had heard her utterance with his uncanny hearing. "To ruin everything? It likely is." He smiled and shook his head.
"To talk to yourself aloud."
I stilled, wondering if he was once again referring to the darkened room, to the conversation I had held with myself there before knowing he was present. "Yes, actually, we all do it, Matilda most of all." It might be a vain hope to fix this mess I had made, but I had to try, even if it meant adding more untruths to the countless ones I had already told him. "Good afternoon, Mr. Huntington." Matilda drew to a stop directly in front of him, her bright blue eyes lit with purpose, and her sultry tone on full display. "I am so pleased you have come. I have spent the morning hoping you might." My stomach turned, and despite my better judgment, I glanced over at Mr. Huntington to find his gaze fixed upon her. It appeared there might not be much required of me after all. With Matilda's concerted efforts, it was only a matter of time until Mr. Huntington would realise that he, too, regretted our kiss. Chapter 13. The carriage swayed, and Matilda gave a small moan, the colour gone from her face. "Is the motion bothering you?" I asked, drawing Aunt Pembroke's attention from the seat next to her. Matilda pressed the tops of her fingers to her mouth. "Perhaps a little more than usual." Aunt Pembroke touched the back of her hand to Matilda's forehead. "Let us hope you are not coming down with something. You do feel a little warm." "I assure you I feel quite well. I am simply eager to be out of this carriage." Matilda leaned her head back against the seat and closed her eyes tightly. Aunt Pembroke glanced through the window. "We are nearing Summerley, my darling. It will not be long now." None of us spoke again until the carriage rolled to a stop. When the door opened, Aunt Pembroke scooted forward to take the postillion's hand. "Do put on a smile, girls. You two look absolutely morose." I was morose. I had spent the remainder of the previous afternoon watching Matilda brazenly flirt with Mr. Huntington, and I was not anxious to repeat the situation today. He had been strangely contemplative during our play reading, offering far fewer smiles and laughs than usual, and I could not help but wonder if he was regretting having kissed me once he witnessed Matilda's blatant interest toward him. If I had been given a chance, I would have clarified that he need not worry about what had taken place between us, that he was free to pursue Matilda, no matter how much I dreaded the conversation. A collection of laid-out blankets and a smattering of pillows filled the shade of a proud English oak, and a group of servants scurried about, carrying dishes of food from a wagon and setting them on a long rectangular table. A large pond glistened in the sunlight, with ducks floating lazily on the calm water. And there, amidst it all, stood Mr. Huntington, as dashing as ever. I forced my gaze away. "What lovely property!" Aunt Pembroke sent Matilda a conspirational smile. "This could soon be yours." Matilda drew in a deep breath and lifted her shoulders. "I would enjoy taking rides here," she said, as though that was the only reason to marry someone like Mr. Huntington. "Greetings." Mr. Huntington started toward us, and his mother joined him. "Mr. Huntington! Mrs. Huntington!" Aunt Pembroke dipped a small curtsy, and Matilda and I did likewise. "What a perfect day for a picnic!" "Indeed." Mr. Huntington gave a slight nod in my direction. "For an hour or two this morning we worried it might rain." Matilda grabbed the top of her bonnet, her eyes squinting at the brightness of the sky. "And now there is not a cloud in sight." Her smile settled on him. "Fortune does favour you, Mr. Huntington." His jaw went taut. "At times." Mrs. Huntington's focused regard landed on me, and I squirmed beneath it. Surely Mr. Huntington had not told her of our kiss. Was she still trying to determine where she recognised me from? Dread engulfed me at the thought. If she somehow recalled our first meeting, that I was the lady with the overwhelming citrus scent that had fallen and fled from the ballroom, there was risk of her not only informing my aunt of the situation, but also her son. With his mother's story, he would instantly piece together the truth of my being the lady in the darkened parlour, and therefore the truth about how I had lied to him. Repeatedly. "There are rowboats on the shore." Mr. Huntington pointed toward the pond. "Lawn bowls will soon be set up, and we have equipment for battledore and shuttlecock, if you feel so inclined. Otherwise you are welcome to walk around the grounds or lounge on the blankets until the others arrive and the food is served." "Shall we go sit?" Aunt Pembroke glanced between Matilda and me, and we nodded in unison. When we started forward, Matilda stepped in next to her mother, and I trailed a few steps behind. Feeling the Huntingtons' collective gaze on me, I allowed the brim of my bonnet to block them from view as I passed. This was going to be an awfully long day. The blankets were scattered, with people chattering noisily, half-empty plates set next to them or balancing on their laps. I nibbled at a cucumber sandwich, finding it difficult to enjoy the delicious spread of food in my anxious state. Matilda shoved her plate aside, causing Miss Claiborne to glance up at her. "You hardly ate a bite, Matilda." Matilda shrugged. "I am not hungry." Miss Claiborne's concerned gaze moved to me, but then paused before sweeping over the day dress I wore. "That looks well on you," she said, and I was startled to find she was actually addressing me. I glanced down at the cream-coloured muslin of the second-hand dress. "It is beautiful." I particularly like the Van Dyke edging around the hem and sleeves. She pursed her lips. Yes, it is unfortunate the cut of it so quickly fell out of fashion. It was one of my favourites. Not quite certain how to respond to that, I simply nodded. Might we go for a little walk? Matilda rose before Miss Claiborne responded, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. I find I am in need of some fresh air. But we are already sitting in fresh air, her friend noted. Matilda scowled. Are you coming or not? Very well. She sighed and climbed to her feet. You are also welcome, Laura. Matilda glanced at me. If you care to join us. I would be happy to. I stood, grateful to be invited. If I remained close to Matilda, as I had accomplished so far at this picnic, Mr. Huntington would not have an opportunity to seek me out for the dreaded conversation. The two of them started toward the pond, and I walked a few paces behind them. When we had put an ample amount of distance between ourselves and the others, Miss Claiborne leaned over to Matilda. So, whatever happened with that farmer you told me about? Were you able to meet him again? I quieted my breathing and trained my ears on Matilda. No. It was a mistake, and I do not care to be reminded of it, if you please. Miss Claiborne's head reeled back slightly at Matilda's peevish reply. Good afternoon, ladies. Mr. Huntington came from the direction of the rowboats, wearing a smile as bright as the sun overhead. Might I interest any of you in a game of battledore and shuttlecock? The previous group has just finished. Miss Claiborne stepped toward him with her blonde lashes fluttering and her cheeks turning rosy. That does sound fun. Miss Pembroke? Miss Turner? His gaze lingered on me. I looked to Matilda. I do not care for lawn games. She drew close to him, her fingers grazing his coat. But going out on a rowboat sounds delightful. His hands tapped against his thighs as they tended to do when he wished to say something, but was attempting to figure out how to go about it. As much as I would enjoy. You should take her, I blurted, bobbing my head to counter how I truly felt. The rowboats only seat 2 people, he said, pinning me with a look. I shall gladly play battledore and shuttlecock with Miss Claiborne in your stead. I laced my hand through Miss Claiborne's arm, and she gave a muted huff, but thankfully did not voice her opposition. Go and enjoy yourselves. Matilda stepped to Mr. Huntington's side expectantly. After one last, hardened glance in my direction, he gestured toward the awaiting boats, and the two of them sauntered off together. Is something amiss with your cousin? Miss Claiborne straightened the arm that I held on to, and I retracted my hand at her less than subtle hint. Not that I'm aware of. Why do you ask? She seems a touch moody is all. We stopped walking and stood there awkwardly. Should we return to the others? I asked. Or would you actually like to play battledore and shuttlecock? Miss Claiborne's gaze slid to where Mr. Huntington was now helping Matilda into a boat. Why not? Matilda must not have all the fun. Surprised at her acceptance, I smiled. I wholeheartedly agree. Miss Claiborne was atrocious at the lawn game, but we were having a great time regardless. Her laugh was contagious, and each time she swung the racket and missed, a carefree giggle would escape her, causing me to laugh as well. I have not played this since I was a child. She retrieved the shuttlecock from the ground by its feathered side. How did you become such a proficient? I have 6 siblings, all of whom are younger than me, that love the game. And the Pembroke children enjoy it also, so I have had a lot of practice. She batted the velvet-tipped cork of the birdie into the air, and I moved under it, returning it back to her. She swung at the dropping shuttlecock, but missed, Oh, heavens! You are in need of a better partner.
I should like to try my hand. Mrs. Huntington approached with her eyes trained on me. Whenever the two of you are finished, of course. Miss Claiborne glanced from Mrs. Huntington to me, her widened eyes likely a reflection of my own.
Here you are,
she said, cautiously handing Mrs. Huntington the battledore.
Your timing is ideal, for I find I require refreshment.
Mrs. Huntington took hold of the offered handle. Thank you, dear. Miss Claiborne hastened past me with a tentative parting glance. Are you ready, Miss Turner? Mrs. Huntington's question forced my attention back to her. Unable to verbally answer, I gave a nod. She batted the birdie, and it flew upward before starting down again. I positioned myself under it and sent it soaring back into the air. We volleyed for several hits in complete silence, and I contemplated letting it fall intentionally to more quickly bring an end to the game. But I knew that would not help my situation. Mrs. Huntington had sought me out for a purpose. I wanted to thank you. Mrs. Huntington swung, sending the shuttlecock upward again. She certainly was better than most I had played. Thank me, I repeated, managing to return the shuttlecock to her, despite my surprise. My son tells me you encouraged him to write to his brother in hopes of their making amends. She swung her battledore with success, and he has done so. You have accomplished a feat I have not managed since they quarrelled. I batted again, not allowing the revelation to hinder me. I hope it will lead to a reconciliation. We volleyed again in quiet. The distant murmur of voices and the slight breeze jostling the tree branches overhead were the only sounds besides our exchanging of the shuttlecock. My son is very dear to me, Miss Turner, she said, continuing the game with an ease that suddenly evaded me. Did she intend to tell me I was not good enough for him? I was already well aware of that. That is understandable. She batted the shuttlecock again. And it seems he is falling in love with you. The birdie dropped into my sight, but this time I did not swing, and it came to rest on the ground in front of me. Had I heard her correctly? He has not told me so directly, but he does not need to. She lowered the racket to her side. I see it in how he looks at you, and in the way he talks about you. She gave a lift of her brows. With his moping about since yesterday, and your avoidance of him the entire picnic so far, am I wrong to assume something has gone amiss between you? I shifted my gaze to the fallen shuttlecock, unable to look her in the eyes. I know it is not my place to intervene, but it is my hope the two of you can come to an understanding. I long to see Oliver happily settled. It cannot be with me. The confession came without permission. If you want what is best for your son, you should encourage him toward Matilda. She has an ample dowry and is an exceptional lady from an exceptional family. Mrs. Huntington's eyes narrowed. I was told that you also come from an exceptional family. I did, but not in the way she was made to believe. In the way Mr. Huntington had been made to believe. Laura. Mr. Huntington approached from the pond, his brow low in concern. Miss Pembroke requires your immediate assistance. I glanced behind him to find Matilda still seated in the rowboat that had been pulled onto shore. What is it? She is unwell. If you'll excuse me, please. Not wanting to draw anyone's attention, I set a steady pace and made my way to where Matilda sat with her head lowered into her hands. Matilda? Will you help me out of the boat? There was a slight moan underlying her words, and she reached for my hand. I assisted her to stable ground. Whatever is the matter? The breeze picked up and the water grew choppy. The motion nauseated me. She winced,
and lifted a hand to her mouth, drawing in a long, slow breath. Laura, it was mortifying. I got sick over the side of the boat. Oh my, you poor thing. She frowned. Mr. Huntington will never look at me the same way, I am certain of it. I wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Mr. Huntington is not the sort of man who will change his opinion of a lady for such a trivial reason as that. Though I did not doubt that when he discovered all the lies I had told him, it would be more than an adequate reason for him to change his opinion of me. I wouldn't blame him in the least. Now, let us find your mother and see you home. Chapter 14. The library floor was now covered with small piles that I needed to pack into a box according to the order they would be required. It had rained all night, requiring a last-minute change of location for our performance, and we now had less space to work with. The rain spared the picnic, but not our play. I glanced behind me to find Matilda moseying into the room. And your father has sent word that the weather has delayed him. He will not return until tomorrow now. I shook my head. I believe fate wishes us to reschedule, but I refuse to allow it. The children have worked so hard and are eager for the performance. I do not wish to disappoint them. Matilda came to sit in the chair nearest to where I sat on the ground. I was glad to see some of her colour had returned. You look much improved today. Her cheeks lifted as if she meant to smile, but her lips barely turned upward at the corners. It was the motion, after all. Well, I am relieved. I was worried that I might have to play Maid Meline, and no one would want that. Matilda did not respond, but leaned down and grabbed one of the swords Reginald had made, examining the rope tied around it. Was it you in that darkened parlour with Mr. Huntington? My hands stilled. She lowered the sword into her lap, shooting me an accusatory look. So it was you? Yes. I busied myself again, relocating the hastily sewn cloth tunics to another pile. Yesterday, on the boat, before I started to feel sick, Mr. Huntington asked if it had been me in the parlour with him at the Claiborne's ball. My pulse quickened. What did you say? I, of course, had no idea what he was talking about at first. But then I recalled you asking me about whether I had happened upon him before we were introduced, and how pleased he was when I had mentioned him coming out of hiding. So between that and the solemn way he watched me, as though everything depended on my answer, I told him it was me in the parlour. I stared at her. That was surely progress. Was it not? After all, she confirmed what I had told him, so why did my whole body rebel against the idea? I figured if it was you, and you had wanted him to know, you would have shared it with him by now. Did I do wrong by saying I was the lady? Considering all I had done was lie to the man, I could not condemn her for doing the same. No, I bit my lip to hide the quiver. What did he say when you confirmed it was you? He seemed surprised at first. Then he went quiet, thoughtful. It was about then that the breeze picked up and I grew unwell, so we did not speak of it again. Her lips pursed. Why did you not tell me of your encounter? I should have, but it was complicated. I shook my head, trying to figure out how best to tell her all that had occurred without betraying her parents' trust in me. At first it was because I had sought refuge for an embarrassing situation I had found myself in. A slight crease formed on her brow. And what was that? I covered my eyes with a hand, as though it would make the admission easier. I fell in front of a crowd of people. Not tripped and caught myself, but laid prostrated on the ground. Matilda lifted a hand to her mouth. Oh, that was you! I heard of it. Not who you were, obviously, but that a young lady had a rather mortifying fall. Of course she had heard of it. Mortifying is the perfect word, hence the reason I sought out a secluded room to take refuge in. But that was not the worst of it. In the darkness, I spoke aloud, berating myself and laughing like a lunatic. It was not my best moment. I dropped my shoulders. And what I did not realise was that Mr. Huntington was in the shadows, witness to it all. "So does he think me a lunatic now?" Matilda asked, her brow set low with concern. "No." It turns out he was quite enchanted by the whole display. "Interesting." She paused. "And is that all that happened?" I shook my head, my mind taking me back to the parlour, to Mr. Huntington's arms around me, holding me close to him. A chill ran up my back at the memory, and my eyes fluttered open. A group of gentlemen came upon us together, but before they could question what we were doing alone in a darkened room, he had me pretend to cry. We convinced them that I was his sister, and needed a few more moments to compose myself. She stared at me intently. It is lucky they did not discover the truth. That would have been quite the scandal. It could have ruined us both. Though I supposed in some way, knowing what I knew now, a part of me wished we had been discovered, that we had been forced to marry despite my shameful parentage and lowly circumstances. How different things would be now. I never would have had to weave this web of lies I was stuck in. A web of lies similar to what Matilda was now weaving. Mr. Huntington deserved better. My thoughts suddenly clarified. "Tell him the truth," I said, fully aware it would not fare well for me if she did. "You can blame me for not having confessed the whole of it directly. I should have told you what had occurred. I do not believe he will think less of you for it." She shook her head. "I am not certain that is a good idea." "If you wish for an unwavering love between you, honesty is your best course for that. Set a solid foundation, one without deception to weaken it, like I had not had the chance to do." Her face paled slightly. "I fear we might be past the point of confessions." It is never too late for honesty. At least, it was not for Matilda. I disagree. My face scrunched in confusion. "I need to go ready myself." She stood, pasting on a smile. "And I must insist that you say nothing to Mr. Huntington about this conversation. I shall handle the situation how I think best." Before I could form a response in my state of shock, she glided from the room. Selina walked into the library next. She held a box in her arms and glanced around with excitement. "It looks wonderful! Is there anything left that I can help you with?" In earnest, I had done little to the room besides drape some linens over the bookshelves as a backdrop, and position a few rows of chairs in front of the area we were to use as a stage, but I was glad she appeared pleased. "Actually, yes. I was thinking of hanging this blanket as a curtain of sorts. Designate a place out of view of the audience for the actors to wait. But I'm worried it will not hold if I attempt to toss it over the fishing line I have put up. It must be done carefully." She set her box on a chair and came to where I was standing. I handed her one side of the blanket, and with careful manoeuvring, we managed to drape it over the line. The line bowed downward under the weight, but it held. I took a step back to judge our success. "Do you think it will stay for the entire performance?" I glanced at Selina, but her gaze had slid back to her box again. "What is in there?" Her face brightened. "Let me show you." She hurried over to the box and pulled out a lovely flower wreath. "It is a crown." She walked toward me, bearing the floral crown as though it were my coronation. "It is beautiful." I examined the vibrant colours of flowers set against well-chosen greenery. I hope it was not unfeeling of me to make them when you had already spent time on the paper ones, but you did say—" And I meant it. In fact, I am thrilled with how well they turned out. Here. She held up the dainty wreath like she intended to put it on my head. Oh, but Matilda will be playing the part of Maid Meline. I made one for each of us, you included. How thoughtful. I leaned my head down and allowed her to place it atop my head. She took a step back and smiled. You look like a real princess.
She certainly does.
My gaze shifted to the door where Mr. Huntington was walking toward us, looking as handsome as ever. I wrapped an arm around my middle as though it would calm the upheaval he caused inside me, a mixture of nerves and dread and excitement. You are here early?
I came to see if I could be of assistance.
How generous of you. I gestured behind us, but I believe we are ready. His eyes lit.
Did you find a gold necklace for Maid Meline to wear?
I have a golden ribbon that will suffice. Selina's disappointed gaze shot to me. A ribbon?
I believe I have a solution.
Mr. Huntington reached into his inner coat pocket and pulled out a rectangular wooden box about the length of a folded letter, then handed it to me. My heart pattered with nervous energy. What is it? One side of his mouth lifted at the corner.
Open it.
Carefully, I unhooked the metal latch and drew the lid open to reveal a stunning gold collar. I glanced up at him. It is beautiful.
It was my grandmother's.
I closed the box and thrust it back toward him. We cannot use that as a prop. It is far too precious. He put his hand over mine and pushed the box back to me.
I insist.
It is absolutely perfect, Selina said, drawing our attention. He flicked his chin in her direction.
See there? It is perfect.
I sighed. Very well. I shall hold on to it and make certain Matilda returns it directly after the play is over. Mr. Huntington's brows dropped.
Miss Pembroke is recovered from yesterday, then?
Yes, it was the motion of the boat that got to her. He drew in his lips and nodded.
Well, I am glad to hear it.
Of course he was.
Where are Lucy and Reginald?
Mr. Huntington's gaze went to Selina.
I wonder if one of us should go find them so that we might do a final practice before the audience arrives.
A knowing smile pulled Selina's lips upward. I will happily see to it. My heart dropped. That is not necessary.
Thank you, Selina.
Mr. Huntington interrupted. Shall I take your crown first? Selina asked. I'd hate for it to wilt before our performance. Oh, yes, thank you. I carefully removed it and handed it to her, and she placed it in the box.
And there is no need to wear yourself out by hurrying.
Mr. Huntington winked at Selina, which caused her to leave a trail of giggles as she ambled from the room. It seemed this was my recompense for avoiding him since our kiss.
I have not yet had a chance to secure that conversation you promised me.
I glanced down at the necklace box, grasped tightly in my hand. Well, the more I thought about it, the less I felt there was to say.
How strange. Because the more I thought about it, the more confused I have become.
He drew a step closer and placed a hand under my chin, drawing my gaze upward.
Do you not feel for me the way I feel for you?
I stared at him. Whatever he claimed to feel, it would be null and void once he discovered who I was and how I had deceived him. Right now, I had a position as a governess, the ability of securing dowries for myself and my sisters. Those things were sure, certain. I could not give them up for an unrealistic hope. His thumb stroked my cheek, instantly pulling me from my quandary, and simultaneously weakening my resolve. He leaned down, his lips just out of reach.
Because, with the intensity in which you returned my kiss, I cannot help but think you feel similarly.
My throat was tight, and my thoughts were muddled. How could they not be? Everything was a mess, and it was all my doing.
Along the wall closest to the door.
Voices from the corridor stole our attention, and Aunt Pembroke stepped into the room, looking over her shoulder at the servant trailing her. Instinctively, I ducked behind the closest chair.
"Yes, right there," she said. "Put the lemonade on the far side and the platter next to it."
I could scarcely hear the bustling over my drumming heart.
"Oh, Mr. Huntington, are you here by yourself?"
I squeezed my eyes shut, wondering why I always acted so ridiculously on impulse. Had I hoped she would leave before glancing around the room? "I am here as well," I said, popping back up and forcing out an overdone smile to where not only my aunt stood, but Mrs. Huntington also. I was setting up for the play. I leaned forward and wiggled the chair in front of me. You know, getting the chairs all in line. And Mr. Huntington had come in and asked how he could help. I glanced over at his amused expression, which only exasperated me more.
"I will see to having a servant gather the children."
He smiled and headed toward the door, giving a half bow to my aunt and kissing his mother on the cheek as he passed.
"Such a doting son," Aunt Pembroke said to Mrs. Huntington,
the two of them making their way to where I stood. It was only then that I noticed Mrs. Huntington's headdress bore a mass of lazily hanging feathers on one side. I glanced away, certain I did not have the resolve to keep from gawking at them. The last thing I needed at the moment was for Mrs. Huntington to recall my embarrassing fall and inform my aunt of it. Nor did I wish for Mr. Huntington to discover the truth that way. My pride, what little I currently possessed, could not take it. Mrs. Huntington gestured to the box clutched in my hand. "I see my son gave you the necklace." I met her gaze squarely. Yes, it was very kind of him. The feathers moved in my periphery, but I did not betray myself.
"What necklace is that?"
Aunt Pembroke asked. "One to use as a prop for the play." My head was bouncing up and down as if extra reassurance was required. "It is for Maid Meline to wear, so Matilda."
"Oh!"
Aunt Pembroke released a breath of relief.
"That is so kind, though I am certain he did not have to go to such trouble. We could have found a necklace that would suffice."
Mrs. Huntington watched me with an unreadable expression. "So Miss Pembroke is recovered today, and will play the part of Maid Meline?" "Yes." True to myself, I once again took to nodding far too exuberantly, ensuring my gaze remained fixed on Mrs. Huntington's face, and not her feathers. Aunt Pembroke gave a small hum.
"We were disappointed to have to leave your picnic early. Matilda has a strong constitution and is typically not prone to motion affecting her."
Mrs. Huntington turned her attention to my aunt, and I allowed my eyes to drift to her headdress for a brief moment. What was with Mrs. Huntington and her love of feathers? Now, having spoken to her, she did not seem the ostentatious type that cared to have masses of feathers on display atop her head. "Miss Turner?" My gaze dropped to hers. "What was that?" Her eyes roved over my guilty expression.
"I had asked if you are to be in the play."
"Oh!" I cleared my throat. "No, but I shall be behind the curtain, ready to feed any forgotten lines." She nodded.
"What a lovely headdress that is,"
Aunt Pembroke said, having followed my previous line of sight. "Where do you have them made?" "My daughter-in-law, Fanny, buys one for me every so often. She is very fashionable and apparently finds my own selection wanting." Mrs. Huntington gave a small laugh, making her expression appear more youthful. "And, to be honest, though I would not choose such a headdress for myself, I am growing accustomed to the style." "The turban you wore at the Claiborne's ball was the envy of all the matrons," Aunt Pembroke said. "That is kind of you to say, but I do not think I shall don it again any time soon. The feathers are quite excessive." My face heated at her mention of it. In truth, I fear it may have caused a rather unfortunate situation. "What happened?" Aunt Pembroke asked, her gossiping tone in full force. "Where would the two of you like to sit?" I blurted out, then hastened to the front row and gestured to some chairs. I had thought here would be a good view. Aunt Pembroke looked appalled by my interruption, but there was a light dawning in Mrs. Huntington's eyes at my desperate attempt to steer the conversation elsewhere. Blast it all! She knew. "Forgive her brash manners," Aunt Pembroke said, returning her attention to Mrs. Huntington. "Please go on." Mrs. Huntington's gaze lingered on me for a moment longer, and I gave her a pleading look before she again looked to my aunt. "There is not much to say, really, only that the feathers on my turban momentarily blinded a sweet young lady I stood in front of. Out of my own embarrassment for what I had caused, I became unjustifiably cross when she spoke to me, and I regret having done so." "Oh." Aunt Pembroke was obviously unimpressed with Mrs. Huntington's story, but I was excessively grateful, both for Mrs. Huntington's silence and for her indirect apology. A cacophony of children's voices echoed through the room, Lucy leading the charge. "Mother, are you excited to see our play?" My aunt smiled at her darling, bright-eyed daughter. "Tremendously! I only wish your father could have made it home in time." "We shall give him a private performance." Reginald looked to Mr. Huntington, who followed behind. "You would join us for another, would you not?" "Of course." He tousled Reginald's hair. "Heaven forbid you should have to act the part of a prince." I smiled, completely engrossed with how Mr. Huntington had taken to all of the children, and they to him. His gaze lifted and met mine, so full of warmth and admiration, and, in that moment, it nearly broke my heart to know that he would never be mine, that the children he might one day have, and so lovingly adore, would be someone else's, likely Matilda's. "Is Matilda on her way?" Aunt Pembroke asked, reclaiming my attention. Thankfully, she was addressing Selina, and not me. "She said she will be down momentarily." I stepped forward. "Should we review your places while we wait? I do not think it will be too difficult of a transition from what we were used to outside, but it would not hurt to make certain we all know where we are to be." Chapter 15. I stood behind the blanket that separated me from the audience, ready to give lines if it was required. But, to my amazement, each person had their parts completely memorized. "You will marry my daughter." Reginald pointed his sword at the prince, as though it were a death threat. "And, regardless of what people say, I do not hide her away because she is ugly." He stopped, putting his hand to his mouth, as though whispering to the audience. "There are other reasons also." Laughter erupted. "It is almost your turn," I whispered to Selina, who stood beside me. "I'm shaking from nerves. You will be wonderful. But what if I'm not? What if I forget all of my lines?" I dipped my chin. Believe in yourself. But know that if you falter, I will be here. She drew a shaky breath and veiled her face, stepping onto the stage. Her voice trembled at first, but it did not take long for her to look at ease. Reginald stepped behind the curtain. "How did I do?" he asked, with bright eyes. I put a finger to my lips, reminding him to whisper, "You are a natural, and I love how you delivered your line about your daughter's ugliness not being the only reason she was hidden away." He beamed. "Where is the mask for the assassin?" I pointed to the large prop box. "It should be in there." He began digging through the box's contents, which had fallen into a state of disarray since the start of the play, when Mr. Huntington stepped behind the curtain, with Lucy on his heels. "Did you hear me say my line?" she asked. I once again put a finger to my lips, then straightened her flower crown. "Yes," I whispered, "and you did wonderfully, but you are still supposed to be out there." Lucy gave a small giggle before I ushered her back on stage. Mr. Huntington stood beside me, but I did not risk a glance at him. "I cannot find my mask," Reginald hissed, and I could hear the frustration lacing his voice. "I am to be on as the guard right now." I handed Mr. Huntington the script and moved to help Reginald. After a little shuffling, I pulled out the assassin's mask. "Thank you." Reginald put on the mask, jumped to his feet, and strolled onto the stage. I returned to my place, and Mr. Huntington handed me the script. I was instantly all too aware of it being only me and him behind the curtain, the two of us watching as Selina's character attempted to convince Maid Malene to take part in her deceitful plan, to pretend she was the ugly princess, and to have Maid Malene marry the prince in her stead. Matilda stepped forward, out of sight from where I stood, but her voice projected wonderfully. "But will the prince not know we are different people when he enters the wedding chamber to find you awaiting him?" Selina's back was to us. "It will not matter. Our marriage will be valid, and he cannot revoke it." Mr. Huntington stood behind me to my right, and I handed him the necklace box. "Here," I whispered. "You will need it for the next scene." He shook his head and held up the golden ribbon. "I will use this." My brow furrowed. "I brought that necklace, thinking Matilda was unwell, and that you were to be Maid Malene today." I stared at him, trying to understand. "You do not want her to wear it?" "I wish for you to." "But I am not in the play." He pulled the box from my grasp and stepped directly behind me, the warmth of him penetrating through my dress and causing me to still. As he leaned close, his breath caressed my neck. "The play was only an excuse to give it to you. I want you to keep the necklace. It is a gift." I whipped my head to the side, barely managing to keep my voice at a whisper. "I cannot accept it." "You can." My head was shaking of its own volition, and I glanced at the stage to make certain no one noticed us. What about Matilda? She said she finally confessed to being the lady in the darkened parlour. Are you not thrilled at the revelation? "I am done allowing the memory of an intangible woman be my guiding light." His fingertips brushed across the sides of my neck, inducing an overwhelming sensation of pleasure that travelled through me. Something cool settled on my skin, and I realised he was putting the necklace on me. I closed my eyes, relishing the feeling of his touch as he clasped it into place. He drew near again, the sound of his breathing entirely too distracting. "All that matters now is that the experience led me to you. I have fallen in love with you, Laura Turner, and I wish to marry you." My head spun, and I lifted a hand to my temple. This would not do at all, despite the fact that I had never wanted anything more in my life. My hand dropped, settling on the necklace, the feel of the precious metal smooth beneath my fingers. How could I tell him of all my lies? of the expectations placed upon me. My aunt and uncle will be furious, and Matilda— His hand settled on my waist, stealing my words.
We will tell them as delicately as possible.
I twisted my upper body toward him, meeting his gaze. There is something I must tell you. Several things, actually. It will surely change your mind about me. His chin lifted as he glanced at the stage. Then he brought his face an inch away, resting his forehead against my temple.
There is nothing that could change my mind.
Something inside screamed for me to tell him that it was an implausible hope to think we could be together. The lies could never be righted. My parentage would bring shame upon him. Matilda and my aunt and uncle would never forgive me. But another part of me, a growing part of me, wanted to believe his declaration, that he would love me no matter what, however foolish it seemed. And was that not worth it? His arm wrapped more fully around me, his other one joining the embrace.
Have I convinced you yet?
My heart thudded about mercilessly. We will tell my aunt and uncle, and Matilda, together.
Yes.
And you will let me explain everything to you? His lips brushed my skin.
Of course.
I placed my hands over his arms and intertwined my fingers with his. Well then. My voice was the barest of whispers. I find myself compelled to speak the truth. I love you as well. The smile that formed on his handsome face was full of all that was good and wonderful, excitement, hope, and love. He tightened his hold on me, drawing my body to meet his.
I know now is not the moment.
He glanced ahead at the play fully in progress.
As I am required on stage momentarily. But later, I plan to show you how excessively happy you have made me.
I bit back my smile, giddy with the thought of what that would be like. I shall count on it. A slight pop sounded, followed by a whoosh, and we snapped our heads to the left as the blanket fell to the ground. A collective gasp sounded. All eyes were trained on Mr. Huntington and me, standing in a markedly intimate position. Why did fate loathe me so intensely? Mr. Huntington withdrew his hands, and I took a step forward, away from him. There was an array of expressions gawking at us, from Mrs. Huntington's surprised amusement to Matilda's look of betrayal. Selina's delighted grin contradicted Aunt Pembroke's utter horror, and though I tried to overlook the servants' aghast reactions, their whispers buzzed in my ears. It was only Reginald who looked disinterested in what had happened. "Do you two love each other?" Lucy asked, a smile of joyful innocence lighting her face.
It seems that the ending of our play is now spoiled.
Mr. Huntington spoke like he was not on the verge of panic, as I was.
But thank you for running lines with me one more time, Miss Turner. Shall we put this blanket back up and continue?
I blinked. A flood of emotions swelled over me so that I could hardly breathe, let alone go along with his charade. "How could you?" Matilda glared at me, her hands fisted at her side. I shook my head, entreating her with my eyes not to say more. I needed to be the one to tell Mr. Huntington the truth. "All this time you were encouraging me toward him, and for what? So that you could steal him from me?" "Matilda, it was not like that. I asked you if you preferred him." She shook her head in obvious disgust. "You lied." I drew a step toward her. "Matilda, please." Without a second glance, Matilda lifted the skirts and ran from the room. What had I done? I had been thoughtless and weak. If only I had stuck to my plan. It was one of certainty and stability. Now everything felt so uncertain. Had I risked it all on a mere hope? Aunt Pembroke rose to her feet, facing the servants. "The production is over. Be on your way, and do not speak a word of this to anyone, even amongst yourselves." With lowered gazes, the servants stood and hastily exited. Lucy's lip trembled. "But we were not finished." "We will finish another time," I said, if only to console her. "Children, you too." Aunt Pembroke gestured to Selina. "Take them out." Selina grabbed Lucy's hand and pulled her toward the door. Reginald followed behind without so much as a huff of complaint, leaving Mr. Huntington, his mother, my aunt, and me alone in the library. Mr. Huntington set a reassuring hand on my lower back. This was not Laura's fault. "Laura, is it?" Aunt Pembroke glared at me, her gaze pausing on the necklace. "Are you two on such familiar terms to be calling one another by your Christian names?" My mouth felt stiff, and my tongue heavy. "She has not given me permission to do so," Mr. Huntington said. "I took the liberty on my own. Forgive me for all of this. As I already said, it was not your niece's fault. But let me assure you that my intentions toward her are honourable." "Honourable? Is that what that was?" Aunt Pembroke's chest rose and fell in rapid bursts. "Because that is not what it looked like to me. It looked to me as though you were having a little tryst behind a curtain while my children were within view. While my daughter, the one you have been showing interest in for the last several weeks, stood not 10 paces from you." My whole body was shaking, and I felt I might be sick. "I am sorry, Mrs. Pembroke." Mr. Huntington stood erect, not cowering in the least. "I did not handle any of this well." "No, you did not." "Come now." Mrs. Huntington took a cautious step toward my aunt. "Despite all that has occurred, can we not be pleased for your niece and my son? They have found love." "Love? How can someone love a person they do not know?" Her gaze shifted to Mr. Huntington, and her eyes narrowed into slits. "Your son does not know the first thing about Laura, about who she is, and where she comes from." "Please, Aunt," I said, finally finding my voice. "I intend to tell him everything." "You intend to tell him you are our governess, that we only brought you to Linwick Manor out of the goodness of our hearts in order to help your impoverished family survive?" She lifted her brows. "Is that what you were going to tell him? Or that your mother was a trollop who was with child before she ran off with a nobody? Or—" "That is quite enough." Mr. Huntington's nostrils flared as he stared at my aunt. "Do not speak of your niece in that manner. Not in my presence." "In that case, I think it is best if you leave." Aunt Pembroke strode toward the door and yanked the bell pull. I glanced over at Mr. Huntington, tears stinging my eyes. "I am sorry." I unclasped the necklace and offered it to him. He shook his head, but I took hold of his hand and pressed it into his palm. If things were different. "Come, Oliver." Mrs. Huntington stretched out her hand, her voice hushed. Tempers are high, and we want to depart of our own accord. Mr. Huntington's gaze returned to me. "When does your uncle arrive back at Linwick?" "Tomorrow." His hand came to my cheek to wipe a tear that had escaped. "I will come then." My breath hitched with emotion. "I will not blame you if you do not." Footsteps sounded in the corridor. "Oliver, we must go." Mrs. Huntington took hold of her son's arm, pulling him toward the door. He glanced back one last time, but his bewildered expression did little to ease me. And then he was gone. Tears streamed down my cheeks, and I stood as still as prey that hoped to go unnoticed by a looming predator. But the revulsion in Aunt Pembroke's glare not only confirmed she was aware of me, but that I would not come out of this unscathed. "We trusted you. We allowed you into our home, into our family, and this is how you repay us?" "Forgive me, Aunt. I never meant for any of this to happen. I honestly tried to sway Mr. Huntington toward Matilda." "You are a conniving little liar." "I never wanted to be," I blurted. "I never wanted to lie, nor pretend I was someone I was not. I did it because you told me to." Her expression hardened. "You will lay this at my feet, at the feet of my husband, the very people who have clothed you and fed you and cared for you these past few years. What will your family do without the generous income we provide you?" She paused. "Or do you really think a man like Mr. Huntington will marry you now that the truth has come out? Do you think he will not know exactly why you entrapped him?" "That is not true. I love him." "He is a means to an end for you." My breath trembled. "And what is he to you? Matilda does not love him." "Pack your things. You are leaving Linwick at once." My ears rang, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. "Please, Aunt, do not send me away, I beg of you." I could hear the desperation in my voice, but I did not care. "As you said, my family requires my income. I cannot lose this position. Or at least, might you wait to decide until my uncle returns?" Her expression pulled tight. "I pleaded with my husband not to bring you here, but he would not listen to me. And now he will return to see the wreckage you have caused, the same wreckage his beloved sister also brought upon this family. But, as with her, there are consequences for such actions. Consequences even your uncle will not prevent. A governess's role is to set an example of moral behaviour for her pupils, not to corrupt them." She turned on her heels and started toward the door. "Be ready within the hour to depart, for I will not abide you in my home a moment longer." She paused in the doorway and glanced back at me. "And you will not speak to any of my children again, nor bid them farewell. Do I make myself clear?" I gave an absent nod, tears blurring my vision. Without another word, she swept from the room. The sound of my sobs splintered the quiet of the library. I wrapped my arms around myself and collapsed to the floor. How had everything gone so wrong so quickly? For the briefest of moments, I'd had such hope. Now, I was left with nothing. How naive I'd been. My scattered thoughts turned to Mr. Huntington, and the look of bewilderment on his face as he departed. Would he return, now that he knew the truth? I supposed it did not matter, for I would not be here if he did. Chapter 16. I pulled the laundered clothing from the basin, squeezed the water from each article, and piled it in the large wicker basket. My hands were raw from the lye soap and the work I was no longer accustomed to. They ached when I drew the basket to my hip. "Let me help you." Mamma grabbed one side of the basket, not giving me a choice in the matter. "You have your own work to be doing. You need not help me." But I relinquished my control and took hold of the other handle, allowing the weight of it to be distributed between us. "Lily is working on the mending." Mamma smiled at me. "She has become quite accomplished with the needle while you've been away." My two younger brothers dashed toward us in a fierce game of tag, and we lifted the basket to prevent Lucas, the youngest, from blindly hitting into it. She has grown accomplished in many areas. Her French has certainly surpassed my own. Though, why did it matter? Thanks to my foolishness, they were again destined for a life of labour, just as I was. We reached the laundry lines, and I touched the bed linens hanging closest to the house to see if they were dry yet. "They are still damp," I said, and we moved to the farther lines before setting down the basket full of water-laden clothes. I took hold of a garment, wrung it out again, then placed it on the line with a clothespin. "Would you like to talk about what happened at Linwick?" Mamma watched me out of the corner of her eye as she bent for another piece of laundry. "It has been nearly a week since you returned, and you have hardly spoken a word about it." I do not wish to think on it. Not what had occurred, nor that Mr. Huntington had not come for me. I told myself it was because he did not know where my family resided, and that my uncle and aunt would not tell him. But a growing part of me wondered if the things he had learned about me that day had changed his mind. Either way, it was for the best. He did not need to see my family's situation and experience yet another disappointment, not on top of all of my deceptions. "You needn't share until you are ready, my love." Mother pinned another item in place. "But as you know, there is little shame I have not known myself. Nothing you say would lessen my view of you." I wiped a stray tear with the back of my hand, unexpectedly eager to confess the whole of it. "Mamma?" Lily popped her head around the bed linens. "There is a man here that wishes to speak to you." "Did he give his name?" Mamma untied her apron and draped it over the line, causing a few clothespins to tumble from the pockets. Lily shook her head, and hope rose in my chest. "Is he a younger gentleman?" I asked, unable to stop myself. She glanced behind her, then looked back at us and lowered her voice. "No, he looks to be about Papa's age." "Is he standing outside?" Mamma asked, stepping to glance around Lily so she could glimpse the visitor. Her face went pale, and she lifted her hands to cover her mouth. "Who is it?" I asked, my heart quickening. I raised onto my toes, hoping to view the man that had such an effect on Mamma, but all I saw was the top of a beaver hat moving toward us. Mamma muttered something from beneath her hands, shaking her head in obvious disbelief. Suddenly, Uncle Pembroke appeared from behind the row of linens.
"How are you, sister?"
"I am somewhat in a state of shock at present, if you must know." Her hands finally lowered. "Is it really you?" He gave a small smile and reached for her hand.
"It is me."
"But why are you here?" Her gaze flicked to me. "Is this to do with Laura?" My chest grew tight, wondering if he had come to berate me as well. He looked over at me, his expression guarded.
"In part. But I also came to speak with you and your
He cleared his throat.
"Mr. Turner."
Mamma looked at Lily, who watched the conversation with great interest. "Go and fetch Papa from the fields." Lily disappeared behind the sheets again. "Can I offer you some refreshment?"
"Perhaps in a moment. First, I wish to speak with Laura. Alone, if that is permissible."
Mamma sent me a questioning glance, and I nodded my agreement. "I will ready some tea." She paused to take in her brother for another moment, then vanished from view. I wiped my hands on my apron. I
must.
Uncle and I both halted mid-sentence.
"You first,"
Uncle Pembroke said, nodding for me to proceed. "I simply wanted to say how exceptionally and wholly sorry I am about how everything turned out. I sincerely was trying to do as I promised you." Uncle Pembroke gave a slow nod.
It was not fair of me to put so much responsibility on you. And though I was not thrilled to hear of all that occurred, I also cannot blame Mr. Huntington for his interest in you. You are an exceptional young lady, Laura, and you will be missed at Linwick Manor.
I swallowed down my disappointment. For a moment, I had thought he might offer me my position again. It felt strange. I had longed for home so completely while I was away, and yet, now that I was here, I missed Linwick Manor terribly. I missed the Pembroke children. "Will you send the children my love?" I asked, tears stinging my eyes. I did not have a chance to say goodbye. He gave a sad smile. "I will." "And is Matilda well?"
"I'm afraid she has not ventured from her room much since the play. Your aunt worries, but I reckon she will soon be herself again."
"I never meant to hurt her."
"I know."
We stood a moment in silence, and I wondered if he had already said what he came to say. Then he released a heavy breath.
"I must confess something, Laura."
My brow lowered. "What is that?"
"When I presented you with our arrangement, you're helping Matilda secure Mr. Huntington in exchange for dowries for you and your sisters."
He pulled his lips inward.
"That was never my money to offer you."
Disbelief flooded over me. There was never to be a dowry for any of us.
"Yes, there was. What I mean is, the money is yours and your sister's, free of obligation."
The ground seemed to sway beneath me. "I do not understand. You told me it was—"
"Your grandfather left it to you in his will. He did not think his grandchildren's futures should be solely determined by your mother's trespasses against him. It was not my right to put any stipulations on it, other than those already laid out in the will, that each of you receive the sum of £1,000 when you reach your majority, or when you marry, whichever occurs first. You will be 21 this year, so it will soon be yours."
So heavy was my heart, I hardly knew how to feel. But I would be glad for my sisters.
"I am sorry that I kept the truth from you."
His voice wavered with emotion.
"I was desperate not to lose my daughter in the same way I had lost my sister."
I thought of all the lies I had told because of our arrangement, and because of Aunt Pembroke's demands. But to see him standing there, tears brimming in his eyes, my defences tumbled. I reached a hand toward him, and he took hold of it briefly. "I understand that." He cleared his throat.
"Well, I had best go inside and tell your father about the will. I also have another matter to discuss with him."
He stepped to leave. "Uncle?"
"Yes, Laura?"
Without thinking, I wrapped my arms around his neck. "Thank you for everything these past few years. You have always been kind to me." He returned my embrace.
"It is you who deserve my thanks."
With one last shared smile, he started toward the house. I stood there for several moments after he left, processing all that had happened. "It will all be well," I said to myself. "My sisters can marry, and I—" I leaned down, grabbing another piece of laundry.
"And what is it you will do?"
The familiar voice sent me reeling back around, right along with the laundered garment I held. The saturated fabric smacked directly into Mr. Huntington's thigh. He glanced down at the large wet mark on his buckskin breeches.
"Not quite how I expected this to go. Though perhaps that was my mistake."
"Oh, heavens! I am so sorry." My heart was fluttering about uncontrollably, and I dropped the laundry back in the basket. My hands flapped nervously at my side as I searched for something nearby I might offer him so that he might dry himself. I took hold of Mamma's apron and thrust it at him. "Here, this is dry." His amused smirk shifted into a full smile, and he placed the apron back on the line.
"A second flapping demonstration. It seems fortune does favour me."
"One of the lucky few." My voice was shaky, and I tried for a smile, but it came out pulled and awkward, and it was only then I realised how dreadful I must look. Not only my expression, but all of me. I lifted a hand to my hair, pushing back all the strands that carelessly hung in my face. Though I suppose you would not know it now. I moved to untie my apron, but his hands slid around my waist, stopping me.
"Leave it. You look beautiful."
Regrettably, he removed his hold on me far too soon for my liking. "Did you come with my uncle?" I asked, desperate to change the subject. He nodded.
"I would have come sooner, but it took me a few days, and an excessively long letter where I referred to myself as a cod's head."
He gave a wink.
"To convince him to come meet with me at Summerley. Once he was there, out of the reach of your aunt, he was more agreeable. I was to come on my own, but yesterday morning he arrived at my house, ready to accompany me."
My mother was thrilled to see him. It has been 20 years since they last saw one another.
20 years is a long time.
His expression softened.
"When I heard you were sent away..."
He shook his head.
"I have never known such torment. And that was only a few days."
It felt much longer than that to me as well. Particularly because of the situation in which we left one another. He took hold of my hands.
"I am so sorry for all of that. I cannot help myself around you, and I
did not mean the minor scandal, but how you had to discover the truth about me. And that was not even all of it." My gaze dropped. "Honestly, I lied to you during every interaction we had." His fingers brushed along my arms, sending chills through me.
"Laura, let me ease your mind. First, you lied to me out of duty and in order to help someone else."
"But I also did it because of the
dowries. For you and your sisters. I know. Your uncle told me everything. But how could I blame you for that? And second, I hate to be the bearer of such news, but you are the absolute worst liar I have ever met. I was not often sure what your purpose was, but I was well aware that you were hiding something, that there was something you would not, or could not, tell me."
"I was that obvious?"
"The way you stumbled over your words, and how your cheeks always turned a lovely shade of pink each time you spoke a falsehood. Oh, and the excessive nodding, like you were trying to convince yourself of what you were saying."
The seriousness of the previous moment dissolved instantly with his teasing, and I lifted my brow in mock challenge. "Did you know, then, that I was the lady in the darkened parlour?" His chin lowered, his mouth stretching into that dastardly handsome smile of his.
"Not with absolute certainty, no. But close to that. As you are probably aware, I began to wonder from the first time I heard you laugh near the willow, and my suspicions grew with each interaction. But it wasn't until the other day, when leaving Linwick Manor after the play, that my mother confirmed my hopes. She had finally recalled where it was she had first encountered you, during an unfortunate incident at the Claiborne's ball. One she felt most terrible about, and that left you fleeing the ballroom."
There was a mix of compassion and adoration in his eyes.
"I would say it was a worthy cause for one to seek refuge in a darkened parlour."
I tipped my head back and groaned. "She told you about my fall."
"And your overwhelming scent of bergamot and lemons."
My nose scrunched at the memory. In my defence, it is Matilda's favourite perfume. I simply did not mention she had generously administered it on both of us that night. He paused.
Well, were there any other lies you wished to confess before I continue on with my purpose in being here?
I thought of Matilda's sneaking about with Marcus Leonard, but decided against sharing it at the moment. It was not my secret to tell. None that have any implications for us, so you may go ahead and restate your love for me if you wish.
He chuckled. You are far too astute.
I am a governess, after all.
You were a governess.
Mr. Huntington reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the golden necklace, unlatching it and placing it on my neck. My breath caught when he stepped toward me to latch it.
Now, if you have no objections, I would very much like you to be my wife.
I have not the slightest objection. I wrapped my arms around his neck and leaned into him. The smell of sandalwood and spices consumed me in the best way possible. When our lips met this time, there was no timidity on my part. I had relived our last kiss over and over again, and I was eager to resume where we had left off near the willow. Giggles filled the air, and we broke apart to find my younger brothers, each holding a corner of the bed linen that had granted us our privacy. Behind them stood my sisters and Mamma, with widened eyes and smiles. "Lucas, Phineas, give me that." Mamma started toward them and yanked the cloth from their hands before they escaped. "Do not stop on our account." She attached one side of the linen, then pulled it taut along the clothesline, amusement brightening her face. "We will be waiting right over there when the two of you are finished. The family is eager to meet your Mr. Huntington, Laura." She secured the other side, leaving us alone again. Mr. Huntington's chest shook with laughter.
"Shall we always manage to find ourselves in such embarrassing scrapes?"
"If you desire a lifetime with me, you had best grow used to it, Oliver." The smile he bestowed upon me at my use of his given name was utterly captivating.
"I knew you would come around, eventually."
It was odd, but using his formal name had been my last protection from fully surrendering to the intimacy that had drawn me to him from our first meeting. And now there was no reason to hinder those feelings. And to think, all you had to do was ask me to marry you. His hands slid across my lower back, and he pulled me closer.
Had I the foresight, I would have allowed those gentlemen to discover us in that darkened room together and married you directly.
You cannot know how many times I have regretted your quick thinking that night. His laugh rumbled through me.
"Well, we need not wait much longer. Mr. Pembroke is inside with your father now, discussing the marriage contract I have laid out. I believe your father will be quite pleased with a few of the stipulations I have included, such as larger dowries for your sisters and an educational fund for your brothers."
I released my arm from around his neck and threw it over my gaping mouth. "Oliver, you needn't—"
"I want to."
He tilted his head to the side.
"After all, your family will now be my family."
Tears welled in my eyes at his sentiment. He would accept not only me, but my family as well? After everything he had learned about my parents. You cannot know how much that means to me. He brushed at a fallen tear, his touch soft but sure on my skin.
"Lest you think I am being entirely selfless, I should inform you that I received word from my brother. He, Fanny, and the girls plan to attend our wedding."
He tipped his head from side to side.
"Therefore, my family will now also be your family."
The swell of emotions surging through me had grown too large, and my tears dislodged, streaming down my cheeks. He cupped my face in his hands.
"I promise they are not that bad."
Laughter burst out of me, mid-cry. "That is not it at all. They sound wonderful. I wiped at my eyes. It is only that I am so completely happy." Oliver grinned.
"You had me worried there for a brief moment."
I gave him a playful shove on his chest, but before my hand retracted, he caught hold of it and intertwined our fingers.
"I love you, Laura Turner. You are the most genuine, authentic person I know. I am undeniably drawn to you. I have been from our first encounter."
"I could say the same of you." He released my hand and grasped my waist, his pressure firm as he drew me upward to close the space that separated us.
"I shall forever be grateful that fate brought us together in a darkened parlour that night."
Could it be that fate truly had not been my foe all this time? I recalled the countless mishaps I had endured since meeting Oliver, all of which now seemed to play a part in bringing the two of us together. I smiled at the realization. Fate, it turned out, had always been my friend. As will I. His hand slid up my back, drawing the breath from me as his lips returned to mine. Epilogue. The early rays of morning light seeped through my bedchamber windows at Summerley, bringing a reassuring tranquillity. From my seat before the vanity, I drew in a slow breath and closed my eyes, willing the nervous energy pulsing through me to subside. It wasn't that I feared any ill in particular. It was that I was still learning to trust fate as a loyal friend, to trust that she would ultimately be kind to me. And honestly, it all seemed too wonderful, too perfect. In what world did a lowly governess come to be wholly loved and adored by a man like Oliver? With no sign to the contrary, I supposed this one. For in a matter of hours, I would be Mrs. Oliver Huntington. It was that thought that eclipsed my anxiety. I was close, so very close to obtaining my heart's desire and beginning a life with the man I loved. All would be well. No, better than well. All would be entirely and utterly incredible. "I can hardly believe you are to be married today." Selina twisted the last loose section of my hair and pinned it into place, echoing my own thoughts exactly. "Though, if you recall, I did say that Oliver would fall madly in love with you." I laughed. "You certainly did." Selina muttered something to herself in regards to my hair, then shifted one of the pins, then another. "I hope I will make a love match comparable to yours one day." I watched her careful placements in the mirror's reflection. "I do not doubt you will." "And, between you and me, I would not complain in the slightest if it happened to be with Felton. Our families are good friends, after all, and we have known each other nearly our whole lives. It would be most convenient." Love was rarely convenient, but perhaps in Selina's case, it would prove to be, especially given how long she had harboured feelings for him. If that is your hope, then we must set ourselves about the task. See what we can do to help along the cause. Selina giggled. "I depend upon it." Glancing at the coiffeur with searching eyes, Selina gave a sharp nod. "Terminé," she exclaimed in an impressive French accent. "And you look the very image of a bride." I studied my reflection in the vanity mirror, then lifted Mamma's hand mirror to see the back. Selina had again worked her magic, and I could not suppress my amazement. I might not be comparable to Matilda in beauty, but I was handsome in my own right. "You truly possess talent." Selina's cheeks turned a beautiful shade of pink, her hand raising to her chestnut-brown hair, so similar in colour to mine. "I have had ample practice, and it is easier to style another's hair than one's own." Carefully setting the mirror back on the vanity, I stood and wrapped my arms around Selina. "I am so happy you are here, and not only because I shall now look the part of a proper bride." The smile fell from my lips, and I met her regard, my heart pained as it was every time I thought of the hurt I had unintentionally caused the Pembroke family. After all that has occurred, I'd assumed it was a vain hope to have any of you attend the wedding festivities. "You can thank Papa for our being in attendance. With Oliver's wealth and connections, and with you soon becoming the Lady of Summerley, one of the grandest houses in the neighbourhood, he said it is in our best interest to mend the relationship and demonstrate our family's support for the marriage." She gave a small shrug. In truth, what shocked me most was Mamma's agreement to allow me to come this morning and attend to you. "It is a wonderful peace offering." My heart swelled with hope that a complete reconciliation would, in time, happen between our families. Though I know they will not be here today, I cannot wait to see Lucy and Reginald again. It had been nearly a month since the play, and I had not yet had the chance to speak to any of the Pembroke children, with the exception of Selina at present. "Will Matilda be in attendance?" Selina dipped her chin. "No. It was Mamma's one condition to Papa, that she needn't attend." I gave a slow nod. Of course. It is understandable. My voice trailed off, the heaviness inside me returning. "How is she faring?" "Not well, to be honest. She rarely wanders from her room. Papa says she only needs time, that her heart and her pride have been broken, but—" Selina paused, her expression as full of indecision as it had been the day when she'd informed me of Matilda being discovered locked in an embrace with Marcus Leonard. "What is it?" She shifted, biting her lip thoughtfully. "I wonder if it is something more than that." "Whatever do you mean?" "I am not even sure entirely." Her lips pursed, and her brow wrinkled. "But the other day, I overheard the maids whispering in the corridor." My attention was riveted upon her. "And?" She hesitated. "Well, I believe they are worried something ails her. Something that would cause her to miss her A knock at the door silenced Selina, and I thought to ignore it and press her to continue. But the door creaked open to reveal Mamma's lovely face. "Might we come in? We are to be leaving for the church soon, so we had best help you dress." Still attempting to determine what Selina had been about to say, I gave a slow nod. "Of course, come in." Clearly the conversation regarding Matilda would need to be postponed, but an anxious thought niggled at me. Had Selina been about to say the word courses? As in her monthly courses? No. That would not make any sense unless— My chest constricted at the thought. Could Matilda be with child? She had been prone toward nausea as of late, though it seemed to be attributed to motion. I supposed there was her lack of appetite and a general state of moodiness. But no, it could not be. There must be another explanation. Another word Selina had been going to offer. Convinced my worry was needless, I shook the thought from my mind. Today was my wedding day. But as soon as I had a chance, I would speak to Selina about what she suspected the cause of her sister's ailment might be. Mamma stepped inside with my sisters, Lily and Marianne, on her heels. All three wore lovely new dresses Oliver had insisted on having commissioned at his expense. Mamma's was an exquisite puce. Lily, fittingly, wore a soft lilac, and Marianne donned a blush-coloured dress that perfectly complemented her blonde hair and rosy cheeks. Where are the others? I asked Mamma. I believe Papa is with Oliver, and Julia and Rachel are with Phineas and Lucas in the garden, hopefully keeping them out of mischief and ensuring they do not sully their Sunday clothes beyond repair. Marianne grinned. They thought it a great injustice to be placed on younger brother duty, for they both wished to be here when you dressed. I shall be sure to thank them for their sacrifice later, I said. Your hair looks beautiful, Laura. Mamma's gaze darted to my cousin with eager eyes, then back to me, waiting for the long-anticipated introduction. It is thanks to Selina, I said, glancing at my cousin with a grateful smile. Selina, I am so pleased to finally introduce you to my mother and two of my sisters, Lily and Marianne. At 17, Lily is only 2 years older than you, and Marianne is your age. Selina dipped into a small curtsy. I have long looked forward to meeting you all. As we have you. Mamma stood before her and took hold of her hands. You are even more beautiful than I imagined. Her focus shifted to my hair again, and apparently a young woman with a diverse array of talents. Laura has often written home about what an exceptional lady you are becoming, and how much she adores you. Thank you for loving her in our absence. Selina's gaze skirted to me, her cheeks pinking once again. Thank you for sharing Laura with us. I don't know what I shall do without her at Linwick Manor. You are always welcome at Summerley, I assured her. In earnest, I shall expect regular visits. Selina beamed at me. And you will have them. You must all come and visit. I turned to my sisters, and Julia and Rachel, even Phineas and Lucas. I paused, glancing at Mamma. Perhaps you and Papa might even be convinced to come again. I understood the pain and discomfort it caused Mamma and Papa to return to an area where many of the local people still recalled the scandal that had occurred. The scandal that had driven them to find a life together elsewhere. And for now, I would simply be grateful they ventured here for the wedding. But I would not give up hope that this was their first of many trips to Summerley. Perhaps we will. Mamma gave a wistful smile and started toward the bed where my dress was laid out. Oh my! It turned out beautifully. She picked it up with care, rubbing the white overlay fabric between her fingers. And so soft. Oliver dotes upon me more than I deserve. When Mamma stepped close, Lily gently lifted the nearest sleeve. Look at the Marie sleeves. I have only recently seen the like in La Belle Assemblée. Her eyes met mine, dancing with excitement. To think, my sister is now to be a great lady of fashion. I am certain my plain tastes will prevent me from ever being considered as such. I laughed, and removed my dressing robe, setting it on the back of the vanity chair. The modiste was clearly disappointed by my sober choices in trimmings, though she did seem pleased to convince me away from a more practical colour for the dress. White was the perfect choice, Mamma said, lowering the dress with Lily's assistance to keep the fabric off the ground. Selina and Marianne took hold of my hands, helping to balance me as I stepped into it. The soft muslin conformed to my body, hugging and draping in a way that demonstrated the dress had been made specifically for me. The long sleeves, with the soft, gauzy fabric partitioned into small, distinct puffs, made this dress the most elegant thing I had ever worn, and I was near giddy with excitement. Mamma and Lily set to fastening the dress when another knock sounded. A rush of nerves coursed through me. "Come in," I called, and the door opened to reveal a smiling Mrs. Huntington. "Oh, Laura, you are an absolute paragon of beauty." Her jonquil-coloured skirts swished about her when she stepped inside, the perfect match to her featherless turban, a detail I did not fail to notice. Oliver is a fortunate man indeed. Mamma, Lily, Marianne, and Selina nodded in unison, and warmth flooded my cheeks. Mrs. Huntington took another step into the room. Oliver, along with your father and Charles, have already headed to the church to make certain everything is in order for the ceremony, and the carriage is ready whenever you are. Attempting to calm the fluttering in my stomach, I ran a hand down my dress, then looked around to determine if there was something I was forgetting. "Oh, your necklace!" Selina hurried to my side with the golden choker Oliver had given me, and she secured it about my neck. "There, now she is ready." With one last glance at the faces of the doting women watching me, I smiled with confidence. I have never felt more ready for anything in my life. Fate had proven itself a true friend and ally. Not only because I had achieved my one desire, to become Mrs. Oliver Huntington, but not once during the ceremony had I tripped, misspoken, or done anything to cause embarrassment to myself or others. And despite the occasional moments of worry I'd endured the last few weeks that something would go amiss, I had felt nothing but calm and peace as I stood next to Oliver at the front of the church and vowed to love him and only him, in sickness and in health. The wedding ceremony flew by in an instant, as did the wedding breakfast, never mind that it had stretched throughout the day and into the early hours of evening. Most of our neighbours and acquaintances who had come by to offer their felicitations had since departed, including the Claibornes and the Pembrooks, but the drawing-room was still warmed with the conversation and laughter of those dearest to us. Mamma had taken my younger siblings to the schoolroom for their dinner, and Charles and Fanny, Oliver's brother and sister-in-law, had followed suit and sent their adorable daughters upstairs with their nurse. Charles and Fanny were delightful, and I could tell that Oliver and his brother had missed each other dearly over the past few years, with how often they had sought one another's company throughout the day. "I have not yet had a chance to thank you," Fanny said, stepping to my side. "It seemed a reconciliation between Charles and Oliver had been lost to us. Now it is as if they have forgotten there ever was a rift between them." I smiled, my gaze following hers to where Charles was conversing with Papa and Oliver's close friends and partners in business, Mr. Brooks and Mr. Lowe. The two men had unexpectedly shown up midway through the sermon preceding the wedding ceremony. From the breakfast onward, they had proven a lively addition to the group, and the marked interest Mr. Brooks had paid Lily on several occasions had been especially enjoyable to observe. In truth, all I said was that they were both acting like a cod's head, and that he should simply pen a note to his brother and make things right. She laughed. "Well, it worked, and I could not be more thrilled about it." Her soft features and green eyes settled on me, especially now that I finally have a sister. Unexpected emotion rose in my chest at her declaration. Oliver had confessed how we had first met, how I had been the Pembrooks' governess, and Fanny did not condemn me or think less of me for it. Instead, she showed me that she welcomed the relationship as much as I did. I reached a hand out to her, pinching my lips together to stop them from trembling. "Thank you." "Do either of you know where Oliver has gone?" Mrs. Huntington's gaze darted around the room. "He was here a moment ago," I said, searching the small group of familiar faces. Mrs. Huntington hummed thoughtfully. "If you see him, could you mention that I wish to speak with him before we go into dinner?" "Of course." She grabbed my hand in hers, then did likewise to Fanny. "My daughters." She drew in a long, slow breath, her eyes glistening with tears. "What joy it brings to my heart to have us all together." Fanny and I shared a smile, somehow knowing that this moment needed no words. Mrs. Huntington squeezed our hands, took us in with her adoring gaze again, then sauntered away. Fanny leaned close. I'd always heard tales of awful mothers-in-law, and I feared it was every woman's lot in life to endure the taxing relationship. But I have found that has not been the case at all. We have been blessed beyond measure to claim her as ours. That does not surprise me to hear, though I shall have to find my own way of expressing my gratitude to her. I sent her a sidelong glance before continuing in a teasing tone. I cannot claim your knowledge of fashion, particularly regarding headdresses of the feathered variety. What an unfortunate situation those feathers caused. Come to think of it, that must be the reason she made certain her turban was featherless today. Fanny's laugh was soft, like the tinkling of a music box. Although I suppose things might have turned out very differently if she had chosen to wear something else for the ball that night. I sobered at the thought. How I had cursed that turban with its plume of feathers that had blinded me and contributed to my fall. But what Fanny said was true. With one minor change to Mrs. Huntington's wardrobe for the Claiborne's ball, I could have missed out on all of this. It seemed fate was not only my friend, but also a meticulous master of details. Speaking of, I glanced around the room again. Where is Oliver? Perhaps he is hiding. At the way Fanny spoke the last word with emphasis, I looked over at her. Her expression was unassuming, but there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Actually, now that I think about it, just before I came to speak with you, he mentioned needing a brief reprieve. Considering she had not told Mrs. Huntington of his intentions, I assumed they had been withheld for a particular reason. The steady beats of my heart quickened, but I clasped my hands together casually in front of me, hoping to appear at least partially unaffected. Did he perchance mention where he might take this reprieve? Her lips curved upward in a knowing smile. You might try the small parlour near the study. My cheeks burned with embarrassment, but I hardly cared. Oliver was waiting. If anyone asks after me, could you inform them I will return momentarily? Of course. With only a hint of a smile, she made her way toward her husband, and I slipped out of the drawing-room unnoticed. By the time I arrived at the parlour, my whole body was buzzing with nerves. Not the kind that incited thoughts of worry, but of excitement and yearning. With one long fortifying breath, I opened the door and peered inside. Oliver? The darkness of the room gave me pause, and I wondered for a moment if Fanny had been mistaken. I thought I'd be forced to wait all night for you. Oliver's voice sent a trill of pleasure coursing through my entire body, and I slid around the door and closed it behind me. How fitting that you should be awaiting me in a darkened parlour. I thought it a rather romantic notion, circling back to where we had begun. My heart nearly burst in agreement, but I would not give him the satisfaction of knowing it. Not yet. Where are you? I asked, taking a cautious step forward. I had been in the room a few times since my return from Surrey, but not enough to know the layout in the dark. I cannot see a thing. Oliver's rumbling laughter came from somewhere to my left. I'm over here. You took so long to arrive, I was forced to take a seat. As I made my way toward him, I held out my arms in front of me to make certain I did not run headlong into anything. I should think it would be rather unfortunate if I tripped and injured myself on our wedding night. And I should think... His teasing voice was much closer now, as though he was also cautiously making his way to me. I would not mind an excuse to bid our guests a good evening and take you upstairs. I giggled like a young schoolgirl at his coquetry. You are incorrigible, you know. Yes. Unfortunately, it is one of my better qualities. But I am afraid there is nothing to be done about that now, for you have promised to love me until death do us part. I came into contact with Oliver's solid, warm body at the same moment the familiar scent of sandalwood and spices intoxicated me. Like he was an anchor to my wandering, he fisted the fabric of my dress and drew me close. My stomach lifted with such force at his touch that it pushed the breath from my lungs, making it difficult to speak. "I promise to love you longer than even that," I whispered. His fingers trailed at my arms, leaving a wake of heat.
"You cannot know how happy that makes me, for I cannot imagine an existence where I am not loving you."
And with those words, I was lost to him. His lips were soft and welcoming when I reached them, and his hands were steady and firm as he pulled me closer, then closer still. It was familiar, like our first kiss, but also new and different, full of more passion, more hope, and more certainty. And this time there needn't be any interruptions in displaying our love for one another. At least, not once we had bid good night to our guests. After several blissful minutes, I leaned back slightly, breaking our kiss. We had better get back to the others. I took a moment to catch my breath. "Dinner will be announced soon, and your mother wishes to speak with you."
"Must we?"
Oliver's voice was raspy, and his breaths came in quickened bursts.
"I would far prefer to stay hidden away with you."
"As would I," said, touching my lips to his again because I could. "But the instant dinner is finished we can make our excuses." My stomach fluttered with anticipation. He leaned his forehead against mine, his hands settling on my neck and sending a shiver of pleasure racing through me.
"What a relief."
"That we might soon excuse ourselves?" I asked, so entranced by the sensation of his skin on mine that it took me a moment to realize he was fiddling with my necklace.
"Absolutely that is the case, but I meant this, your necklace."
He paused, as though waiting to see if I would understand his meaning.
"Considering how relentlessly you pushed me toward your cousin, and with the cover of darkness I provided you, you could have easily pulled one of those ugly princess manoeuvres on me, and had her here in your stead."
Our laughs danced together through the otherwise silent room.
"But it is you, my love."
It is me. And it would always be me. For Oliver Huntington, my husband, was truly a man like no other. The end. This has been Somewhat of a Ruse. Written by Jess Heilemann. Narrated by Jana Fox. Copyright 2024 by Jess Heilemann. Production copyright by Jess Heilemann.